AAPCE data just coming through here. Core PCE price index month over month for May, 0.2% to the upside versus consensus 0.1% print expected there. So a little bit higher on the core side of things. PCE, the overall headline number exactly in line with expectations, 0.1% versus 0.1% to the upside. Year over year, 2.3% the number versus 2.2%. Expectation there. The core year-over-year number 2.7 versus 2.6, so slight uptick there for, remember, the Fed's preferred inflation reading, PCE, coming through for May. Whole bunch of Fed speak to come today, basically throughout the morning and then into the afternoon as well. So just prepare for that. There could be some headlines that do move the market. 10 o'clock, we'll get Michigan consumer sentiment as well. Remember, there's an inflation portion to that number. So again, overall, the market doesn't seem to care. 0.4% to the upside here this morning. This is a 15-minute chart, so you go back 3 days. We're just climbing higher and continuing to climb higher back into all-time highs to kick off Friday morning here for both the, I didn't check the S&P, but both the S&P and the NASDAQ, there or thereabouts as of yesterday.
I saw this morning on the other channel, the NDX 100 all-time highs, the composite, quite close. Lots to talk about today, Brendo. Nike reporting earnings yesterday, and what a great report it is. It was really bad year over year, but all that was already built in. The stock's up 10 1/3 here to start the morning. We'll get to that on the rundown. It looks like China as well and the United States kind of crossing their T's and dotting their I's with respect to rare earth elements and the like. Apparently a framework for that is already been agreed to. Brendo, Tesla also in focus. Some competition coming from Xiaomi out in China, as well as some heads rolling there in the company. And Li Auto reporting down here to start the morning as well. Boeing and Google both getting the nod.
It's like some of these charts are just up and away and can't stop. Michael Noss going to come through, talk about all-time highs and what to do now. Here we are. There's the SPY right now. So definitely we have finally cleared that last hurdle here, 0.3% for the S&P, or the SPY anyway, versus 0.4 for the NASDAQ, as you were mentioning. Interesting day setting up, a whole bunch of names to cover throughout the morning here. Sean with a much-deserved day off today. Obi is in. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, everybody. And I know for everyone in the chat, your name has definitely changed. It happened to pretty much everybody. So if you're logging in, you're like, why is my username completely different? There is like a fix. Like you go into your channel settings. I don't know, whatever. Can I show this? It's probably nothing bad. You go in your channel settings, whatever, and go to channel customization. I was like Neil Roberts 2150 or some nonsense. So I just changed it in there. It's pretty simple to do. We were just speculating, actually. Well, I don't know if we're speculating. I think this is probably what it is. Maybe it's related to the hack and maybe some compromise like login. I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with that. Who knows? But yeah, good day today. It's a Friday. Market's up. Look over. Nothing really happened on that number. SMCI still going. The chips are usually going, although NVIDIA is not as strong. And for everyone out there that thought that it was over for CYN, it's not over. What offering? Up another. So fell when they had the offering. That was dirty, by the way, yesterday. And gapping higher, already running in the pre-market. Be careful. There was a $5 offering yesterday, but up 73%. This was the big runner for half the day and then gave it back. So it looks like it's going to be a fun one already. Got some movers in there. We have some trend continuation all over the place, which is to the upside.
Yeah, no, I'm just getting some of my watch lists ready here. I can just name them off the top. Just writing down some of the I guess risk and maybe size allotment. I've already had the plans kind of written down from last night. I like SPY, again, Spider's pushing. We saw a little bit of a disconnect, Neil, yesterday in terms of constituents and the SPY and the NASDAQ themselves. Yeah. Both of them continuously running, nice grinding bid to the upside, but the constituents not really showing that same kind of sentiment or price action. So I want to keep that in mind and be like, if the market's in play and the market is pushing all-time highs, why don't we just look at that and keep it simple on that? Flakes, Netflix, absolutely beautiful, continues to push all-time highs, pushing 1,300 as of right now. So that thing's been on a run pretty much every day. Core Z I don't know if you saw this one yesterday, Neil, but Core Z,
Yep.
pretty aggressively strong, so I definitely going to be keeping that on watch. Again, another in-play name. I got QS, SoFi, Nike with the earnings, and AVAV with some day 3 action there. Also another earnings name, but let's see if we can just do it with some of these names here. I do like Nike for a potential continuation, so let's take a quick look at that one and see what that's been doing in the pre-market. You already know what I like to do with some of these gappers right here. Throw on a little bit of anchored, maybe taking a look at some of those prior levels as well. We can see that nice strong gap up here on Nike. Let's see, reference lows to some of those reaction highs right there, about 15.5% from the reaction low to some of those highs that we ended up getting in the after hours. And look at that, we've sustained some of that bid that we got after pulling back after such a strong run in today's pre-market. So I like that in and around that 68, maybe 69, 70 level here, going to a higher time frame. Let's go real here quick. You can see that we're kind of coming back into some of these prior levels that we saw earlier this year. Nike got sold off pretty aggressively into those April lows, and we know a lot of stocks have caught a bit of a bottom from their April lows, catching a bit of a bid back towards their some of their prior highs. So Nike's doing some of that as of right now. This wick high from prior earnings all the way at 75. Don't know if we're going to get to 75. That would be nice, though, Neil.
That'd be great.
But yeah, no, I think that's some of my top looks on the day. But let's wait and see what falls into our lap as well. This market is very much news-driven, and got to stay on our feet and maybe even sit on our hands for a lot of the day. We'll see.
Figuratively, of course. Yeah. One other thing to know for Nike, and there's, remember, Blue Ocean, it's going to trade in the aftermarket, but it's going to trade in the overnight market as well. It did a bit of a hold. It was trending down for most of the evening and ended up holding like right around 68.4. So that 68 that you were mentioning did hold throughout the overnight. Like as much as there was selling on obviously more volume than normal, it did manage to hold out that 68 level. So already looking pretty strong. Is Nike not as bad as everyone expected? Just follow the price action. I think we got an exciting one lined up for sure. Because remember, before we head back to the desk in a second, the Nasdaq got there. We're still trying to get there on the S&P. Like you throw up the SPY, like, can we actually hold above? Don't jinx it. We're there now. Can you hold above the highs? Can we actually sustain the breakout after it gets to its highs? The other reason why everyone's in a good mood is because thanks to Sharif, who we're going to talk to in a second at the desk, we had some fun music this morning. Oh, yeah. And it was a Michael Jackson themed music because of yesterday, which was absolutely awesome. So I want to give a big thanks to not just Sharif, but also to Joe for inspiring it, despite the fact that his idea of the best Michael Jackson song left a lot to be desired.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. It was a Free Willy.
It was the softest song we played this morning. We went through like maybe 15, and then when Joe got in, we're like, all right, we're going to do it for him. And it was the one, I don't know how you boys felt, but it felt to me like the weakest one of the bunch. Joey, come on, bro. I mean, there's a discography for days here. How could it be that one? Oh, God, get out of here. All right.
I'm just not
Did you enjoy this morning's Jim?
I'm not going to join this conversation.
Come on, Brendo.
It's not going to.
Maybe we'll find out what Michael Moss's favorite Michael Jackson
song
is.
Definitely we do not
Probably
want to know.
got some. There he is.
I feel like Michael Moss is not a Michael Jackson fan.
Come on, Michael.
No, it's Billie Jean though. If I have to, it's got to be Billie Jean, right? That's the most like rock-like, so I'll take it.
Go. At least you didn't choose a Free Willy song.
Why don't we just go right to Mr. Nosser, and we'll talk about all-time highs and what the hell do we do now, Michael Moss? Because I mean, VIX has gone to sleep. There's no volatility. I mean, we're just crawling higher here every single day. What say you?
We love life, right? Happy all-time highs for all that celebrate. I'm super excited. You can see grin from year to year. It's about time. You know, we spent a month and a half hanging out around under that, and I love the fact that yes, this first chart. This is what makes me really happy, and what's making me think that we actually have legs here. So. Complicated chart, I know. We talked about this a little bit. I bring it on periodically when I think it's important. But this is the commitment of traders' data. So we have to, by law, show when a large speculator over a certain amount is buying or selling futures. They have to disclose that. and you can do it. It's math with open interest and all that, but yeah, if you can Google it if you want to know more. So this green line essentially shows where the large trader net position is. Are they long? Are they short? How long? How short? And you can see not only are they short, as of last week, this comes out every weekend, they got more short. So they shorted into that sell-off. The news of the war, whatever, ended up spooking them. And so now that we know that they're shorting more and the market's breaking out to new highs, that to me makes me think that this potentially does have legs on the way up. New bull market has to be, I was calling it a bull market a long time ago, but if you're at new all-time highs, you have to be in a bull market, right? So that to me is interesting. Now, the next chart I have here is just hood. And the reason for this chart is to show this is the kind of setup that we want to look for. And this is what we're going to talk about today, where I'm looking for things that are making all-time highs right now or over the last couple of days, because I want the ones that led us there. And all the time, if you study kind of your history of bear and bull markets, you have a bear market and then you have a new bull market, and it's usually not the thing that was the bull market in the last cycle that is the bull market in this cycle. So we're looking for things that are breaking out a little bit before the SPY, a little bit before the market, because we want to look at that. I brought it back to us to you guys, I think, a couple weeks ago, of what happens if you buy new all-time highs and put a trailing stop on them, and that alone is a profitable strategy. So I've got a whole list of charts on my Twitter. I actually tweeted out there's 100 symbols of things in the Russell 3000 that made all-time highs yesterday, so you can go check that out as well. But just this is what I'm looking for the next bit, is show me things that were already at all-time highs or breaking all-time highs with the market. That is super interesting to me. Things that are below all-time highs are not as interesting to me because they are by definition weaker than the overall market. And I want to buy the strength because I want to see where the new theme is that could potentially come out of the market. And what's very interesting, I think, with these charts is I think they'll surprise you. So a lot of these I haven't even heard of before. So the first one is called First Cash Holdings Company. Made new all-time highs yesterday pretty well and pretty substantially, with a really nice looking chart, kind of hung around 135 for a long period of time, broke all-time highs yesterday. If this thing can hold, I think you've got a pretty good line in the sand there around that 135 area. You can own it if you're above it, be out if you're below it. This is some sort of bank, I guess. If you zoom out on the chart, has been really, really well, been doing very, very well. I think it's from $20 to 130. Next one is Rev Group. No idea what these guys do, which again is, I think, a theme that we'll see here, but made almost new all-time highs yesterday, was just butting up against them when I took the screenshot. Very nice base and a very nice gap off of earnings. So this is one I'm looking around the $46 area. If it can hold 46, I like the look of this one. Below that kind of cup around 41, 42, that's where I think you're wrong on this one. RCL, Cruise Lines. Look at that breakout that happened yesterday. That was a really nice breakout of Royal Caribbean Cruise into new highs there. That area sits around 280. So again, I'm just making a list of these stocks, and if they're above this zone, I probably want to own them, and if they get below them, then I'll get out and reassess from there. Next one here is FHI, Federated Hermes. No idea, but again, a lot of these are starting to look the same. They hit that high in the end of 2024 after the election. Big sell-off, getting back to those highs faster than the overall market, what I really like the look of. And the last one is AL, which is Air Lease. And it made almost a new closing high, almost a new all-time high, depending on how you measure it. I like that one kind of around this $59, nice looking bull flag here. So the theme to all of these is I haven't heard of any of these companies before. And I like that, because say we were making new all-time highs, and it was Meta, NVIDIA, Microsoft, all of these names, although NVIDIA, I think, did make a new all-time high yesterday. But if the whole list was just the big cap AI tech names, then we're still kind of withholden to this one sector. But we saw financials getting very close to all-time highs. We saw industrials hitting all-time highs. We saw a lot of these names, and again, every one of these names, other than Royal Caribbean, I had never heard of before. So that, to me, combined with the commitment of traders data, makes me really excited for this new all-time highs, because if it's the weird stuff that we've never really heard of that's breaking out, that means that there's a lot of underlying breadth in the market, and it's not just a couple names, it's not just your big cap tech anymore. There's a lot of different things that we can potentially research, look at, and play, and that to me is more interesting, because can Nvidia really double again? I guess it could, but I would rather play some of these, smaller names that have the chance to kind of catch up to a lot of these larger names.
It's going to 10 trillion, remember? So, I mean, of course it's going to double a couple
At this
more.
point, why not?
You and I had this conversation going back to, I believe it was around that April low-ish, where we were talking from the context of, if the same stocks lead on the way back up that we've seen lead over the past, 5-10 years, it's not necessarily a great sign for the overall market. You just highlighted a whole bunch of reasons why we're actually not seeing that. Yes, as you mentioned, Nvidia did get to all-time highs. A lot of the other ones, Apple included, nowhere near all-time highs. So it's good to see that wider range of names participating in that rally and that rotation away maybe from those 7 stocks.
Yeah, and I think it takes the wind out of the sails of the bears a little bit. I'm sure you remember, during the last 2024 when we had the bull market there, you heard the same thing over again. Okay, it's just AI, it's just these names. It's not very interesting because it's wait till the AI bubble bursts and what's going to happen. And so when you're seeing it across the board, that is the sign of someone who's not an economist that I could look at and say, well, that's generally a healthy economy. If every single sector, like industrials, which is your names that are building things, I think JP Morgan was one of the first ones to break out to new all-time highs in financials. When you're getting this across the board breakout, it just shows that there are investors out there that are putting cash into the market, not in an individual theme, but just investing in America, investing in the market kind of broadly. And that should be, at least it is to me, a very encouraging fact.
This rally back from those April lows has created this situation where, a lot of people have been sitting here watching this move, maybe not necessarily participating in it, not buying into the fact that, all is well again, and just get long and close your eyes kind of thing, go on vacation or whatever. What do you say to people who are sitting here and the market is at all-time highs? I think, by nature, people are a little bit hesitant to say, I'm just going to buy all-time highs and see what happens.
Well, I've brought a back test to you guys before, and I can bring it back again on Monday. It might be a good time to show that again. Just what happens if you do just that, if you just buy all-time highs and you put a trailing stop on the market, and it ends up being a very profitable strategy. What I'll say to those people is kind of what I always say. If we're talking long-term investing, you can put your finger anywhere on a chart of the SPY on a candle, and there's a 75% chance you're up from a year from now. And quite often when you have this scenario that everybody is looking for a pullback, that's the moment that you don't get a pullback. And that's why I don't think we've really gotten a meaningful pullback the whole way up, because I showed the positioning data. Even the big guys out here are not invested even remotely long or as long as they should be. Retail did a pretty good job based off the numbers of actually buying those lows, but I know there's a lot of people who didn't. When there's that kind of very inherent underpositioning, then it's going to be really, really hard to get a pullback. So it's all about regret minimization, right? Are you going to be more bummed if you buy it here and say we pull back another 10%, right? We don't quite retest those lows, but we drop 10% from this price. Will you be more upset then? Or will you be more upset if you're looking back in 2-3 years and the market's, gone up another 20, 30, 40%? And it's a personal question.
Yeah, exactly. Understand your time frame, understand your purpose in being in the market. Great stuff. Michael Noss, have a great weekend.
Have a good weekend.
Yes, sir. Have a good long weekend there, Michael. Though I know it's a long weekend here in Canada because Monday is a holiday. But when you trade the markets, you don't really get a day off on Monday unless you're going camping next week, like myself. But we were just looking at and this is maybe a good segue, because Obi and I were looking at this 3-month chart of the SPY, so you can go really, really far back. And to the point that Michael makes, this is the blip, that's a blip, this is what we were all freaking out about with tariffs and geopolitical concerns, and this wick and the reversal right back into the highs. I mean, remember, like this, look, COVID doesn't even look like much compared to the top that we had in like 2020, the 2021, 22 bad year. Like that's not even that big. COVID's not even that big compared to that drop, and we got a fraction of this. So it was almost like a nothing burger. And you're gonna get, this is to me why, and look, some people will be like, oh, dollar cost averaging, blah, blah, blah. They don't like it, or what happens when you run out of money. The way I see it, I buy the market on a routine basis, and when we're in a downward churn, I find things aren't perfect when you DCA, but when you look back and you don't care that they weren't perfect. Like, I didn't get the greatest price on my dip buys in NVIDIA because I was buying on the way down. I got some in March. I think I got a little bit lucky with Meta. I bought it a couple of times. I liked it for reasons, I guess. I liked it a little bit more. My charts are slow today. I liked it a little bit more, so I got it a couple times. Was able to get some in the 550s in addition to buying it in March in spring training. But it's like, who cares? Like, if I'm buying, I probably actually bought it here. If it goes further, then I'm just willing another 2-3 months later to buy again. To me, that's what you do in your long-term investing. I'm not trying to be flashy. I'm just trying to have my portfolio grow. So when it comes to today, however, it is worth, like, I'm looking across the board, and before we get back to the desk, sort of get into it. You know, I'm looking at NVIDIA, didn't really blow out the tops. I mean, wasn't a bad PC. It's like a tick higher. So maybe that's causing a little bit of a pullback. I think we could be due for some dips at the open. So most of what I'm looking at is going to be buying some dip buys this morning as we're sort of sliding back in here. The futures were 0.5 or 0.4 and now we're like a quarter point up on the NASDAQ. So we've been sliding back a little bit. I think we'll have to be patient at the open. On a Friday, I always find that like Friday of all days and all mornings, that's the time where I'm more willing not to be in anything in the first 5 minutes than any other day because of options expiration, because there's always continuation trades to be had.
Yeah, no, I love that higher time frame chart on the markets. We were just talking about this. It's just like, okay, well, yeah, everything is just noise. On a higher time frame perspective, it seems like anything and everything that we're kind of running for the door at, any sort of like short-term panic that we've seen, everything's just been bought up in the past, at least for the past couple of months. And here, this is a 6-month chart on the Nasdaq here. And sure, right away, if I were to not have the X or the Y axis here, and I'm just like, this is just a chart, like, what is this telling me right here? Like, am I playing this breakout? Of course. Was that breakout clean? Absolutely not. Are we actually following through? Absolutely yes. And another thing I was mentioning to Neil as well is that some of the data shows that a lot of funds and institutions have been selling, pretty much net selling a lot of their positions along the way in this run up. And another thing you might want to go back and remember is that retail inflow has been at all-time highs. We've never seen retail inflow like this well, at least in recent times or almost ever. Some of those charts going off the wall there, literally. And I'm like, okay, well, if a lot of the bigger players in the market are sitting on cash or sitting on in a place where they can place a bid on the market, and we're already at all-time highs, like, what does that tell us, right, Neil? I don't know. It's all speculation, but at the end of the day, how that's gonna kind of guide me sometimes is just like, okay, well, if the bid shows up, I probably want to respect the bid. Yeah. That's how I'm going to use that piece of information. I think that's one way to do it. And yeah, the markets are definitely breaking out right now.
No question. Let's see what the analysts happen to think in this bull market.
Some really stacked upgrades and downgrades list here, guys, starting with Nike, up 10% here after earnings. Now, year over year, there were declines, but they did beat estimates, and HSBC liking this one with a $60 price target. Then we have Alphabet here getting upgraded by Citizens JMP. We have Boeing with a Rothschild & Co. and Redbird upgrade. You can read a little bit more about the Redbird Atlantic upgrade in our Trader TV Live watch list. Then Amazon here with a BNP Paribas upgrade. Last but not least, on the other side of things here at the downgrades, BofA, Bank of America. On the downgrade side of things here, Robert W. Baird with a negative note. Then we have Baird with another bank downgrade, this time JP Morgan. Molson Coors with a Bank of America downgrade, Bank of America Security downgrading them. And last but not least, Uber up on the day, but getting downgraded by Canaccord Genuity. So, I mean, there's no shortage of names to look at here, guys.
Yes, sir. And shout out to everyone in the chat in there giving the good wishes. Some people saying good morning in there. We appreciate all of you guys, and it's gonna look. It looks like it's gonna be a fun one. Amazon's on my mind a little bit here. I'm gonna have a bid in. I don't know how much it's gonna matter. I like this one off of 218. Upgrade, schmupgrade, downgrades. Who cares? It's the thing about it is it gives it a chance to be in play. I just want to look to see, okay, is there something actionable based on what the analyst move might be that could give you a play? Like if I think if something is trending down, it's on a downgrade list and I like it, I'm like, okay, let's see it pull back into support. If it's on an upgrade, maybe I want to see if it can break it out. Amazon is breaking out here. You know, if we look back, and what I love when you zoom out your chart is you can find these key price areas. Like right around here, about 215 or so to 216, we had resistance to support. When it broke down, there was a little wick higher that got to like 17, 18, 19 before we fell apart. And then that turned into a resistance on the way back in. Well, now we're breaking away from that. So I don't know if we break 220. I did say in my note, in the note this morning, that I don't want to break out of the high if it's not after the open. It's a Friday. I'd rather be playing the dip into prior high. So that's where I'm going to sit. It being a Friday, I don't necessarily like breakouts. I wouldn't take it in the pre-market. But when we look for a dip buy in Amazon, I do like that. I do like that level that it's sitting at. But I'm kind of feeling like we're going to go down before we go up here today. So if you like some longs, you're probably better off. At least that's what I'm going to be doing, trying to catch some bids a little bit lower. I mean, I know I'm sitting 1% lower, but I'm looking for it to hold green today, essentially.
Yeah, no. I'm going to be patient. We've had a pretty solid week coming into the weekend here, and yeah, closing pretty strong. So let's see if we kind of hold some of these levels. Out of that list, I like Uber as well. We know that Uber's been running around with the whole. The robo-taxi coming out in California and everything. We've seen a little bit of sentiment come in maybe potentially at the beginning of the week on that, and we've been pretty much sideways consolidating since then. Made a bit of a fresh high yesterday, 94.38, but yeah, I don't know if that downgrade's really doing too much to Uber this morning, Neil, as we're kind of stepping up and holding this trend to the upside. So the question becomes today, do we revisit some of these fresh highs on the day, or do we come back into some of these lows? The range, it seems like, that we've had, I guess, for a little bit of 2.5 days right here, maybe in around 93s to 91s. Let's see if we can sustain some of these levels going into the end of the week. I'm curious to know whether or not Uber will have a strong end of the week here. So we can see, this is what the weekly chart looks like. You can see bigger picture, Uber is very, very strong. People are talking about that April bid. Oh boy. This bid on Uber has been coming in all the way since June 2022, a bit of a downtrend break there of all of 21 and half of 22, and we've only been catching higher highs and higher lows on Uber since then. 60 with a little bit of a base that we're breaking out of right now, 94.38. So again, that high. Let's see if we can continue to push and push to the upside and get some potential opportunities here on Uber today.
All right, we'll get into a few other things here that are moving around so far this morning. I mean, Sharif and I were just talking a little bit about the Apple story and how this may play out over the next coming months here with tariffs. There was a headline this morning I saw, I don't know if you read this, but the July deadline, the White House is now saying is kind of moot.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, whatever. If it comes and goes, it comes and goes, and they'll kick it down the road probably one more time. All of these quote unquote deals that are coming are still yet to show up.
Yeah.
But I think the more time that passes, the less significant this entire story becomes on the market.
It feels that way, though, right? Like it feels like it kind of got sidetracked, especially with the issues in the Middle East. That really became the focus of what we've been talking about lately, especially with effects on the overall market. But I don't know. I personally feel that Donald Trump wants to have a bit of flexibility with the trade agreements that he's trying to. This is really hard, obviously, to be able to do all these at the same time. Apparently, we're supposed to be getting some. There was some talk about India declaring some, also Pakistan. We got the one already from England, so we'll see. We'll see what all these deals do.
I mean, they were talking about groundwork or like some structural stuff with China as well earlier in the week.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, let's see what happens. But that's coming up. I mean, next week. Those deadlines, anyways, whether or not they'll be significant. again, remains to be seen. But let's get into everything we need to know here to kick things off this morning. We'll start things with the market.
All right, guys, 61.94, guys, just below 6,200 is where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. We're already above 6,200 with the overnight high, Brendo, being 6,220. We're currently at 6,210. So initially, let's see if number one, we can defend 6,200 at the open. If we do, that'll be support. And then we're looking at that 50-point area if we can clear the overnight high at 6,220, resistance at 6,250.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of this video and sign up for the watch list. Top link in the description will get you to that page. And then all you need is your email address, and we'll send you that every single morning for absolutely free. Will come right to your inbox, has everything on it that's moving around in the pre-market. I was just having a look at XPeng, just popped up in front of me here. These Chinese EVs, a lot of them with some data out this morning. So 1.4% right now for XPeng. But yeah, we'll start things off with Nike coming off, I think, a bit of a surprise here. A lot of people weren't expecting this from Nike. Decent report.
It's been so bad that even though this report was not great year over year, and market's really receiving it well. Let's talk about how they did, guys. They posted EPS of 14 pennies. The street wanted 13, so a beat there on revenue of 11.1 billion. The street was looking for 10.72, so a beat on the top and bottom line. But this is kind of, this is the interesting part, guys. So they printed $1.5 billion last year in net income. That's dropped 86%, down to $211 million, obviously driven by markdowns, inventory clearances, digital weakness. Sales dropped as well, even though they beat on the top line, Brendo. Still a 12% decline year over year, down at 11.01 billion. Management expects sales to decline for the guide in the mid-single digits for Q1 of 2026, in line with that 7% drop forecast by analysts. Gross margins are also expected to fall to about 3.5% to 4.25%, with a 1% here from the new China tariffs. They're blaming that. In addition, they're also blaming about $1 billion in costs for the full year 2026 tied to those tariffs, and they aim to offset by increasing prices as well as supply chain shifts. How they did internationally: North America sales fell 11% but beat expectations, and China revenue also came slightly under there, Brenda, 1.48 billion. The street was looking for 1.5. So they're changing their tune. So when you go into a Foot Locker, you go into a Champ Sport, wherever you're going, most walls, 3, sometimes 2 walls, are just Nike products. That changed a little bit because they had that direct-to-consumer push to increase margins. Well, that kind of hurt their exposure. They're going back to that wholesale, Brendo, and you're going to see them likely a bit more in the stores.
It's interesting. It seems to go through phases. I don't know your experience, but like just going to the gym, I've just personally in the past couple of weeks been noticing a lot more and more people back with Nike shoes and Nike shirts and Nike, apparel of some sort. So it seems to go through phases. There's the whole Hoka phase and then the ON phase, and now it seems like we're getting back to Nikes once again. The market likes this, guys.
Yeah, it seems like, okay, you know what, before we get to that, there's you got to talk about CYN here. They did another 17.2 million registered direct offering at 750 on the heels of the one at 5 yesterday. And just a reminder to everybody, they dropped the first offering during the second down halt. Like while it was halted down the second time. That's when the first offering happened. And now they drop one after it starts pumping in the pre-market. So yeah, look, clearly, at the end of the day, this is kind of what companies like this are supposed to do: take advantage of increases in price so that they can shore up their position. But yeah, it's nasty, and just to anyone out there, I'm kicking myself that I didn't, out of a lark, just pay for the locates, because I promise you, if you try to pay for shorts now, the price has tripled, because that's how it usually works. I'll check in a second, but just be careful with this. That's 2 offerings in less than 24 hours, because it was like midday when they did it last time. Nasty, nasty stuff. I mean, the timing here is a little more standard. The one in the down halts kind of speaks for itself. Kind of a sick move, because if it's halted twice to the downside and then an offering, somebody new, obviously. When it comes to Nike, I was really hoping that we'd be a little bit closer to the 66 area on a move to the upside. because that would really let you load into the prior highs. With a play like this, it's almost always looking for continuation for me. And if you look on the daily chart, like this is the double barrel close at like 68. The overnight low is 68. Overnight support is like 68.40 or so. I think a simple over under at that price. Like if it's, as we're coming back down in the market, this is also losing VWAP. It would have to hold 68, or I want no part of the long in Nike. Because if it fills the gap on the daily, it was closer to the 65, 66 that I like for a dip. So it really needs to hold that 68 if I'm going to be involved.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like the push on Nike here, but yeah, let's see if we can kind of get back above some of these levels here. We can see just back to back on Nike. This is a 3-hour chart. Back-to-back earnings, we've just been kind of selling off, a bit of a downtrend here. Now with this earnings report kind of pushing back up into this trend resistance potentially here. But yeah, I'm going to be looking for that continuation to see if this finally this bid off of an earnings report that actually sustains. You can see we did get a bid here on in the earnings that were reported last December, but sold off aggressively pretty much right off of the reaction right there. But this is one of the first times we're kind of sustaining some of that bid. Again, market's all-time highs. Let's see if we can continue to push. We know that Nike has been sold off pretty aggressively over the past couple of years. You can see, again, we can go up to a weekly to see how far off we've come off of those highs, 169.68 all the way in 2021 right here, currently trading at 69.02s in the pre-market. So yeah, let's see if we can break this a little bit of a downtrend here. But the question I'm asking is that if sellers are showing themselves over the past 1, 2, 3, almost 4 years on Nike, and Nike has not been able to sustain a higher highs, the question becomes, how far does this get until some of those sellers potentially sell back in, and are they still in charge? Are they still involved? Those are all the questions that I'm asking. But at the end of the day, off of the open, let's see what we do with some of these pre-market levels here. We saw that 68 holding pretty well in the after hours and in the pre-market. Just shy of that. What is that exact low? 68.11s I'm seeing right there on my chart with a high of 69.68. So let's see, got that little bit of a consolidation. Let's see what we do with that coming in off of the open on Nike. Definitely going to be one of the main ones on watch.
We're just going through our YouTube chat is a little bit weird this morning. Here's Microsoft, guys, to the downside in a big way. I just threw it up on the screen there. The information reporting this, their next-gen AI chip delayed until 2026. So big move down here, a couple of dollars anyways, 497 down to about 494.5 for Microsoft. Not a heck of a lot of volume behind that, but we'll keep an eye out for anything further on that. Let's talk about some semiconductors here. It's been a tough week for DeepSeek.
Oh yeah.
Specifically, we'll talk about Google here coming up in a second, but they first were completely removed from any kind of access to NVIDIA chips, so that slowed them down. They said because of that, it slowed down their development. And now, I think it was Germany asked both Google and Apple to remove them from their app store as well. So there's that. And then semiconductors in general, a little bit of a tough spot here. I mean, NVIDIA tried to go yesterday and got smacked back down a little bit, but I mean, pretty good week still.
Yeah, absolutely, especially for a lot of these chip names. But yeah, DeepSeek, that's interesting. Anytime you have an association with the Chinese military, you're going to get this kind of heat, and that's what is being floated right now, Brendo. So let's talk a little bit about here. The Chinese Ministry of Commerce confirmed a new trade framework, with the United States focused on rare earth exports and the easing of the tech restrictions on the United States part. China will now review and approve export applications for those sensitive materials, while the U.S., for their part, has agreed to lift certain existing restrictions on China. The deal stems from 2 days of high-level talks in London earlier this month between Scott Bessent and China Vice Premier He Lifeng. A prior 90-day suspension of tariffs was agreed to back in Geneva, but implementation was delayed due to disputes over rare earths and U.S. tech restrictions. Details on which actually rare earth exports will be lifted remain quite vague. Magnet materials may be included, but others are uncertain, so we're going to have to wait to get confirmation on that. And the U.S. has tightened restrictions here on tech exports and student visas, Brendo, which kind of became a sticking point post-Geneva. This new framework apparently hints at a partial rollback of those measures, though no specifics, again, were provided on the scope or the timeline.
NVIDIA is still the strongest here. It's worth noting AMD already read We're back to red here, 0.1%. But just keeping an eye on this. Microsoft is trying to bounce back here, guys. Again, not a lot of volume behind that. If you missed it, their next-gen AI chip delayed out to 2026.
For just a quick note on Microsoft, we were sort of just talking amongst ourselves and thinking this out loud. Like when you think about how institutional money, like retail's been driving the slaves push, institutional money's been a little bit late. If you ask yourself what is like the safe thing that they could chase into, like Microsoft does fit that bill. So you get like this steady grind, which is probably big money, just casually buying it the whole way up. And that's why you get something like this. It's a ridiculously good trend line. Here. I don't even need to, sometimes you don't even need to draw anything. You can if you want to, but I don't think you need to in this particular point. I'm not looking at AMD today. And I'm thinking it could be a mistake because it might just be a head and shoulders short setup on AMD. I'm looking at SMCI, which is next, and NVIDIA, the same two names as yesterday that topped my list, and for good reason, I believe. But this is setting up like you fail under 150. If this doesn't break 145 today, you got 142 on AMD, which is setting up like it could flat bottom. That said, playing the continuation on NVIDIA has made sense. Interesting thing about NVIDIA, it's not a fresh breakout here. Like when you looked at yesterday's trade, like you were gapping above and pulling back into prior high, then making a new high. Like the day before that was just a clean breakaway trade. Today, it's more of an inside. It's a Friday. That 154 to 154 half sets up as your resistance. I don't know that I want the 157 break. I think I'm longs only want to play dips here on the semis. And then we'll talk. SMCI gets its own space today, so I don't have to lump it in with the other chip names.
Yeah, no. When it comes to China, I think again, I want to make sure if I'm looking at any of those names, I'm also watching FXI as well, or the Hang Seng. But yeah, you can see that FXI been kind of trending up pretty nicely here. I just want to go back to a higher time frame. I mean, this is just a 3-minute, but you can see here that we've been bought up pretty nicely off of the lows, off of the base that we made over the past couple of years. Now, I know a lot of traders, in terms of swings, we're talking about how this is potentially the contrarian play here, and I'm just looking at it now. How beautiful does this look? And it's working out quite nicely. And I was just talking to Neil about this as well. China's kind of in this range here, right? We can see the FXI has been in this range since about 2008 or so, and U.S. markets are about to push all-time highs. Now, if that kind of buying sentiment kind of comes in across the board in terms of world markets, what's the likelihood of the FXI just revisiting the top of the channel, right? Something to think about here. So Chinese semis, I think definitely going to be ones to watch out for. But I like some of our own as well. Again, I'm going to be watching TSM 225 push as well. Again, this is the weekly chart, pushing all-time highs in the pre-market. Let's go down to a 15-minute chart just so we can take a look-see to see how that pre-market action is holding up. Pretty strong here as well. SMH, another one, the ETF, one to watch out for. If you are going to be trading any semis on the day, whether it's SMCI, whether it's NVIDIA, or AMD, or TSM, I think definitely one to keep an eye out for. Been in a strong uptrend, and I'm going to be watching this one for sure. I traded a little bit of NVIDIA yesterday. Wasn't that great of a trade. Again, I had some technical issues, but again, the semis are definitely in on watch this week and going into the next week as we are pushing all-time highs. Let's see if they can kind of carry us forward and be the trailblazers for some fresh highs.
SMCI kind of leading the way back down here right now. It's still positive, but give it a minute here. We might be back to basically flat on the session here before you know it. This was after the close yesterday. $2.3 billion coming through in a convertible senior debt offering. Out to 2030. And this Microsoft headline seems to have kicked off a bit of selling across the board here for the overall market. But SMCI still one of the strong ones this week.
Yeah, Neil and I were talking about this in the morning here while we were prepping, Brendo, and it felt like it was locked in a bit of a range since early May. A 40 to the downside, maybe 45 to the high side. This morning we watched it break 50. So, you know, when the price gets up there, they look to generate some money. So as Brendo mentioned, $2 billion changed private offering due in 2030. There's going to be additional option here to pick up about $300 million more for qualified institutional buyers, meaning schmucks like us can't participate. You can also redeem for cash starting in June 15th, 2028, under the conditions specified in the deal, Brendo. But it was a nice break above $50. Let's see if this offering works its way back down.
Yeah, not seeing anything further as far as Microsoft or SMCI this morning, guys. But yeah, the selling picking up here.
It certainly is. And I think, look, some of it could be technical. When it lost the 50, when it lost VWAP, and then the $50 level on a Friday, that seems like a bit of a big deal. I said in my notes, I'm not trying to have it above 50 in the pre-market because the structure of SMCI, the close is finally above this 46, 47 area. You can easily pull back into 48, which is the prior high. And if the last time, I mean, it's done this before. It's done this before at this price. I guess you have to go back. Not split adjusted this chart, but you go all the way back. This is a pretty big resistance zone. It's broken through it once in the last year, and I'm looking for a continuation to do it again. But yesterday's trade in SMCI, remember, this trended down. My entry was this here. You trended down, made a low, bounced, put in a higher low, confirming strength off the lows with a bottoming tail candle. That's the setup. That was the entry. And we played it right into the 48 level. It probably was a hold, but didn't hold it. Had a couple of longs later on, but the initial one was let it break that downward trend. Didn't even have it on the first bottoming tail wick. Actually caught the second one on the higher low. That's what I want to see when you're trending down in a continuation up move. You've got to be very specific. So yeah, I do like, I always like prior highs coming back into like 49. It could do it there for sure. Or it could do it at 48. Those are the only places that are level-wise I'd be looking at, like it did it at 46. But it's all about the setup. Allow it to make the low, allow it to give you a bottoming tail candle or a trend reversion so that you're not sitting there just going long as it's falling, but you have an idea of what you need to see to engage in a long when it's trending down and have a reasonable stop and a good risk to reward. So it's not just going willy-nilly for me. I recognize that this could go red before it bounces, and that's an if it bounces. But it was good yesterday, so I'm going to be patient looking for that same setup.
Yeah, I really like this SMCI chart here, and this is a 3-hour chart. This specific consolidation here, I think, is very, very interesting, and for one reason only. I think that we are making relatively higher lows. We've consolidated a little bit higher from some of those prior lows here, but again, I'm gonna preface this with this. You guys got to watch out. There's gonna be a lot of lines that show up on this chart as of right now, but there's only one that really I think is going to be interesting here. Sure, there's a bigger picture downtrend that was happening right here. You can see that we kind of broke that, but in terms of more recent levels, I just want to point your direction to this anchored VWAP right here. This is from that prior high. So you can see a lot of these prior anchors kind of converging at this point. A lot of these are anchored to maybe events or earnings that have happened in the past year or maybe a little bit more. And you can see all of them kind of converging, price finally being able to kind of sustain above some of those levels. And that consolidation, nice little tight consolidation of price. And now we're finally breaking out of this high here. So I like it for that potential continuation here on SMCI. We are finally getting a little bit of that follow through. But the question becomes, is it just because markets are pushing all-time highs and semis are pushing higher, and that's why SMCI is just catching a little bit of a bid out of its range? And when the markets kind of settle down, it'll come right back in. I have no idea, but as of right now, with the limited information that's on the chart, I kind of like that push off of this consolidation. Let's see if we can hold some of these consolidation highs, which seem to be in and around 47.75 here on SMCI. So that's what I got on watch for SMCI.
All right, Apple, I mean, first off, there's this, LCFY just absolutely skyrocketing right now up to $12. This just came out. Locify partners with a U.S. reputation platform. Will syndicate business listings for premium segment. I mean, 350% on something like that. Just worth noting, it's 1.1 million share float. So $10 move. It's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah. Let's go on. Apple is back in the headlines today. I mean, talk about a range. We were just talking about this with NVIDIA and some of these semiconductors. Apple just chopping around here. for what seems like weeks now.
Yeah, exactly like you and I were talking off camera.
Yeah.
I feel like it's in a wait-and-see mode
Yeah.
around that $3 trillion market valuation, holding that $200. The market doesn't know whether this is going to be a good story or a bad story, so I feel like we're in a wait-and-see mode. Let's talk about the headline today. Apple introduced a revised App Store fee structure out in Europe to comply with that pesky Digital Markets Act to avoid a potential 500 million euro fine. That's about 585 million US dollars. The new system is going to include a 5% core technology commission, that's what they're calling it, for digital purchases made outside the App Store. Plus, you're going to have to pay 50 euro pennies per app download and standard commissions of up to 30%. Apple said these changes were not voluntary, but actually were forced upon them by the EU regulators, though it does plan to appeal the outcome. The European Commission hasn't confirmed if the fine is actually off the table and is actually seeking market feedback to assess whether these new changes meet the DMA requirements. EC criticism stems from Apple's continued practice of charging developers even when purchases are made outside of the App Store, raising questions about true compliance. And Epic CEO Tim Sweeney, who kind of started this whole thing, at least in North America, said the structure is blatantly unlawful, talking about the new structure, that is, accusing the company of crippling rival payment system. Spotify, for their part, Brendo, claimed the model still challenges the viability of alternative billing paths. So some of Apple's biggest users here not very happy with the new adjustments.
Yeah, a little bit better in the market right now, though. 0.4%. We're actually getting a nice little uptick here, guys, for Apple. Thoughts here?
Yeah, I'm going to try to keep it pretty simple with Apple because I think that's the only way to go. The best trade on Apple the last 3 days, even though it's not the one, like I was taking the afternoon shorts, those worked, and then yesterday I had it in the morning late and it didn't. But what the best trade has been is breaking 202 and then failing in the 03 area. Yesterday, it only got to 202.60 before failing, but it's each time at some point in the morning, it's broken out to 202 and then faded. So you want to look for the reversion play. I think that's what makes the most sense over there for Apple. And hopefully that can help everybody. I don't know if I'll be trading that one today, but that's brought to you, that analysis, by VinFast. BFS, back in the spotlight. Cantor Fitzgerald just reaffirmed their overweight rating with a $6 target, and Chardon Capital is holding their buy rating at $5.50. On the money side, Tidal Investments increased their stake by 11%, with new positions from Mitsubishi, UFJ, SBI Securities, and Jump Financial. In Q1, VinFast doubled down on its goal to boost deliveries this year and hit break-even by 2026. They're scaling up in Asia and investing in new EV platforms to cut costs and improve performance. With strong backing from Vin Group and a global strategy, VinFast is shaping up as one to watch. Scan the QR code for more information in front of you. I wonder what your thoughts are on Apple there, Obi, because I might sit this one out.
Yeah, I think again, one of the market leaders. It's kind of shown us that it's not as strong as some of the other names that we're seeing pushing with the kind of bid that they have been. But the thing is, it's been consolidating sideways, so holding up its own pretty well, even though the markets have been kind of very volatile to the downside. I think it's not really given us a lot of upside, but it's sustained that bid on top of 200 pretty well throughout a lot of the shake and bakes that we've been getting over the past week or so. So that's something definitely I want to keep watching. That Apple 200 is very interesting to me. We're consolidating above that. Sure, we're making these lower highs that Neil just talked about. Any sort of attempts through those 202s, 203s, into those 203s have failed this week, but you can also say that any attempts into and through those 200 have also failed to the downside with a little bit of that consolidation holding up. So I'm going to be watching. I don't know if that consolidation range, that 203 to 200, is really going to crack with any sort of significance on the day today, but if it does, I will definitely be looking to get involved potentially at some of those levels if price can get there. Currently trading at 201.79 here on Apple. But yeah, we'll see if we can really take a bite out of this one coming into the day.
All right, Google looking pretty good here this morning as well, trying to hold on to 174, 175 area right now. A little bit better, again, than the overall market, 0.3% to the upside. New executive signing that has a lot of people talking this morning, even some Analysts, JMP Securities with a full upgrade to Alphabet to market outperform, going to 220 on this.
Yeah, heavy hitter coming over from, Oracle Cloud there, who has experience with Microsoft as well. Let's talk about it. So Google or Alphabet appointed Kobi Bar-Nathan as the new CFO of Google Cloud. That's effective June of this year. Bar-Nathan brings extensive financial leadership experiences both from Oracle and Microsoft Cloud. His arrival comes as Google Cloud becomes a key growth engine for Alphabet amid stiff competition. Just to give you an idea here, Google Cloud hit about $12.3 billion in revenue, which was a 28% bump year over year. They still missed estimates though. Azure, the only one in the last quarter that actually not missed from the three hyperscalers. In a major development as well, Brendo, OpenAI signed a cloud deal with Google, abandoning Microsoft Azure. So the issues between OpenAI and Microsoft continue to fester here. OpenAI was previously exclusive to Azure, get it, Adara, making this a significant competitive win. Google Cloud contributed about $43 billion to Alphabet's 2024 revenue, and major clients include Anthropic and Apple.
Spreading their wings a little bit on the cloud side of things. Maybe they just took up too much space on Microsoft's cloud. Stuck in the middle, however, here, if you zoom out a little bit, for Google as well, guys.
Is it though? Or are we on a nice upward channel? Hey, what up, Mark and Michael in the back there? Are we on a nice upward channel in Alphabet? This is what you like to see. Hey, if this is happening, what do you think you do? You want to buy on the trend support. I'm going to save this so that I don't have to draw this the next time. You buy it on the trend support, which today doesn't seem very likely because you're looking at the 50 period on the daily. And as it gets up into trend resistance, which sits at 185, you're probably looking to, either take profit or as a day trade. When it gets up there, you're looking for a reversal, maybe the day after or something, or sometimes the day of, maybe even the day after. It's a very clean upward trend on Alphabet. This is what I'm watching for this stock now. Once it confirmed this bounce here, that gave you that extra point to confirm the bottom side of the trend. And when you get to the top, I'll be a seller of Alphabet. As a day trade today, I think on a Friday you were looking at the 200 period moving average at 172, and that's where you'd be looking for the dip buy if you're a buyer of the stock. I don't know. It's like I said, it didn't necessarily make my list, but because it's past 925, I just wanted to quickly throw up the imbalances for everybody. There's not much. There's that OST stock from yesterday. It went from like $9 to penny stock. So be very careful trading this. It's like 48 cents, and it was $9 at like 3 o'clock yesterday. BBAI is a small buy at 350,000. Oklo is 160. GME 160. Nike 160. Very, very small imbalances, especially on a Friday. And I'm just gonna, because I know a lot of people will be asking about BBAI. It's got a nice pattern going on the daily chart for a trend continuation play. Now, yesterday I was looking for a breakout late in the session. You can probably get an idea of what that looked like. It's already barcoded back and forth that price. So now, because that clean break isn't available, I got to look to see if the buyers can start winning over 6 before I would jump into a BBAI. But small imbalance for BBAI. We'll let you know if anything grows on the imbalance locator in a minute or two.
Yeah, no, I think in terms of Google, I like the way it's been setting up. Every strong kind of drop, again, this is one of those names that we've seen over the past week. Every strong drop has been bought up here, so I'm going to be looking for more of the same. We still haven't really got past this aggressive drop from Friday, or I guess Wednesday end of day there. We got that nice continuation coming into the beginning of the day on Friday. So let's see if we can kind of get back above those levels. Again, looking at this on the weekly should be interesting. We're about to break those levels from from prior week here. You can see if we get above, what is that price? Prior week high, 177.36. If we can get above there, it's a little bit of a push back above some of prior week levels here. So I'm watching that 175 area as well on Google. Let's see if we can continue a little bit of the bid. But pre-market action, nothing too crazy, but we've recovered pretty well coming into this week, the aggressive selling that we got in on Friday and Monday. So took all week to kind of grind our way back. Let's see how we close off the week here on Google.
Yeah, a couple minutes to go. And speaking of grinding its way back, Tesla has ground its way back to red again, because no matter what the market's doing the last couple of sessions, it seems like Tesla is not participating in the party. It just broke that 325 level that yesterday. Let me go to the 3-minute chart for you guys. It just broke that 325 level. Yesterday, every time it broke, it was a reversal at 325. It did that 2 days ago in the afternoon, 325 break, reversal, 25 break, reversal, reversal, and it did it late in the session. So that's the place to watch at the open here. If it can't get back above this time, the 325 level, Tesla's probably a short in here today. But as the market comes back down, like we were talking about the Amazon bid, I do want to be very patient with SMCI. It trended down heavily at the open, and it wasn't until about 9:54 that this gave the curl. You had to sit this one out for 25 minutes before you got the reversion in SMCI. I'm more than willing to do that again if it trends down, and I feel the same way about NVIDIA. NVIDIA trended down. It made the turn at about 9:50. You had to sit, like, you could be in it for some longs, but really, the dip buy was at its best 15 to 20 minutes into the open market. So that's what I mean about being patient, especially on a Friday. More than willing to sit. I don't want to say sit out because like usually we'll catch something at the open, but you got to be willing to be very, very patient. That CYN after the second offering bouncing off 19. Yep. So congratulations to anyone that bought that dip. I paid for locates if I see something set up, but I'm not going long a stock when back-to-back offerings in 2 days is a little bit crazy. Let's get the final opening bell in the week. Yep. There's Adara brought to you by Orogenics, OGEN, listed on the NYSE. And for the last time this week, let's ring it, Adara.
Oh boy, all right, let's get ready to rumble here with that Nike pushing that $70 right off of right off the bat. So let's see if we can sustain some of those fresh highs here. I'm waiting and I'm watching. Yes, those we got some water. Yeah, the watermelon is dope. Sharif saying, yeah, the watermelon is dope. They only had watermelons today. So I've got a red fruit salad bowl. Oh boy, 70 halves, 71s. There's that acceleration on Nike. Spider is still holding up its own there. 22,700 bounce there on the NASDAQ. Oh boy, there goes Nike. Here we go. We are in business. Let's see if we can continue this a little bit higher here. But I'm going to be patient. I'm waiting for that Nike move to happen. Let's see if that 613, some of these pre-market levels here on the Spider, let's see if they sustain. We got that little bit of selling, again, off of some economic numbers there in the pre-market, potentially get that continuation to the downside here. Let's see if we can sustain any of those levels. Wow, 71 and push through. Here we go, Neil. Nike definitely just doing it to the upside. Let's see, where will they stop? I have no idea. 71 is trading now.
Doing it and doing it and doing it well is Nike. It represents Queens, but it was raised out in Brooklyn. All right, so it seems like the dip buy is not happening in NVIDIA. It just tried to break 157. SMCI did do a ridiculous dip, but it was not a patient dip. It was a dip and absolute rip. Amazon's off to the races, so I like the long, but I wanted to catch it on the way back into the downside. I'll take a break if we get 157, but maybe this is a chance to get in on the bid. Now, wow, big reversal on NVIDIA there. Just right back into the lows. I want to see if I can pick something up off the pre-market lows. Is that Adara? Okay, let's go to Adara.
Microsoft here, pretty nice off the open. No brand new news on this. The most recent headline was about half an hour ago. We had the information reporting that their next AI chip is facing a roughly 6-month delay. Also, in terms of this overall market move to the upside, it's nothing that we didn't really know, but it's worth noting we do have New York Post reporting that Donald Trump is aiming for trade deals with key partners in Asia in the coming weeks. Citing sources, again, we kind of expected that anyway, but here is the NASDAQ. Let's see what happens here in this market, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Yeah, that Nike still continuing pretty well there. That 70 push was pretty aggressive. 71 halves currently trading. So I do want to get a little bit involved here and see if it'll have me. But I want to be patient and wait for this kind of morning aggression to kind of die off here to give us a little bit of direction. So that's what I'm waiting for. Let's see if that Nike can give it to us here. 71.64 current day high. Let's see if that stays and sticks around here. I did get a little bit involved. Oh boy, that's flushing down pretty aggressively, wiping back down, almost $1 down off of those highs. Oh boy, can we hold that 71, really, Neil? That flush back down was pretty aggressive. I gave it a little double tap back through that 71, but let's see. Let's wait and see if that 71 still sustains, or do we continue to the upside here? So being patient for Nike, let's see if that'll come in. If you look at higher time frames, we are potentially pushing up into some resistance levels, but again, got to be patient, got to wait for that chart to really show me to start delving into this one, Neil.
Yeah, I just got a reload in NVIDIA here. We were able to catch it. So first it bounced off clean off the volume weighted average price. It broke the pre-market, held the pre-market low, I should say. Each time it's resisted the $0.50, 156.5. So we're in now average price at 88 in the middle of these two, and really just the 80s and the 56s. So that's why we get the middle price. But I want to see this back up to the 157. I will cover again in front of the 157 and then try to hold through the breakout if we get a break on NVIDIA. SMCI, like I said, you got to pick your poison. SMCI came into 49 and clean bounce, but I was over at NVIDIA at the time. So it looks like that's the one that's going to go for me. Just ride the wave. NVIDIA's been absolutely fantastic. The problem that stinks, ooh, now my chart crashed. If you guys are saying stuff in the chat, I'm going to have to reload it there. I'm going to cancel my Amazon dip buy. As you can see, Amazon is absolutely flying right now, up to 221. I might be able to join this if it can come back in and hold VWAP, but I need to see it set up. We always say be patient. I wasn't sure I was going to get anything right away at the open. And for now, it's just NVIDIA, though we just lost a $0.50 again. If it sneaks up there and can't hold above 156.5, I'm going to take another leg out the next time we press up there if it can't hold that $0.50 on the way to 157. So just one trade for me. Really nothing else setting up too crazy. I'm looking back over at what's going on. SMCI is really, really going. It's a bit of a disappointment, but you can only, that's the thing. Like yesterday was the same thing. Like I had SMCI on the move, but didn't have NVIDIA. Today I have NVIDIA, but didn't get the bounce on SMCI.
Yeah, that push on Nike still going. We are pressing some fresh highs here. 72's incoming. Yeah, oh boy, definitely a little wrong on that one. Market's taking a bit of a bounce here as well. 6,200 bounce on the ES there. So that thing is coming in real hot. 72's now trading. Oh boy, on this one. So about $1 out, 72's. But yeah, taking a look at some of those prior anchors here as well. That's not coming in until 75. So again, I got to be willing a little bit to kind of give this a couple of multiple tries before it really begins. Again, market tailwind, definitely got to be considerate of that. That's coming in as well. If the bid continues to sustain here, then oh boy, Nike definitely can have a lot more room to the upside. So I got to be wary about that one there as that potentially comes in. But other than that, other stocks that I was looking at this morning, again, we talk about SoFi, we talk about that Core Z. SoFi kind of made it there to some of its prior highs, but not really pushing too crazy. I got 1711's current day high trading at 17s now coming back in. Netflix, I like that for a potential push to the upside. That never really came in as well. So that's kind of pulling back into that 1300 mark here. So let me pull up the chart so we can kind of talk about it together, which is right over here. It's interesting that some of this Chrome browser is showing up as YouTube on my taskbar. But okay, so that's Google. Google not really doing anything too much, trading within its opening range as of right now. But Netflix was the one that I was talking about, NFLX right here. So Netflix with a little bit of a pullback. That's pretty aggressive to the downside here. So not really sustaining that bid from yesterday or the days before. Let's see if Netflix can catch a little bit of a bounce. But this market holding its own as of right now. That bit of a sell-off from the morning session, not really giving too much follow-through here in the first 15 minutes, Neil.
Well, it's following through in this name, at least in terms of buying, and that's going to be NVIDIA. It just cleared the $0.50 again. The only problem I have with this is, as I was saying, that 156.5. Like it gets up there and we're just not able to hold the buying out in front. So what I'm trying to do is play it to that $0.50 where you're getting the tops, but hold into the bigger break. There hasn't been a chance to reload off the lows, so I'm going to play a little bit tighter to the vest here and just be patient and try to let this one go. Just for everyone out there, I'm trying to get back in the chat. I'll be there in a second. But BBAI just, well, I mean, you can see what's happening. Pulling back pretty heavily. If you're looking for a support level in BBAI to do some work for you, 550 was a good one. And then down here at the 525. It's not a name that's necessarily that was on my list, but I know a lot of you guys are watching it, and you want to find a place to get involved. All right, so just NVIDIA for myself. SMCI is right back. So this is interesting. As NVIDIA holds, SMCI is right back into the bottom. So I'm not convinced you've made the low like you did cleanly on SMCI before. It was a much easier trend reversal yesterday, and I don't think we're done yet. Let it simmer down. The market's going up, and that's going to the downside. So I don't need to be fighting the trend at all. Let me check out what's a word.
Word. Whoa.
Okay.
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 What's going on
It's
over there?
AMD, baby. So AMD is real and it's spectacular right now, and it's really going. So yeah, the 50 pennies we have on NVIDIA, it's been good so far. NVIDIA, AMD's just petit peu better.
I'm really
I think that
rich.
was the right. I think that works. My French is bad. Let's go to Adara.
Just keep an eye here in CLBR. This is Columbia Acquisition Corp. They're trying to acquire Grab-A-Gun. And with that in mind, Washington Post reporting that the Department of Government Efficiency is entering the ATF with a mandate to slash gun regulations. That could be a good look for Grab-A-Gun. So right now it's a good look for CLBR, again, the acquisition company that would be acquiring Grab-A-Gun. Back to you.
You are fake news.
Oh,
That
boy.
just sounds like a weapon from like Star Trek, just some crap they made up, and it's like, oh, what are we gonna call that thing? Oh, Grab-A-Gun. That's what that is. Okay, whatever. Like it's AMD's party, and we're all just trying to be, wow, yeah, we're all just trying to have fun with it. I wish I could tell you that I'm in this one. Today liked NVIDIA better, and that might have been the wrong one. Just double check. I mean, I have NVIDIA up. It's still really not holding above this 50 level. Higher lows, good. I think it's a hold, but I want to see it do a little bit more before we think about our next move. Right now, I'm just in hold mode. And bye-bye HIMS. Oh, damn it. Remember we were talking about HIMS?
about that continuation.
We did not get to. I'm sorry about this. A lot happens in the morning show, and HIMS wasn't on the. It wasn't on the watch list, and we didn't cover it. But it made the double bottom, triple bottom technically, and is now breaking away at 47. Gap fill has room to 50. If you remember this day, 50 resistance, 55 resistance. Those are two spots that we think HIMS can get to. Makes a lot of sense to me. But this market seemingly not screaming. We just lost VWAP here on the
pull it
market.
back in.
Yeah, there's no. I don't know. I don't know if I know you're in Nike. I can't find a trade in Nike. And as I look over, Nvidia is trying to come back in through VWAP. So like this bull run early might be abating here. If we can't hold the volume weighted average price, I want to be out looking for the low, take our profit, and look for the next trade, I guess.
Yes, sir. So I think that's definitely something to watch out for. SPY is kind of pulling back. Oh, okay. I think we're going to Daryl. We'll be right back.
Hi, sorry about that, guys. Keep an eye on TDOC, really strong off the open. Teladoc Health, I'm not seeing any news. It had a run earlier this week, I believe, as well, and it does have about a 12.5% short float. Palantir also on watch. I'm not seeing any news on this, but this like sank right off the open. So PLTR looking pretty weak, even though it is near all-time highs. Back to you.
Oh, hey, Palantir. Like I was looking over. It's like Coinbase. I see Ronald in the chat here mentioning Coinbase is looking relatively weak and it's trending to the downside. Palantir that you just showed is not looking very good. This is what the NASDAQ is doing right now. We just tried to catch VWAP on the NASDAQ futures, and we just wicked it. So while we had a good bounce, it's not looking that great for this open. It might just end up in a little bit of a trend down. I did say the best reverses came at about 950 to 955 yesterday. So you might just have to be a little bit more patient than we are to that point. NVIDIA just closed under VWAP, so I know what my rules are, and if it doesn't age well, it doesn't age well. Now we've closed under VWAP, I'm out if we break this low, and I'll wait for another opportunity. We got the opening press on the dip, and ultimately it hit 157, then dipped in. So I didn't get this first. It hit 157, then we bought the dip, couldn't get past the $0.50. But if we lose this support under 156, I want to jump out so I don't lose on the last bit of this trade, and then look for something a little bit better. As we try to bounce here, Amazon did not come back into the lows for me. So no trade yet in Amazon, but this looks pretty strong. That's higher lows holding out very nicely. So NVIDIA just came out for a small profit on the last little bit. We'll regroup and look for the next entry. And it might be Amazon making some higher lows here.
Yeah, I'm waiting, being patient for the next trade there. The SPY definitely catching a little bit of an aggressive bounce here. 613s we were talking about. So that trend from that pre-market definitely coming in as a bit of a reversion here. We've reverted about 50% of that move. You can see that kind of reflected here, both the Nasdaq and the ES. ES a little bit more than the Nasdaq itself, but we're taking a little bit of a pull up off the pullback that we've had in the pre-market session here. So yeah, Nike still holding up its own pretty well here. 72 halves is the current day high, pulling back through that 72 VWAPs all the way down at 71s. So keeping an eye out on that one there. Again, earnings day one, pretty solid earnings there, and attempting to push up into some potential key levels here on Nike, and Nike definitely just doing an Apple pulling back as well, 203s, 202s. So same kind of trade you were talking about yesterday. So you were, or this morning, you were like, oh, Apple cannot sustain 203s. Guess what? It's doing a little bit more of the same.
You can only do one thing at a time.
What's that?
You can only do one thing.
Yeah, you can only do one thing at a time. But yeah, no, Apple's looking pretty nice here as well. Amazon, oh boy, that thing continuing to push even higher as of right now. So that multi-day run up on Amazon, Neil, is following through. And this market, a bit of a bounce here on the market, definitely helping us out as well. But yeah, let us know in the chat, what are you guys up to? What are you guys
CYN halted down.
Oh boy.
Remember, second offering. They dropped an offering yesterday. They dropped another one, as you can obviously tell here, at about 9 o'clock. It was a $7.50 offering, 17.2 million shares. The current theoretical auction price is $20.60, so slight open down now, $20.50. So a halt to the downside here for CYN. It looks like for now, at least in the short term, it was the right exit point on NVIDIA. We didn't really get the tops of these wicks, but we got pretty much the best that we could, and then maintain profit by getting out under VWAP. It doesn't always look good. You've seen me trail out of these things, and it goes higher, and I look like an idiot at the end of the day. But this time, the market does seem to be coming back. So if that's the case, I got to play patient with it. I'm looking for it to hold these lows. The other thing, I'm just going to slide over to SMCI as well, because this name, all the way back, we're almost at that 48 level. So you're still in the downward trend. This is where I'm looking for those bottom wicks to be able to get in. NVIDIA is a little bit stronger, like just a hair stronger. So it's probably going to do it first if I had to guess between the two. But SMCI is also on my radar. Can't get the dip buy in Amazon. If I'd been more aggressive, it was a moment that I was trading NVIDIA, so I probably wasn't going to get Amazon.
Yeah, so I did get stopped out of that Nike there, as I did get a little bit aggressive on that 72 half. This thing is still pushing here to the upside. 73s now incoming. I was like, yeah, we might get something significant happening here in and around that 75 level. Nothing too crazy other than the push all the way up into some of those levels here. So I'm being patient and watching. I did like the short here in and around the 72 area. I did get involved a little too early, but again, going to be patient and wait for it to potentially come in here as the markets do consolidate a little bit higher here. Coming back is what I mean is coming back into the prior consolidation here. That's what I mean. So revisiting some of that prior consolidation from the pre-market session on both the Nasdaq and the ES here. And Nike, oh boy, that thing is continuing to push higher and higher here. That 75, Neil, maybe we will see that 75, but I'm waiting to see if some of these key levels potentially sustain. And I'm going to continue to get involved until it shows me otherwise here on Nike. But yeah, leave it in the chat. What are you guys trading? What are you guys involved with? Lots of things I'm sure are moving around. I don't really have eyes on everything all at once. Like Neil said, can't do almost everything. But you know, Snap.
Yeah, no,
Snap.
look,
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
not like Snap,
Okay,
like literally Snapchat. Let's go right up to the desk, and Dara's got what's going on with Snapchat.
I did mention it earlier because the news is kind of tiny, but I just saw this because some people talking about this in the chat, and I mentioned it in the show chat. Long story short, Edgewater Research has what I can only describe as a backhanded analyst note about Snap. They said it's going to be a really low bar for the company, but they do see slightly above expected earnings. So again, this is by no means a positive note, but good look right now for the stock anyway, SNAP. Back to you.
Well, price doesn't lie, and right now Snapchat's going to the upside, so good for Snapchat. There, whether we like it or not. Yeah, there goes NVIDIA. I tried it with a tight stop bouncing off the low, but as I said before, now we're trending down. If I'm going to take a shot off that low, then I want like a hero trade where I'm not giving it a bunch of room. And if we're going to trend down, the next spot isn't until actually 154. So I'd be careful with these chips. It looks like we're still trying to work back in. The other thing you got to think about is this had already, if you look at yesterday, you had several bounces before the big one. So you got to be patient enough to wait it out. I know SMCI, I'm looking for a similar thing. I'm going to get to Intel. I see a lot of people yelling about Intel in the chat or typing about Intel. There's just a lot of people exuberant about it. I'm trying to pick up Amazon in front of 220. Hasn't happened yet. I don't want to move to VWAP just yet. It's a little bit early for that. I still think there's a chance we can get this dip and get the long in Amazon. And before we go over, back to Obi, Intel, as a lot of people are saying, like AMD, super strong. So you have NVIDIA, early long good, and then breaking down, but you've got AMD and Intel, super strong in its stead.
Yeah. So guys, level up your trading game with Prop XP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform. Sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support, no bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with code TRADERTV. Links in the description. Be the trader, get funded. Join Prop XP today. Prop XP, your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. Oh boy. So yeah, that Nike may be coming back in now. 72 is still kind of consolidating and holding. So got a little bit more involved on that one. Let's see if that can potentially come in a little bit nicer here. Let's see if we are finally here on the right side of the V. The market coming in quite nicely here. 613.8 on the Spider, pushing back up into highs there, and the Nasdaq still holding a little bit within that consolidation. The question becomes, can we push strong enough to get all the way through some of those highs and continue that bit of a trend that we've been seeing here on the markets? But like I said, it is a Friday, Neil, and yeah, let's see if we catch a little bit of a breather going into the end of the week. A lot of things are closing strong. Another name that I should be keeping eyes on, guys, is Circle. What is Circle been up to? I'm curious to know. Again, that name being, oh boy, Neil, look at that. Here, where's my chart here so I can pull it up? Circle right here, right off of the open, CRCL. Nice, beautiful flush, Tank City, 224s to 200s, 206s currently, so cracking some of those levels. So an aggressive sell-off happening as of right now on Circle. So more follow-through potentially on the backside of the move, which again, arguably came in on this day here on Monday with that double top 300. And that flush all the way down. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys, because we try to bring you guys all the updated news within a timely manner, and all the updated stocks that are moving as well, including some of these crazy moves that are happening on things like CYN, Circle, some of the hottest stocks in the market. Now, I know we don't really trade, we don't really trade the small caps as much. But again, shout out to Sharif there, as I know that he's definitely going to be involved in some of those small cap traders for sure. And I think Neil's got something.
We've got a super chat. By the way, I did get this curl in SMCI. We'll get there in a second. You knew what I was looking for. Make a bit of a double bottom and then make that higher low. But shout out to Trade R Gibby on X. Like it. Was long Intel yesterday, 22.40. Made 400% on options today. Congratulations! You guys taught me so much. Thank you for everything. Thank you for tuning in. But as we said, this is about the community, everybody. Everyone's just trying to do the same thing. Get better, make more money, learn something, enjoy themselves. So spread the love. Share it with everybody that you can in the trading community. We have the best out here. Yesterday, the up move in CYN was all you guys. You know, all we did is go over the thing that when I sat down in the morning, everyone was already talking about, and we just reiterated what everyone was saying. Just a look here, CYN opened back up and is trying to hold a bit of a bid, so maybe not that bad. I can't bring myself to want to go long after back-to-back offerings, but there's some scalp trades that maybe you can get away with here. Not my cup of tea, everybody. I think I stay away from that today unless it sets up a gorgeous short. So I want to see what we get next here in SMCI. I think pushing the VWAP makes some sense. 50 on a Friday is an obvious out for me if we can power through VWAP here. We got a bit of a bottom on SMCI. Of course, and at the same moment, I knew this would be the case. You know, you only get one, right? Like I get SMCI, but NVIDIA makes its big move. That's exactly what happened yesterday. Let's go to Adara.
Here's CTOR. It's a small cap called Citius Oncology. I think this one has run before. I'm not seeing any news. A 5 million share float. And I also want to remind you guys, pretty big economic data print coming through at 10 a.m. That is the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment. Now, not only do we get the consumer sentiment print at 10, but we also get the inflation aspects of this print. That'll be the 1-year and 5-year inflation expectations. I'm looking here. We're expecting for all three of these pretty much exactly the same as the previous print. We'll have to see if that comes to fruition. But just a reminder as well, we did get a slightly hotter than expected core PCE print. So keep that all in mind as we head into that 10 a.m. number. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. Appreciate it. Do not forget, we are a market that is still sometimes driven by news and economic data. So I already mentioned SMCI. Tesla, that'll work, bouncing off 320 and holding the 325. So again, this is the third day in a row, and maybe the fifth time it's done this, where you've broken underneath 325 and then immediately had a recovery. The next step would be holding and closing, like close out above this 325 level and break out the top. If you're looking at Tesla, I think that's what I would want to see. So I've only been in two, like really it's only been two names for me. NVIDIA early, and then as this bounce happened over to SMCI. But let's try to remember, these are all trending down. Like it's 955. And we're just trying to break the downtrend here and get above the volume weighted average price. It's not at a place that I want to add to it yet, but I think we can, if it does what it did yesterday, everything is fine. It just feels a little bit different, and it is a Friday, everybody. Keep that in mind. Palantir is still flushing. What did I have down for Palantir? Oh, I didn't have a support level for Palantir. Yeah, because it was probably too far down. Yep, that's right. I knew it. Okay, good. Palantir, I had no notes on Palantir because really the play had been shorted into 148, and I was feeling kind of bullish on some chip names. But yeah, you've got 130. On a Friday, I'd call that 135, even though really you're looking at a 136 low. So if you're trying to, wow, that's a heavy candle on Palantir, set of candles. This is setting up for a shot at a mean reversion. But I think wait till 35, 36 would be the way I want to play it. And shout out to Zero Gravity saying the same thing. Zero Gravity Zen in the chat's looking at the 136. Yeah, I'd be a little patient with that. You're getting a better and stronger bounce elsewhere in the market. Like I want to rejoin NVIDIA if I can. Maybe even think about AMD, hold on to SMCI, and hunt for that next opportunity, everybody.
Yeah, I think I'm watching the tape here on Nike. Pretty aggressive pushes into the bid, and they keep getting. Well, I don't know about absorption. I don't really want to call it absorption just yet. But again, not really letting it get through that 7180-ish mark, but at the same time, not really getting too distinctly above that 72 either. Look at the spider go, that aggressive push back to those highs there. So, oh boy, we are pushing those fresh highs. So I was like, oh, can we take out that I guess session high there? And the ES, you can see that doing it pretty well. 614 halves now. Oh boy, the spider definitely climbing up that spout. The NASDAQ not really there just yet, kind of lagging behind a little bit there on that, but making its way back up. Nike, I'm looking for that VWAP, man. That VWAP coming in at 71, what is that specifically right here? I got 7130s-ish. Like I said, we've kind of broken the bid from the morning. Sure, I spent a little bit of risk on the front side of the move. Not really, I guess, very ideal, but again, a little bit distracted again, but kept it light enough that I can relatively manage that okay. But the spider, oh boy, that thing is coming in real hot. Again, Neil, one of my top ideas today was the SPY continuation, and I'm just like, all right, well, look for a bid, and guess what? That bid is definitely coming in as of right now.
You know what else you liked?
2 minutes till that. Yeah, SoFi. I did
you
like
SoFi. SoFi went 17 to 17 quarter, and it's now, again, this is making higher lows too. So SoFi looks really good. I know that was one that was on your note. So good look there. What is going on? Let me just quickly go to Amazon before I go to HIMS. So Amazon, I've sort of moved on from getting this at 220 bucks and will accept that the trend, and it's got a little bit of a trend now that it's 10 o'clock, is pulling me into VWAP. So I'm going to try and go long in front of the volume weighted average price. That allows me to cover if it breaks down under and loses the trend line. So SMCI going, NVIDIA is trying to hold VWAP, so both of those in the pocket. I'm out of NVIDIA into SMCI, but both of those still look okay from the lows. Going to try and get the dip buy in Amazon. But wow, HIMS is really, really, like $50 now on HIMS. This was your chance to get in when it was just bouncing off of the volume weighted average price. It does feel a little bit frothy up here. Try to remember about 51 bucks was the prior support. That seems like an obvious spot for some resistance, and 50 on a Friday as well. I don't know, gonna have some gravity towards a price like that. So I would expect a little bit of chop here, maybe giving you some opportunities to dip buy on HIMS. Haven't really changed my tune in what I'm looking at here. SMCI, Amazon, Palantir. Well, Palantir now still not really getting to that 136 level. You're chilling at 138. I'm gonna wait a bit. I still feel like maybe this is a little too far away from the support to take the first stab at Palantir. Fedora the Explorer. Palantir very flaccid this AM. HIMS not so much. Well played. Well played.
Yeah, that Palantir, man, again, I'm looking at it. Okay, so Nike actually got down to VWAP. I was nice. Being a little stingy. I was like, all right, well, I want that 30 penny, and I'm posted on those 30s. And I'm like, it's kind of holding those 50s, maybe pushing down in the 40s. I'm like, you know what? This is that VWAP test that I was looking for. I'm just going to get out of it. The chart here looks crazy, but we'll be right back with Adara with the numbers.
Let's wait and see here what we get. We are waiting, of course, for the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment forecast, 60.5. Previous print, 60.5. We also have the 5-year inflation expectation. We're expecting 4.1% in line with the previous print. 1-year inflation expectation, 5.2% versus 5.1 previous. Okay, we get a slightly better than expected University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print, 60.7 versus 60.5 expected, and lower than expected inflation expectations. So 5-year, get 4% versus 4.1% expected. University of Michigan 1-year inflation expectation 5% versus 5.2% expected. So sentiment a little bit higher, and we're expecting inflation to be a little bit lower. Not a bad look for this market, which is pushing to the upside, continuing this little rounded bottom look. So nice look for the market. Here's Nike, of course, on watch. Day 1 earnings. So to be clear, revenue actually down double digits year over year, but it did beat expectations, so good look for the company. Then we have Coinbase and Circle, 2 names that were strong for a lot of this week, but right now giving up a bit of that move. So some, I guess, week-long or longer-term sentiment reversion plays may be on watch for this exciting Friday session. As we send you back to the guys, make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, you're getting some of those crypto names that are going to the downside, and everyone in the chat, well, most people in the chat had been referencing Coinbase was like the most popular name getting thrown around there. Bitcoin did have it was an initial move up though, and then we slid back down on Bitcoin, so it's not like it was crazy. But if you look at Coin is still falling here. We're right at those lows. You're going to see Circle doesn't have a green candle in it.
Look at this spot.
Like this is absolutely like your market breaking out the highs right now, and you've got one of these squeeze names like Circle, which again valuation who knows, continuing lower. The bottom yesterday was the 195. This is probably going to be a popular one people are trying to catch the bid on, but I'm not going to be one of those people. It ain't going to be me. I just when it's coming in like this and nobody knows how to price it. Let it settle down first. You know, it'll tell me when it's made a bottom, as far as I'm concerned. So I just got VWAP on Amazon. What I do like is when we get the numbers out there, we got a bit of a spike. What I don't like is the lower level resistance at 221.25 just held on that spike. I should have been offering there. I'm going to try to get some out at that resistance before you get back into the high. And again, not really trading too much. The market looks strong, so I feel like this should be okay, holding the higher low. But we break trend if we lose this bid underneath the $0.50 on Amazon. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 in the chat, just like this HIMS. HIMS is on an absolute tear at this point. Yeah, there's probably not a more gorgeous looking one. It's a home run if you got it. I'm not a chaser up here. I feel like this is the resistance spot, was a 50 to 51 level. I'm not shorting it in here, but I think this could give you the first legitimate dip buy to be able to come back in and pick up the trend for sure. Here we go. We got a super chat here from Timmy. Can we check NCLH? Yes, we can. I try to scalp calls weekly and want to know your guys' opinion. Sure. I'll give you my opinion. Why not? Well, first of all, I can tell you, I know Michael liked RCL a little bit, and I liked CCL the other day after their earnings. Didn't really get a trade on it. NCLH is not really breaking out, is it? No, it's not. I wanted to look locally if it was going to get through. Well, you know what? Bouncing the 50 is good. It doesn't seem like it was as strong. I remember looking at the CCL chart and liking it a little bit better. You can't seem to get through the 20 level on this, but room through 20 if it can go. I think you're in the first stages of a potential breakout here on NCLH, but it just doesn't seem like it has the juice today or what the reason could get it past 20, especially on a Friday. I think that's your issue, but yeah, long off the 50 period, upward sloping into a flat top. I think you just have it early before it's broken out. It was just that RCL's already broken and CCL just had their report and we're also breaking. So maybe you get dragged up a little bit by those. Let me just check CCL for you here. Yeah, like look at the difference. I don't know. I like being in the one that's going instead of hoping the others catch up. But you got a base underneath you, and the other two. I mean, the rest of the space is going. So I think you have a good one. I just usually prefer to be in the stronger name myself. That's the best I can do. So come on, Amazon, do that thing and get your way past that 21.25. We're getting fills underneath 221 in the 80s, and then the first cover, and then I'm going to get some at the high of the day here at the 221.5. So far, still so good. I just want this breaking out the top like the market.
Yeah, no, I'm watching that as well. Again, as soon as you mentioned some of those cruise liners, I started looking at I guess airlines and USO as well. We know that oil's been a little bit of a mover over the past I guess a week or so, but no real continuation since that strong flush that we got in on Monday, and sideways consolidation since then. 72s holding here and on USO, so nothing too crazy. Not really doing as much relative volume anymore either. So one to watch out for. Spider, oh boy, that thing is pushing to its highs as of right now. Some fresh highs being printed, so some aggressive strength coming in off of that number. Let's see if we can take a little bit of a breather back down into VWAP. I did get a little bit short here, but again, going to keep it light as it is a very much a counter trend push. We are still technically holding a lot of these moving averages and trend to the upside. 615s on the SPY. Oh boy, we was just a few minutes ago we were looking at it at holding that 613 level and sustaining and pushing, and we got that aggressive push into and through that economic number there as well. So NASDAQ made it. We were talking about how the NASDAQ was kind of lagging behind a little bit there, and the NASDAQ definitely made it through to its fresh highs and continuing to push a little bit higher here. So out of the Mag 7, which one here is the strongest one, you may ask? I'm looking at Tesla. Tesla's looking pretty strong out of the bunch, and you can see that first 15-minute candle there on Tesla as well. Here, let me pull it up and bring it in for you guys so we can all take a look at it together. And Tesla on the first 15-minute, oh boy, this thing is hella strong. Look at that wick. Everything getting bought back up. So that dip down in from Wednesday, getting a little bit of a lick grab. Look at that hold of 320. 320.07 is the low, Neil. 327.38 is currently trading. V-shaped recovery on the day here on Tesla, leading the way in terms of strength. We can take a look at Softy. Softy still trading within its range. Nothing too crazy. Apple, similar story here. Still trading within its opening range as well. Nothing too crazy. Amazon, it is holding up pretty well, but still technically chopping around a little sideways. Meta, oh boy, Meta though, Meta showing some strength as well, Neil. So we got a few names here, but not everything. Yeah, no, look, Amazon is choppy off this level. That's why I'm just trying to buy the dips into that volume weighted average price to get it to break that high. But Yella Studio, can we check out MVST? Of course we can. Why not? Thank you for the super chat. You don't always have super chat to ask a question. Usually you can just throw it in there and tag one of us, and that's another good way. Look, it's not moving today. It's got no volume today, so I'm not going to analyze it as a day trade because it's not one. But what I do like about these, so here's your breakout. There's your dip on the breakout.
there's your trend. So that's what I like about this kind of a setup. What's a little bit scary about this is it's seemingly the last couple of days threatening underneath the trend line, and it's very tight. Without any volume, it's not really breaking away. You need to take out 4, and you can see it here. Like, it's a rising wedge. It's a breakout at the $4 level, technically, but you close underneath that trend, and forget about the 50 period. You could be headed back into the prior high at $3, which is a decent chunk, right? Like, for it to go from $3.80 to $3. So technically, that's what you're looking at here with MVST. Tesla, as you said, is absolutely flying to the upside. Amazon is trying to got the next offer, just trying to get out in front of that high at 221.5. As far as SMCI goes, it's really slow. Whoa, that's wrong. Let me just, yeah. Why am I bidding 46.60 on MSCI? At some point, when I went to get more shares at 48.60 something, I probably put it at 46.60, which would definitely explain why I didn't get any more SMCI shares. No, we rejected the volume weighted average price, and I haven't found a good place to add to this. Like, it's still trying to hold trend line up, but reject VWAP, and then hasn't given me the real buyback on trend. As you can see, it's kind of trying to break the trend now. So if we lose break even, I'm out of this, and it hasn't broken that trend. Still like what we're doing here because the market's absolutely booming to the upside. Come on, market, go green. I don't want to look this gift horse in the mouth as the market's breaking out if we can't get to the highs on Amazon. But I'm only 10, 15 cents away from our next offer. Then we'll see how far we go. It's past that seller at 221.25. I just want to get some out in front of the high and then see how far this can fly. There's a lot of room on the daily chart for Amazon here. Maybe 224 looks good. So if we just trend all day, there'll be other buys. No questions asked. Don't sit on your laurels, take profit, get back in on the bid and do what you can because we got a strong market today. 0.6%, that's nothing.
Yeah, no, this market is aggressive to the upside, so definitely got to be wary and watch out for any. Whoa, what's happening? That's
What was that?
That's some aggressive push
What was
back
that?
down. That's definitely something. Oh boy, I definitely
Whoa, what
don't know what's going on, but here I am in a spy position, and I gotta be wary and watch it pretty closely. Someone just slammed into the bid there, so that aggressive
Of
strength,
everything.
Oh boy, yeah, literally everything across the board. So coming in real hot there on these here markets. Let's see if we can get that continuation of sellers coming back in, or does it get absorbed and do we push right back up? I have no idea. I'm being patient. I'm going to wait and watch.
Colby, how can
and
she slap?
see how could she slap? I have no idea, but she definitely slapping right now into the bid. 615's held pretty well. We slapped down 30 pennies there on the spider and got bid right back up. So again, don't necessarily want to fight that one for too long, but let's see if that'll come in. No news right now, but I think Adara will definitely have something for us very soon. And here she is.
I don't have any news on that slam, but I do have news on Meta, which is really strong right now. I just saw this coming through. Piper Sandler apparently raised its price target on the stock today from $650 to $808. They maintained their overweight rating, and META certainly trading higher. Lows of around $724 in the day right now, trading near $735. Again, if I see anything for that market move, I'll let you guys know. But as of right now, I have not seen anything even remotely close. Back to you.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's one of those things where, like, if you're watching, you have multiple level 2s and multiple stocks up in that moment, like, I would have seen pretty much everything that I'm trading, like, lost the bid and saw sells, even crap that doesn't move. So, like, when that happens, like, something's changed, like an algo just it's not just that the sell order came in, it's that the algo, like, dropped the bid a little bit at the same time to figure out what the heck just hit the market. And when that reaction happens, the first thing I did was I remembered 221.25 on Amazon where the seller was before. Is it going to buy back into that price? Answer was a resounding no when it tried to get back above the even. So I just took some out. And it's not big, but it's just a matter of if that was a seed change, I want to trim. The money fills have been underneath the volume weighted average price, so I can back off. And then a similar thing on SMCI, although I missed, I still have my stop underneath break even. So that could have been a bit of a change in the market. The difference with SMCI, though, why I never got into more, is as the market's breaking out, we're still trending back down on SMCI. So yeah, okay, fine, it worked a little bit. The same way NVIDIA worked a little bit, but NVIDIA is holding higher, SMCI is going lower. So I know where I want to jump. I'm going to jump out just under break even on SMCI, preserve the win, and look at what's going on here with the strength that I can see in NVDA. And probably Yeah, AMD as well. AMD up 2 points today. It's been a good one, 3 for 3, but it's been picking your spots. It's allowed it to work here and not just go willy-nilly. You know, on a Friday, that's how it's going to be.
Yeah, no, got stopped out of that SPY as well, as that pushes right back up through those highs, making some fresh highs once again. So got to be patient for that one. Nike, though, made a lower high at that 72 halves, pulling back in. Didn't really re-engage on this one, so that's a little bit of a miss on my part. But going to continue to watch this SPY here again with that first sign of aggressive selling coming in. The question now becomes: are sellers going to start to push in here, or are we going to get more of the same and just to get a grinding bid into the close here? I have no idea, but I do want to participate and get involved in anything that is a little bit suggestive to that bid kind of breaking down. So let's take a look at the SPY here and see what it's been doing since the morning session. And you can see here, SPY, pretty aggressive push on the spider. You can see all the way down from a low, all the way up from a low of 612.70s, and we got a high of 615.50s. They're currently trading at 33. So yeah, pretty aggressive bid. Still hasn't really broken trend, but waiting, being patient to see if that'll even happen today. But let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. I'm sure there's a lot of opportunities across the board, and I'm not looking at every single one of them. So again, I think that that's a great thing about being a part of a community, is that, you know, you can kind of look at similar, or have multiple eyes on, even if you're looking at similar things. Sometimes it's very easy to miss some bigger picture stuff or some other in-play stocks that might be happening.
Hims is absolutely singing a beautiful tune right now. There is a single red candle on a 3-minute chart, which means that the 15-minute chart is probably the best looking thing you've seen this morning. Wow. It's beautiful. Like I said, and it's real. It looks like it's just a pure gap fill. And you've now filled in the first part of the gap back into that 51, 51 half. I think I said 52, but yeah, sure, 51 to 52, call it. Super strong move. Wish we had sniffed this one. It just wasn't really on my radar. Apologies for that one. We talked about this yesterday, holding the low and catching that first day, yet did not get involved in the second day of the bounce. And it's textbook. Hold the prior high and then let it fly. So that's Hims. It looks great. I'm not chasing it. I've said I'm waiting for the first big red candle to see if I can make a determination. By the way, Amazon, let me draw this properly. If you're going to draw a trend line, Neil, at least try to draw it from the open and not worry about the pre-market BS. So I'm drawing it from the open. Amazon holding this trend. It's moving up a little bit, so the money fill is not underneath the volume weighted average price. Looks like now I'm buying it anyways above VWAP and back into this trend line, which means my stop moves up just a skosh on the 3-minute here underneath 220, like 80 or so. So still trending up on Amazon for now, but the one reload in there. And we got another super chat from Adrian Free, and everyone has these weird names in the chat here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Feels like everyone's name got changed.
Yep.
We've got, what are our thoughts on SoFi? I love SoFi. There was a conversation this morning in the pre-market. Someone asked me if I thought SoFi would go into the S&P before Robinhood. I said I wish it were true, but I would not bet money on it. I think Hood's going in. I think SoFi is not near the top of that list. But I love what's going on here in SoFi. I think you have a shot to get to the high at 18, but the report in a month, we talked about this yesterday, John and myself, and multiple times, SoFi has a tendency to sell off regardless of what the earnings are. So you have 1 month until they report, I believe on the 26th of July. And I think you can get to that high, but I'd be looking for like some profit taking. If you haven't taken profit, like if you're looking to take profit, that would make sense in front of the earnings. It's a clean break away from the 17 level here this morning, if that's what you're playing. So there's been some like solid trades, but like Hims and SoFi look really, really good if you manage to pick those up as well.
Yeah, so I think I might have I guess fat fingered a trade there. I thought I was short on the SPY there, on that pullback through, and unfortunately I was long, and when I went to go put in my stop, it instantly takes me out.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, what's going on? I thought I put in the right stop, and I go back and check my order list, and it says, oh, you sold the position because you were long, and I was like, oof, gotta be a little bit more aware of that one there. But you know what? I kind of, after that trade was cut, I'm like, all right, well, do I still like the trade? I do like the trade. Do I want to get involved? I do. So I am participating once again in that short. We're getting that little bit of a pullback back through that 22,800 here on the NASDAQ, and I guess 62.25 here on the ES, pulling back first time for this moving average test here on the SPY. And like I said, aggressive bid. This is the first time it's kind of broken, so I want to be involved. I want to stay participating in that bid break. I was a little too early getting in on the front side of the move, get wicked out into the highs there. But you know what? That's perfectly fine. I do want to stay a little bit nimble here and see, do we hold moving average? Again, markets are pushing all-time highs here. I think net long definitely the trade here, but I like a little bit of that counter, that reversion as well. I'm looking for a pullback in. VWAP's all the way down at 614s and some change, currently trading at 614.90s here on the SPY. And Nike taking a little bit of a break here on consolidating on top of this VWAP here, 71.5s currently on Nike. So, oh boy, that one is definitely pushing around pretty decently. Not as aggressive as it was in the morning session just anymore. But yeah, that bid was a very, very aggressive. Again, I got involved a little too aggressively in terms of entries, not as aggressively in terms of position sizing until they actually started to come in here. Kind of managed that one pretty. I guess got myself out of that one a little bit there. But this spider still holding as of right now on top of the moving average. So let's see, do we still hold trend, or are we taking a little bit of a breather? I'm looking for a little bit of a breather, I'll be honest. But again, can't be fighting the trend if it's going to stay aggressive. We know that every significant strong flush and sell into the market has been bought up over the past couple of weeks. Let's see what's going on with small caps though with Adara.
There's not a lot of shining stars, unfortunately, on today's small cap recap. In fact, one of these isn't really a small cap, which we'll get to in a minute. But if you guys want more small cap action, including the things that develop midday, definitely check out the midday show from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. with Sharif and Joe. In terms of the IWM, here we are. Oh, what happened? There we go. Yeah, just kind of curling a little bit here to the upside. Nice longer trend on this 15-minute chart. But a little bit of indecision. We have this bottoming tail candle right out the open here at 215.21. Then we reject this 216.64 level, rejecting pre-market highs. So a little bit of indecision right now for the Russell. Certainly not indecisive, though, is SVRE. Saver one, this is an Israeli company. That's really all I can tell you about it. I couldn't find any details, but nice look here for SVRE pushing to the upside. Then we have Planet Labs, PL. This one announced yesterday morning they're going to be hosting a business momentum update on Tuesday, so maybe just positive investor sentiment. That 6% short float for PL very likely helps as well. Last but not least, this is HIMS. Of course, not technically a small cap, but it is one that retail traders watch pretty heavily. 32% short float and nice push to the upside after a pretty rough week. Back to you.
Oh, wow. NVIDIA is about to break 157, everybody. The market is...
Oh, boy.
Market is strong, everybody. The force is strong with this one. So let's go. I mean, Amazon's maybe not as good, but it's still trying to break toward that high, so we're going to hold on. There's NVIDIA, the 127, as it continues to go. You've got Tesla. Oh, boy. The steal one from Obi.
Oh, boy.
There it is. Tesla really, this is starting to rinse some people here. This is a squeeze play on Tesla. I guess maybe it's one of those days where Tesla is going to rip some faces off. The breakout, the high is 331 here on yesterday's wick. So that's where like the top break for the gap fill is going to be. As you like to say, Obi, I think you want to take inventory into 331. So the way I want to play that is forget about VWAP for now. I'll take a 330 break. I'll play a dip into the pre-market high and give that to 327, like this bottom here where everything really started to go ham. I want to be a joiner on this Tesla move because it feels like we're getting a Friday squeeze, little Friday Tesla squeeze. I'm for it. We like when the stock goes up. There's no question about it. Like, the markets are more fun. You can make money in every direction as a trader, but it's a heck of a lot more fun when you make it going long. At least I think.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm not gonna be biased one side or the other.
It's not a bias. It's the fact that you feel like you're making money in your personal account or all your buy and hold. It just puts me in a better mood.
Yeah, but what if you're swing shorting in your personal account?
I don't swing short.
I feel like that's a very valid strategy as well. Like, you can swing short for a few months.
I'm only talking about me. I don't short, and I short.
A lot of people only long in the personal.
I short day trading. I do not short at all. I've never taken a swing short in my life.
I mean, there's some great swing shorts that came out of 2021. Right? Think about all the beautiful swing shorts that came out of 2021.
Forget about 2021.
Some people are still holding those shorts.
Yeah, but all the crap that I've said about Mullen on this show and all the crap that we used to say about Sundial, I suppose I could have retired shorting those two stocks. But like I said, I've never swung short. But you gotta
dabble in the dark side.
How much you want to bet I'm going to pull up Mullen and you could have made money shorting this morning? Did I even look at this stock today?
You didn't.
I never looked at this stock. Trust me, I never looked at it. But how much money do you just make when you short this stock? So here's what you do. You wake up in the morning, you do your normal stuff, drink some water, brush your teeth, prepare, pay for locates on Mullen, go short, and win. It works.
sounds like a plan here. All right, so I think we got something here. So guys, we've got a behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool. The dashboard tracks your progress in real time, live stats, profits, and more. You can break down every trade, see your entry, exit, and how it played out on the chart. Check the certificates page for your full summary, achievements, and payouts. In this clip, that's Michael T. He's already earned over $75,000 in total payouts. Trade the Pool gives you the tools and the capital to go further. Ready to level up? Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen. Thank you very much, guys. So SPY coming back in a little bit here. NASDAQ pulling back in a little bit here. I did get a little bit more on that pop back above. So let's see if we can get that follow through. I'm looking for that VWAP potentially to come back in. I had some orders laid out. Okay, so those got filled. I'm like, all right, make sure they're filling me, as I was already sitting there providing that liquidity. And I was talking to Joe a little earlier today, and I think that we may or may not be providing some liquidity tonight with some towers, Neil. So I don't know if you've heard that tower story.
I don't know if you guys.
Huh? Yeah, okay, so tower time is happening today.
Before we tell the story, I just want to let everyone know I just jumped out of Amazon. I think we got a turn happening here with buying off of the volume weighted average price. We just lost support, so I just got out. My stop for whatever reason was only for half, so I punched out the rest. I'll hold on to SMCI for now because it's holding support, but it looks like we're turning here. But I have no idea what this tower story is.
Yeah, no. So there's a clip that's going around where again it was late into the night, and there was a few traders. We were at a restaurant nearby, and we had finished the tower, and I was like we need more towers, right? Wasn't that? It's like we need more towers, and I think I was just like all you hear me saying in the back is saying I will provide the liquidity, and I think we got some more towers. So. That's pretty much the tower story there. But yes, Neil, he's raising his hand.
Towers of what?
Huh?
Towers of what?
Towers of, we don't know just yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, Margarita Towers.
Yeah,
okay.
Margarita Towers.
The viewers don't know what you're talking about. I'm with you guys. I'm like, huh? Towers?
Here, guys, if you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
Okay. But I do like the adding liquidity. That's a good one. Yeah. I can't believe I've been trading for over 20 years.
You've never used that before?
Nobody ever used that.
I slammed the table and I was like, I will provide the liquidity.
I love that. I can't believe no one ever did that before.
Hey, listen, it's the same thing with the markets, right? Sometimes the markets will pay you out for providing liquidity more often than not, right? If you provide a service. In a sense.
Yes.
So
that's the whole point.
Exactly.
Just back to the market here for a quick little second, if we can. So a few things. The market is pulled back. I'm only in one of my longs. I had Amazon, did work, maybe not as well as Nvidia, And SMCI is still holding, although, Neil, SMCI is a New York stock. Oh, God, I hate when I do that, because then I hit enter way too fast, or a NASDAQ stock, I mean. Hit enter way too fast, and I have to wait for it to load back up again. It's still holding the support. This is starting to look a little bit better. The market's really coming down in, and it's holding out this 48.6. So we close this green. I think I have a place that I can add with the same stop, finally, on SMCI. But Tesla really pulling back. Like, this is aggressive action happening on Tesla. Here, hit enter twice. There we go. Look at Wick at 329. There was no buyer at 327 where I was looking, so I'm not going to sit on the bid if there's no buyer. The short's got to be great right now on Amazon. Longs early, now into the shorts. Maybe we do get a VWAP retest of 325 here on Tesla. That's what's going to have to hold. Otherwise, this strong upward move could be done. But you know what's holding? NVIDIA is gone meme crazy. NVIDIA doesn't have, while the market's pulling back, not a single red candle on the way back up since the volume weighted average price on NVIDIA. That means it's the one here this morning, and you want to ride the wave. Prior high was the 157. We're not too far away from the 157 to try to grab some longs and try to join this trend to set upside. There's your relative strength. It's in NVDA.
So yeah, NVIDIA going crazy there. Yeah, I'm just looking at my I guess a basket here up top. All of these Mag 7 stocks. Alphabet, interestingly enough, is pulling to its day low. Same with Apple. Again, distinctly different. Yeah, day low on Apple and Alphabet, and maybe Amazon as well. So NVIDIA is the only one that is distinctly different here. Okay, so Spider, oh boy, so this one's climbing back out. Didn't really quite get down to VWAP just yet, so I do want to stay a little bit nimble. Oh boy, that's a lot of entries and exits here, but you can see relatively, again, I get clocked into the high a day, which is fine. But the important thing is that I get back in and I continue to stay involved as it shows me that it's working for me here. As of right now, we did kind of break this bid. This little teal line right here, you can see that I think is a 8 or 9 EMA, but whatever, it's a trend indicator right there, showing me a little bit of that trend, and you can see the trend is starting to dissipate here. The uptrend, the aggressive uptrend, we could still trend up. I would say technically, if we do hold higher highs and higher lows, I do have to be wary and watch out for that. Yeah, no, catching a little bit of a slowdown here. Didn't really quite get down to VWAP as fast as I was looking for, but that's perfectly fine. I'm going to stay a little bit patient. Like I said before, NVIDIA is really the only one that's kind of pushing in that direction. If you take a look at Tesla, though, we just pointed out Tesla not too long ago as being one of the strongest ones, and now it's switched batons with NVIDIA, and it is racing to the downside, kind of going back right now on Tesla. Or you can see that nice little beautiful, wow, look at that reversion happening right now. Where is VWAP, you may ask? We're right there, Neil. 325.44s currently trading at 72s.
Oh, we're gonna get
on
to VWAP.
Tesla. We're heading straight for VWAP right now. Oh boy, there it is right now. So gonna pack my patience on that one in the SPY short. If it continues to work, I would like some more of this as well. But let's see what's going on in the crypto world with Adara.
I gotta try that.
So it's very interesting here. As we have the market hanging out near all-time highs, here is Bitcoin, which is, as I've said, I am very reluctant to say this daily chart is still giving you lower highs and lower lows from the all-time high. And I think today we're really getting that rejection of that 108 halves area. We had that 112,000, we had 110,000, then we have 108,000. The next lower high, if we follow this pattern, maybe around 106,000, but I don't want to speculate. Let's wait and see what happens on BTC. Hopefully some support around 100,000, because if we don't get that, we're not only going to get that lower high, but we will also get another lower low. Let's talk about some of these other crypto-related names here now that we've taken a look at BTC Ethereum down here. Well, I guess basically flat, hanging out to that 2,400 level. We have Cardano down about 1%. It's pretty boring day here in the crypto space. Everything's relatively flat, unlike this market at new highs. But one thing I want to mention as well is the discrepancy in how these different crypto names are trading. Circle, stablecoin name, really weak today. Coinbase making new day's lows as we speak. MSTR was really strong. So these names are no longer trading in a pack, and that goes for both crypto and for the entities within the space. Back to you.
day break on Apple. That continues to flush. This stock just looks like it's continuously weak, but that's not what I'm paying attention to. Here's Tesla trying to close above the volume weighted average price here. I did get a reload in SMCI that I'll get to, but I want to, don't go too far, don't go too far. Give me a fill underneath. Give me a fill underneath. You can still do it. Someone sell to 326, and I want the 325 half. Okay, now I'm going to show you we were able to get SMCI on a bit of a reload. Remember I told you the market was really pulling back, and this was just holding the line? When I see that, I'm like, I'm going to add in here, but what I really want to see happen is we break this downtrend and close above the trend line, and then I'll double up the position. So it never really, it didn't give the A+ entry because I caught it like up here instead of like somewhere down there. So we didn't really get all in, and then still don't want to be all in until we break the trend. But if we close above this trend line in SMCI, that's a double up. First out in front of the volume weighted average price and play back into the high. I like what I see there. Tesla, we might have missed our opportunity on, but never fear, as the market is holding, NVIDIA might be pulling back into that 157. I've only traded Amazon, NVIDIA, and SMCI so far. We'll see if we get into some Tesla, but this NVIDIA rocket ship, more all-time highs for them. Let's try to buy the dip and stay on trend.
Yeah, I think you have a good point there. So I'm really kind of thinking about the SPY trade right now. Like I really like the short because of what it was doing, and the bid kind of started to dissipate. So I started to get involved. Now, Neil, this is an issue that I guess I'm potentially having a little bit, where I'm like I can see the bid starting to slow down, and I will start to get it engaged. I will start to engage, not with full size right away, but I'm like, this is what I want to see, and I'm getting a little bit, I'm definitely getting better with it, being a little bit more patient, but I still find myself, being a little too early for a lot of these moves, even though it's showing me. Now, I have a bit of I guess, a split mental right now, which I'm going through in my trading, where I'm like, some trades, the backside you're not going to catch because it comes in so fast.
Yes.
So those trades, does it make sense to dabble into the front side a little bit once you do start seeing that momentum dissipate? Because the probability of you catching the backside may not be as high unless you have orders already laid out. Or
I'd say yes, but less risk, maybe?
Yeah, less risk. But like here you can see I attempted to try to get short here on SPY. Nike, let's not talk about Nike right now. I was shorted it way too early there. But again, did get enough when it did come in on the right side. But you can see SPY, I was pretty patient to wait for it to start to dissipate, and then got stopped out before getting back in and getting a little involved there. But again, do you think that when it does come in, I should be sizing a lot more aggressively? Again, within risk, but a lot more aggressively relative to what I was doing earlier, because at that point, I do think the expected value is much higher. When the move is coming in and you're like, okay, this is here, it's here now, this is what I was looking for. I might have spent a little bit earlier, but this is it right now. I should be putting on more. I don't know what your opinion is.
I don't disagree. It's one of those where I'd probably want to think about it more before adding anything to what you're saying, because I think you've got it right. You have to find a different entry strategy in that particular situation. And you do want to try something different, and getting in on the other side, maybe with lighter risk, and then finding a different way to add makes sense. I'm just not sure exactly how I'd go about it in that particular spot, because I'm more conservative. I'd just be like, okay, well, if it's not perfect, I go somewhere else, and then line it up. That's more how I roll. But what you can also do, shout out to eSignal, everybody, is, well, maybe you can find an indicator out there that might gives you an edge on the front side or the back side of a trade. And you can do so at eSignal with the first month free. Still, the first month is free. Back test, forward test your strategies. You can directly trade through on multiple brokers. It's highly customizable and a very intuitive platform as well. So it's got a wide array of tools. It's entitlement based, meaning you can pay for what you need and nothing more, nothing less. And if it works for you, hey, it was free to try. And if it doesn't, it was free to try. So step up your trading game and execute your best trades now. Scan the QR code that you see in front of you. Try it for free for 1 month, and if it helps, fantastic. I do want to acknowledge, I know we've been actively trading, the market's moving around a little bit here. We'll go back to SoFi. We'll check out SoFi at some point, but we had a super chat from Greek Bull here. Can you please share your opinion on APLD? You're holding 20K in stock at 12.15 and it's not looking good. Without even...
Oh, market.
Sorry, let me just finish this. Without even looking at this first, we're not here to give you investing advice. All I can do is look at the chart and give you my thoughts. Anytime you are ever entering a trade, you've got to have yourself an out first. I don't know what your risk tolerance is. I don't know what your account looks like. There's so much that I don't know that I couldn't even begin to answer. What I can tell you is what is happening here, and its fail broke out on the daily, but there is a sign of hope. It held this support and is trying to break the trend back up. If I was in this trade, then I'm taking this breakout with that kind of a stop. Maybe you give it to 9, maybe you give it to 950. That's all individual preference and how you do things, but you're getting a bit of a trend break back in, and that does give you room to the 13 to 15 area on this trend break. But that I would only be looking to enter on a trend break with a stop underneath, trying to get that 2-for-1 trade. You're in it already, you're saying out of the money, so you're just trying to catch the same way break even, but I would hate to see this lose $9 if I was in it. That's just my 2 cents. Let's go. I'm just going to go back to NVIDIA. We got that dip into 157. It's now breaking the highs because NVIDIA is NVIDIA. SMCI, we got the dip. I'm going to get some out in front of VWAP, and apparently we have some news. So if it's news-based, I want to take some profit on the push and go to the desk with Adara.
To take a look here at the market, and we'll do sector watch while we're here because why not? It's basically 1040. European Union and the United States are apparently confident they will reach a tariff deal by the July deadline. That is reported by Bloomberg. Now, them being confident in reaching the deal does not necessarily mean they will be able to reach the deal, because I want to clarify that the wording of the headline is not that they will, it's that they're confident they will be able to. So again, Bloomberg reporting that the EU and the US are confident they're going to be able to reach a deal on tariffs by the July deadline. Also, before we send you back to the guys, let's do our sector watch. And as you might expect, pretty great across the board. Now, there are some exceptions. JP Morgan was hit by a bear downgrade along with B of A, and both of these, as you can see, a little bit weaker than their peers, but the finance sector generally strong. Health technology, with the exception of Eli Lilly, looking pretty good too. Producer manufacturing, green across the board. Consumer services, green. Utilities, green. Health services looking great here. Electronic technology, Apple, a little bit red, but a lot of these other names really strong. Boeing up 3% today, getting a positive note this morning from analysts. So good luck. Technology services, though, a little bit more mixed. Netflix still hanging out near all-time highs, but Palantir down about 3%. PLTR on no news that I could see. So pretty mixed look for some of these sectors. Generally, the green, the one notably red sector is going to be energy minerals. Back to you.
It's wrong.
If long is wrong. Oh, shout out to Luca. I don't know if he's.
I'm looking back at some of those reversals, because in a moment like that, I want to see what immediately recovers and what does not. So Amazon, which obviously, okay, fine, hindsight, probably should have reversed the long on that bounce into a short. That would have been nice, but we didn't do it. That did not bounce. Apple, which I thought maybe we can fade into that up move if it was Fugazi, that's a pretty strong reversal on Apple. To me, that doesn't look like something that I want to rush into for a reversal. NVIDIA, yeah, it probably made some. I wanted to see if I could hold through the break of the $0.50 and holding on NVIDIA, but it's still upward trending. It might make some sense to get out if it breaks trend, but I still want to buy back into the 157 level. This is just so strong today that it makes sense to me. SMCI, you saw, like the first thing I did is like, oh, it's breaking 40 and I'm taking profit. It's a first close above the trend line, and it happened as we're spiking through on a bit of a market-wide push. So I want to see it still maintain above 48.8, close it above the trend line after that little shock, then I can add back in and we continue to play the trend. So still the chips are strong for now. NVIDIA obviously stronger than SMCI, but both have been, it's weird, kind of downward trending, but it's been okay to the long side. NVIDIA much, much better. And AMD pulled back nicely. Look at it hold 145. That looks like a great level for AMD. That can bounce. I mean, I'm in 2 chip names already, so I'm probably not going to trade this. But yeah, 145 looks like a good spot. Low risk here, but the market already coming back in. Are we going back to Adara? Back to Adara.
Do you guys remember OST from yesterday? Because if so, or if not, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of an update. So OST yesterday, this is called Austin Technology Group. It's a Chinese name with a primary listing on the NASDAQ. Yesterday, as you could tell, it did this. We could not find any news. Now the company has apparently filed, as of, I'm just seeing this come through right now, they filed to say they don't have any undisclosed material matters and they do not know why the stock did this. It is worth noting, as I mentioned yesterday, there's an individual on X, pretty prominent, I guess, FinTwit person on X by the name of Nathan Michaud. He said that this is actually not the first Chinese ADR, or sorry, not Chinese ADR, but Chinese NASDAQ listed name that has done this. He listed JYD and CLEU. So this seems like a little bit of a pattern within this subsector of Chinese names listed on the NASDAQ that kind of do this move. Either way, OST, apparently the company is saying they have no idea what happened yesterday. So we still don't know, but what we do know is there's nothing that they're, I guess, at least according to their filing, that's been hidden from us right now. Back to you.
This
Classic
is
pump and dump.
I think it was the same name. One of our viewers had this short at 9:22 yesterday, and he had a similar name to a Chiefs football. I think it was like Derek Thompson, maybe, the Chiefs linebacker. So if you're in the chat, Derek, congratulations. I know you got out. I think it was 9.20 to 70-something cents, which is, you know, like that's a career maker trade right there. No questions asked. There is a weird bottom. There's a bottom down here. It looks like at 10 to 15 cents. So if you happen to see me slide into this and you see OST with a 10 or 15 cents, it means I'm taking a shot with a stop underneath 10 cents to just see what I can get. I'm not saying I will trade it, but I did try to catch a bounce on this yesterday when it was a penny in the pennies, and I missed getting in. I might take another shot at this. 65 million volume. When it gets that cheap, the risk to reward gets pretty appealing. I can't lie to everybody. So I'm still trying to get some more NVIDIA off the 157 as that continues to climb. Looks pretty strong. Yeah, it was Derek Thompson. Although you didn't have the 2664 on your name like before. Oops. But yeah, that's sort of the thing. Like and trust me, like see this? He's going gambling. At that kind of a level as a day trade, it is one of those like little prayer shots. But I will say this, when I started out in 2003 as a day trader, I made my first bones as a penny stock trader. That's what I did for my first profitable year. I traded penny stocks, and that's where I made my base. So when I see opportunities like that, that was one of the things I would do, is you'd find something, it's cratered, it's the risk to reward. I should be on OST while I'm talking about this, sorry guys. When it's cratered and done something extreme, when it finds a mini base, you get these risk to reward shots where it's clear as day 2-to-1 risk to reward, clear as day 5-to-1 risk to reward, and you just take them, and you only need to win 1 out of 3 to get a big one. So when I see that happen, that's where my mind goes, not riding the short. So good luck everyone out there. Be careful when trading things like this. It's obviously going to be a bit of a halt risk for sure. I mean, that goes without saying. It's a halt risk, everybody.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. That kind of stuff reminds me of just the level of manipulation that can happen in the markets, and you definitely have to try to be on the right side of that move as best as possible. Oh boy, there's the video. So Fabian found it. I don't know if we can hear it, but if you guys can, in the back, I'm yelling out, "I will provide liquidity." Wait, you gotta play it again from the beginning. I will provide some liquidity. Yes. Thank you, Fabian, for pulling that up. Yeah. It might be a little loud, but liquidity was definitely provided that night. Let's be sure of that, and hopefully we're gonna have Notorious Dinkelberg saying that's Obi's starter drink. Yes, sir.
I have to say it because I'll be the dad in the room. Drink responsibly, everybody. Yeah. I'll be the dad in the room. You gotta have, look, man. You gotta
watch that guy over there.
That's the guy we gotta worry about. Is Joe? It's Joe.
What do you mean? Listen.
Okay, Joe. Now I know, Joe. Now I'm watching you, Joe. Now I'm watching you because I didn't think Joe would be the one. Obi, we know about Obi.
What do you know about?
I didn't know. Oh, come Obi.
Oh, they don't know. They don't know about it.
Obi, look, Obi is a very calm, reserved, logical trader in mentality. He's very down to earth. He doesn't get phased. But Obi knows how to have fun.
Of course.
Okay. I'm just throwing it out there. Sometimes it's that quiet dude.
Work hard.
You guys know.
Play harder. That's always been the case. But yeah, work hard, play harder. That's what I like to go with. But yeah, no. Rivian millionaire. Oh boy. All right, let's calm down. Let's get back to these markets here.
Okay.
I'm trying to freak some of these markets here but the SPY pushing to the upside. It's consolidating. It's holding. That thing was crazy. I was talking to Neil. I was like, I covered my short. You can see the short from 615s all the way down to 614 halves. I was looking for VWAP. That didn't really come in. And we got that sustained bid, and you can see me aggressively covering back to back to back to back. And then I'm just like, I was even debating. I'm like, maybe I should look to flip long if we're going to continue. And Neil even was like, okay, it's probably a good idea to get with trend. And I'm like, yeah, I should probably get long on this. And then boom, that wind up that I was observing, I'm like, this price is really winding up to push a direction. If we're holding up a higher low, which direction might it be? I don't know, but the probabilities definitely were there for a bit of a push higher. And we got that unwind on that news that came into the market, boom, to the upside. Printed some fresh highs, but holding and consolidating near the highs. So you know what? I don't necessarily want to get short on that one just yet, as it is. I think that's, again, when you're flagging in the upper quartile like that, near those highs, again, I think probabilities for printing some fresh prices might be a little bit higher. But I did get involved in this circle, which made a full trip back down to 200. So 200 holding as of right now. 198, I think 198.22 is the day low. Let's see if 200 holds. I have been borrowing shares on Circle pretty much every day. Haven't necessarily been involved too crazily. Again, there's something specific that I'm looking for, and sometimes I keep missing it because it's happening in the pre-market, and I'm just like, well, damn, I'm not really getting that trade. I don't necessarily want to chase it coming into the open, but coming into the open on Circle today was absolutely beautiful as sellers just hit the bid back to back, and now we're consolidating or kind of slowing down on top of 200. Let's see if we get a little bit of a bounce. But again, very heavy name. Again, one of the best IPOs I've ever seen, to say the least. But again, anything that goes up must come down.
There's only 2 or 3 that stand out as good as, like, for a day one trade.
My career
stand out, but like in terms of the actual multi-day move, nothing stands in its way. Yeah. The day one, a couple of things were as good. Yeah. You had to go really, really back far in the future.
Facebook.
Speaking of, Facebook. Oh, you got me.
What?
You Fabian, that was good. Not everyone Not everyone realized just how dumb I looked just now, but so I'm just.
You look back at the screen there?
The thing no, I did not. And the thing that I was looking at when you were talking about the IPOs, no, I can't get fooled that easily. It was CoreWeave. As I quickly changed the subject to something else. Why are you even talking about spiders, yo? I'm trying to talk about CoreWeave in a trade, and you have to bring up spiders.
Because it says weave, so I'm like weaving a web. I don't know.
It's unnecessary. We don't need to talk about spiders.
I'm trading the SPY.
So you're in Circle to the long side, but I'm actually looking for a short opportunity in CoreWeave.
Okay.
It's got a very clean trend on CoreWeave, higher highs, higher lows. But I look at the dumps that happened in this stock yesterday. Like, look at when it would lose the bid, it would really lose the bid. So I want this breaking trend, and I'm going to take this breakdown underneath 162 on CoreWeave if and when it does happen. I do believe that we are going to be going to Adara, as I heard in my ear. Are we? Yes? Maybe? Yes.
Oh, sorry, I just noticed a spider on the screen. Time to do money talks. We're going to take a look at the US dollar, and this is the weekly chart. As you can tell, certainly not great. I do want to talk about a couple things. So in terms of the PCE numbers, generally for May, they were actually in line. It's the core where we have an issue because both core prints a little bit hotter than expected. Core month-over-month PCE, 0.2% versus 0.1% expected. Core PCE year-over-year for May coming in at 2.7% versus 2.6% expected. So again, the core numbers being harder than expected is interesting. We're going to have to wait and see how this impacts any Fed opinions or decisions going forward. We also had the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print, a little bit better than expected, but not something the market really seemed to care about. We're already just in a really bullish and excited mindset, I think, for this market right now. Now, I want to mention another headline that will have implications for the market and potentially also for the U.S. dollar. Talked about it earlier, but we do have Bloomberg reporting that the EU and the U.S. are confident that they can reach a tariff deal by the July deadline. So again, not that they have things in place, but they're confident they'll be able to reach the deal. We're going to have to see how this comes into fruition. But either way, we know that we're going to have to wait. This the Fed cutting rates in July could actually be really significant. Once again, yesterday, the One Big Beautiful event, Donald Trump had some comments for Jerome Powell saying, and I quote, "We need to fight this guy," and that a person at the Fed needs to lower rates. We have so many Fed speakers saying they want to wait until September. Only 2 have said they like July cuts. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens. But either way, lots to digest today in terms of the economy and the U.S. dollar. Make sure you like and you subscribe as we send you back to the guys.
Thank you very much,
I think
Dara.
Putin's also speaking right now as well. I just got an alert for a live link, so I'm listening to that. The market started reacting like crazy, and I'm like, something's happening. We saw the orders coming in, and I'm like, I don't know what the news is, but definitely that order started kind of pushing some prints a little earlier there, and I was like, okay, what's happening? Maybe the only thing that I could relate to it was Putin started to speak, and then the market starts to kind of pull back in here. So let's see if that'll come in. Oh boy, so we're kind of holding that supply zone that's shown us in the morning session once again here going into the midday session. So let's see. Again, technically still holding higher lows here, so we're going to continue watching that. Yeah, I think he's pretty much done right now. But he was speaking to the press for a little bit there. Was that his statement? He just comes out, gives a 30-second statement, and he's gone. I don't know what that one was, but we shall see and continue to look at these markets here. Circle looking like it's probably going to stop me out. That's okay. I'll let that one kind of work itself out and see if that comes into fruition. But let me know in the chat what you guys are trading today. Again, lots of shake and bakes with this market. I don't know if you guys saw in the chat earlier. I was like, I feel like that SpongeBob caveman meme where he's just like, you know, he's in his caveman garb and he's just like looking around like, ooh, like what's going on? That's how I feel sometimes with some of this crazy volatility that's coming into the market here. But yeah, I'll pull up the GIF for you guys. But
I don't know
some crazy volatility.
But there was an opportunity there, I think, because as the Nasdaq bounced off the volume, weighted average price, like that's what you're looking to see. Bottoming tails still holding VWAP on trend, at least for now. Like I said, at least for now. I'm looking over. Someone said, "Hey, SMCI is holding." It is. SMCI is holding, but it's not going. Like you buy the dip into 157 on Nvidia, and it immediately bounces, and we get a nice bottoming tail candle. But SMCI is still just going sideways. So I'm in both, but one's been distinctly better than the other on SMCI versus on Nvidia versus SMCI. VWAP Tesla is a short. I just saw someone said. Daniel saying hit up Tesla. I had a quick in and out on Tesla as we were just talking about the front end, the back end, and all that kind of stuff, and I caught it on the wrong end. I think. Well, I mean, whatever. That probably doesn't sound good, but I just jumped in and out flat because it was like a rule break for myself. Like I wasn't getting it after it bounced. And so I was like immediately in and out flat. So I'm exactly flat on Tesla. It looks a little better now. I might try to get it off VWAP, but I do like these chip names. And certainly NVIDIA looks very, very strong here. Zero Gravity Zen is mentioning that Palantir is getting closer and closer to 136. We only have 4 minutes left, and we're going to throw you guys to the midday. But I said 136 for Palantir. And you're breaking 137 now. So this would be the push. We talk about being patient. If something is trending, like if you want to go long and it's trending down, don't compromise on price. Get the price that you like because it's trending to the downside. So you should get the price that you want. And for me, that's going to be down at the 136 level. I should be short Apple, and I know it. But yeah, I just never found my way into Apple.
Yeah, that Apple short's coming in.
Like it's really coming. I talked myself out of this. It happens, everybody. I talked myself out of the Apple short.
That breakdown on Circle came in really aggressively. Again, I get stopped out going into the whole dollar at 198s. And that 198 breaks down, Neil, and we start printing straight at 196s. So got to be wary of that one there. Yeah, Circle again. 2 points. I think 2 points it can do in a blink of an eye. So when you're kind of trading it, you got to have to keep that in mind and be like, all right, well, swipe risk or any sort of like that kind of volatility or just the range that it does. You got to definitely be able to give it a few points to get into the move there. Market's taking a little bit of a pullback as of right now. So the shorts coming in real nice. Again, we talk about some of that area maybe on SPY being potential supply, and that supply is coming in as of right now. But I got something for you guys. OGEN, orogenics. So each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the US. Yet, there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed orogenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, orogenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today with orogenics, OGEN. So they trade on the NYSE there. Oh boy. So 195 is coming in here on Circle. So that 200, I guess that 200 consolidation short was nice as we're getting that continuation. Again, some of those those day one levels potentially coming in here on Circle as well. 170s, 180s. I'm going to be watching for some of those. But oh boy, we talk about swing shorts.
Losing the bid.
Another name that has been or is currently a really, really good swing short is Circle.
Popular one, but here's the thing. People have been swinging that short and getting wrecked
For the past
for a
3
while.
days. Oh, no.
Like,
well, probably most people, but the people who know what they're doing.
The best waited for 300 and caught the back end of the trade when it double topped at 300. But very quickly, we tried it the third time, is not a charm. SMCI gave you the VWAP twice, but now we're not holding on to the trend. We're breaking down our support. As I said, NVIDIA just seems a little stronger. I mean, seems a little stronger. NVIDIA is stronger. I mean, seems a little stronger. You can see NVIDIA is a heck of a lot stronger. So if I'm going to ride with one, we'll ride with NVIDIA. So early NVIDIA and then move to SMCI, which wasn't as good. I'm going to rejoin the NVIDIA party. It's maybe the only long that I still like out there. And I do have we have 1 minute to go. But trend break on CoreWeave, I'm taking this one short if we break down underneath the volume weighted average price. Do like this setup for sure, and I believe we have a super chat. Thank you very much. I know a lot of times it gets busy and we have a little bit of fun. Here was a few, it looks like, because I don't think we got to this. London and other European markets close soon, 11:30. Do you usually pay attention to their impact in the market, especially at all-time highs? Only in specific names. Like if they're dual listed, yes. If ASML has, say, reported earnings and that matters to the chips, then I'll pay attention to the European close. Otherwise, I don't really care too much. The days where you used to get big spikes on volume randomly because, like in the US, because of the European close, it's not really the same thing anymore. That used to be a thing, but only stock specific now. And then is HIMS ready to cool off and a good short? Thank you very much, Anthony. The first one coming from Jay. Well, look, HIMS is, for the same reasons I like NVIDIA. Oh, when you sent this, it must have been up here. Well, there's no point me answering this question now because the mean revert did work. So it broke the trend. This is sort of the thing. If you're ever watching a stock and you're wanting to short it, allow it to stop doing this. I'm not even saying you have to have it short here. Generally speaking, if I was taking it short, I'd probably try to grab that. But it doesn't matter at this point. I obviously got to this too late. If you were able to sniff it out, that's why I like to use trend lines and try not to short something until it breaks that trend line at a bare minimum. So that's the rule that I go by, everybody. And that's the best you can do. Have yourself some rules to your trading, have a reason to get in, have a reason to get out, and that's going to allow you to stay profitable, even if you happen to be going against the grain. So it is 11 o'clock, everybody. We've had some fun. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you, Obi, filling in well for Sean there. But let's kick it to the Bash Brothers, Sharif, and the troublemaker himself, Joey Options.
See you guys.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. Why are you looking at me like that, Ram Ram?
You got scared. You're on the boom.
And welcome, everyone. It's been a fine morning today. I'm in a good mood. Everybody on the floor is in a good mood. And I hope you all on the other side of the screen are in a good mood.
You are fake news.
All right, we got Juan Padilla. Everybody's name is a little different here.
Yeah, what's up with
you
that?
guys are going to have to change your names in the channel. So you go to View Channel on your own personal account, and you go ahead and change it. I did it. Joey did it. We all did it today. I don't know what the hell YouTube is up to. Come on, Google. Come on, Sundar. What's going on over there? All right, we got okay. See, the thing is, it's gonna be hard to read. Big finesse. We got Just Play. We got Day Trader Cut. Who else, man? Richard Nizza. We got Ostentatious, Jack of Art. Who else? Blue Arrow, Retro, Zion Lala, Young GC. We got Palm Magnet. What? Palm Magnet.
All right.
Thinking about that one? That's I don't know about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Reto Stocks. We got Turban Joe. Who else we got? Kirk D, 1485. We got Harlov. Shout out to Rivian Millionaire. Shout out to, who else? Michael Del ZT. Who else? Save Mom. We got Stevenson ATN. Yeah, so a lot of these names are just regular guys, man. They're some of the OGs in the show. I can't even read their name because of all the I don't know, bamboozlement there. Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's having a fantastic morning. OB in for Sean today. It was a fantastic morning show with the big boys. Markets doing things, Joseph. We got every major average right now in Greensville with all-time highs within reach. It's been a fantastic week in the markets. I hope everybody's long-term and swing portfolios are singing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and that's my look there. Joseph, good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Yeah, my swings are singing, that's for sure, guys. Yeah, the swings are swinging today, and they're singing. So, yeah, happy Friday, everyone. Hope everyone's having a solid session. I mean, if you want to stick to the big names, they're moving up relatively well. I've been shorting this market here. I was late. I wasn't paying attention, but I decided to add on this pullback, but I might get stopped out break even here on this squeeze because of this ad was substantially larger than this, but then we took a little bit off right there. So that's one of the trades that we got going on. And then I was also trading OKLO. Sorry to jump around here. We went one for one on that one. Just a nice little scalp there. Sorry, 1 for 2. And then we took a small loss on that one right there. But yeah, I got out a little prematurely, but I'm like, yeah, whatever. We'll take that VWAP, no problem on that pullback. And then we'll just look to short the overall market. Why was I short the Qs here? Let's pull it up and I'll explain a little bit. So there's a lot of indecision on the 5-minute. Let's pull this up here so you can see it a little bit more clear and decisively. So there it is, 5-minute. A bunch of indecisions. You see that hammer up or that doji, whatever you would like to call it. And then sure enough, we were just struggling to breach and hold that pre-market high. And then now we're starting to get a little bit of a rebound, which I believe there's going to be another opportunity to short this market. But as I always say, guys, when you are shorting the Qs, you have to keep an eye on the Mag 7 to see what they are up to. And VDA is strong this morning. Microsoft's starting to pull back, and Amazon is as well too, when we got the likes of Google hovering around the volume weighted average price. So keep an eye on that. You don't want to be going against the market, especially when the big names are being strong. We're going to hold on to this position as long as we can. Sharif, what do you got for a month?
All right, guys, I got to tell you, first and foremost, I don't know what is going on with these small cappers lately, but the spread on them has been quite displeasing. I don't want to say prohibitive, but we're going to weasel in and give it the old college try. WFF, my first one here, small size, because we're punching it at highs. I see basically higher lows on every successive candle. So the idea here is to add into 11 and then to basically add into 10 3/4 if it does hold the level. What the idea is that we take out that 1180 current high at day. Boom, there's print number one. We take out 70s. So we're waiting there. Let's see if we can get up into 82. I'm posting at 82 as well. So let's go ahead and wait low 90s with respect to that so we can get a nice pop up. Simultaneously, I want to be able to take dip trades on this one if it'll let me. So I'm going to go ahead, set up at, I believe, 1105. We'll look to defend that $11 level. So this is WFF, small cap gapper. Let me just give you the information on it. Up 75%. As I mentioned, 1180 high. What is this company? $290 million market cap, about 2.6 million shares traded on the day, and I don't actually have the float on this one. So we're going to pack our patience and see if we can take out some more levels. Back into the 70s we go. We're taking out 75. Now here comes 82. I'm waiting at 82 and then 90. So we just worked up into the high day again. So we're at the high of the day currently on WFF. So let's see if we can clear some levels here. It feels like we will take out the top. Who knows? Hence why I'm placing dollar cost average orders to defend the higher low situation. So 1180 acting as an area resistance right now on WFF. but I think that the higher low candles here. Boom, Joseph, we took out all the orders all at one time. All right, good look, good look. So let's set up at 12 and change now. We're going to go 12.05er and see if we can take out that. So it's an 1190 high now. It used to be 1180, and I'm going to move up my orders to account for this latest move up. So keeping my eye right now on WFF, looking for a bigger move up. Joseph, what do you got?
Good luck there. Yeah, guys, so we stopped out at break even here on the TQs. I'm going to wait for this pullback to kind of just cool off and then see what the big names are up to and see if we can have a possible re-entry. I do want to take OKLO again. It did have a small headline this morning and a nice indecision on the 5-minute, but unfortunately that ship has sailed for now. Let's see how it reacts around the volume-weighted average price, and that is going to tell us a lot. And then DC, Austin, and Miller, welcome to Trader TV Live. Yeah, welcome, and I hope you enjoy the show. But that's what we got going on. So there we go. We go 1 for 1 on the TQs this morning. Let's see if we can get a continuation. You can see that we are making the lower highs. That's a positive sign that the short is going to stay in play. But we always have to keep an eye on what the big boys are doing. Microsoft starting to pull back here. A lot of chop this morning. Jose in our chat there was like, hey, yeah, Microsoft 500, we almost knocked on that door. So just be patient. If they decide to break through some key resistance zone, you can see that's Y session high. And then we also have post and pre-market highs through that 497.98 level. We'll call it 490. We'll call it 498 flat. So if we break through that, watch out for some more topside move. And with that being said, it's going to drag the market up with it. Sharif, what do you got? Oh, you're in it. Gee, you're monstering up.
All right, bro. WFF. We just hit the dollar club, baby. Got one more out on this one. 1164 long, 1284 high a day. Here we freaking go. 85%. We're knocking on the door of that hundo, so this one's coming in fast and furious. I got to tell you, though, guys, this one's spread is very, very wide. It's been 30, 40, 50 pennies at times. Adair, you may want to pull this one up. I know it's not dollars like you like, but, you know, well, we'll give this one a try over here. So we're going to go ahead and post up at 13.05 for a high day break. It is 12.84 high. Now, you better bet that anything below 75 gets me out of this trade. We're not going to give anything back now. So we're going to go ahead and post our stop just below our entry, but with the ambitions, with the hope, with the desire that we do clear that 1284 high day rather than getting stopped out for the last remaining amount. So we're finding now some selling on WFF at $12.50, and we have been rejecting that $0.50 level over and over again. This is the third attempt now as we work back into 49s that we can't clear the $0.50. There it is again. Big seller has moved down to the $0.50. That was the 5th rejection in a row. As I've mentioned to you guys, I am now using my top screen, and I'm using the 5-second chart on my top screen to be able to identify those micro pullbacks. It's a strategy that I'm employing for the first time, I think in maybe 4 or 5 years since I was trading at home during COVID. So we're going to give this a try. Obviously, there will be some growing pains. With that, boom, Joseph, we take out 13.05. Bang, 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 bang on this trade. I'm so sorry I'm getting hyper.
Adara.
Go ahead, Adara. Thank you, Adara. She said, get it.
Oh.
I do appreciate you. Thank you. So we take out the level there. WFF on the warpath to the high side. Ooh. Keep your eye on this one, Joe. 1322 high day.
Spartans are on the warpath. Yeah,
I can still hear Adara, by the way.
Oh, okay. I can't really hear.
Yeah, I can hear you, Adara.
Okay, so we're out of this trade here, guys. Let's see what we got going on. Going to be patient on a next setup here. Nike was looking pretty good. I was going to buy this at the volume-weighted average price, but I had a couple of things going on. So I'm like, you know what, we'll figure something else out here. But there, a nice move on Nike, up 15.5% on the day. So it exceeded that expected move that we were looking at yesterday, which was roughly around 7 to 7.5%. And then now you can see that we're up 15% here on the day. So a good look on NKE. And then that news headline with OKLO was just basically Donald is looking to invest more into that energy space. Ooh. So that's where you can see across it was like NNE, OKLO, and a couple other names where we're trading higher. And we were just looking to participate and look for the continuation in strength. With that being said, here is the actual chart forming another bottom here. So there's a lower high, I should say. no, a higher low, sorry, is what I'm getting at. So now if we can break through this VWAP and hold, then maybe you can get a breach of this 59.65, and you want to head towards that pre-market high. We can zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily. And is it in breakout territory? No. So when you're going across your checklist in the morning, make sure you have the ability to check off a bunch of boxes and just put more probability in your favor, and that's the name of the game. So be patient. What do you got going on over there? You still cooking up?
No, man, I'm out of this. We're done our shares, but true to form, Joey, it's going to continue to go. It's going and going and going. It's cleared 100% now.
Go, man.
1355 high, guys. This is a very aggressive move here in WFF, but I really want to stress, and because I'm trading it, and so, you know, it's obviously being spoken about on the show, but I really want to stress that this spread is quite wide. For a name like this, it's tightening up a little bit now as the liquidity is coming in. When I started trading this, we were barely over 1 million shares. Now we're almost at 3.6. I can still hear Adara come in my ear incrementally, Assassino. I don't know what's going on with that. Incrementally, I'll be able to kind of hear her mic, and then it'll cut out. Wow, we're going to halt here, Joseph. 1403, halt perimeter triggering. So keep your eye on this. It's going to halt, false halt for the moment. We come back down, we lose 14, zigging and zagging a little bit here. WFF, I'm going to be very focused on this one at the moment, but it's not the only one that I got on, ladies and gentlemen. There are others. Yeah, just heard her again come in. So there's reset the unity, no problem. We'll do that. I'll cancel it right now, and I'll get back into it in 1 second. I'm also keeping an eye, guys, on HOVR. Shout out to Hove. Basically, this one is very similar pattern to WFF. So WFF, middle of your screen, HOVR on the right of your screen. Obviously, it's not nearly up as much. This one's 24.5. This one's going on 120% because every time I look, it's a little bit higher. We just broke through that halt perimeter at 1404s. Now it's a 1456 high a day. So I don't even know why I'm talking about HOVR when this one's all the hype right now. But the fact of the matter is, this one had a bit of a flat top break, much like HOVR had at $1.75, $1.80. However, this one suffers from the affliction of being boring because it is not breaking out and it doesn't have the same type of liquidity. It doesn't seem to be participating, or the market doesn't seem to be participating in this one as much. Also, you have a declining volume profile here on HOVR, while you have an inclining volume profile, an increasing volume profile here on WFF. Up and to the right, the volume goes. Down and to the right, it goes on HOVR. So those are the two that I'm focusing on at the moment. There are some other good ones. SYTA, SYTA, not the trader and host SYTA, but SYTA, this one. Good looking profile here with higher lows and higher highs off that 262 high a day. But look at these area lows, each one a little bit higher than its predecessor. So you know the buyers are in control when you see that. Otherwise, you would get lower lows if the sellers were in control. So that's another one we can keep an eye on here, SYTA in focus. I've got a couple of other ones here, EYEN, a former convict. It's been locked up before. This one has support at $10, so it seems. I'm displeased with the topping till candles here that seem to be telling me that, you know, aggressive short selling or profit taking is taking place at that level. That's the bad side of the equation. The good side is we're still well above the 10 exponential, and we're also above that $10 psychological area of support. So EYEN, a former convict, one we know a lot about, and will be participating in that. INMB, Joseph breaking down. LCFY also breaking down. That was the big boy mover in the pre-market. And then last but not least, SVER. This is up 82%. It's below VWAP at the moment, but something, just something tells me that we could work our way up here and see that 569 high of daybreak. So we'll see. What do you got, my man?
Yeah. Let's see what we got going on. Yeah, Gorev, I mean, I see when you tag me. So, guys, we know that we had the Google issue this morning and YouTube issue. So I'm Joe-TTV if you want to tag me in anything. But yeah, I see when you tag me. Maybe you don't see when I tag you there, Gorev. So we'll get that figured out there, no problem. Eventually, anyways. But yeah, here we go. We're starting to pull back in. Google's relatively weak here today, but I mean, this swing trade has been phenomenal for me. It's unfortunate that I didn't get my options filled, because then that would have been a monster move and I would have just closed it, because I have a primary target of around 176, right? That's my target, because I'm in at 167 and get a 9-point move before anything else happens there. But we'll zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint on Google. And there you go. It's just basically off of this trend line hold and this hammer candle on the bounce. And then sure enough, I didn't grab too many shares because I was looking to leverage the system. And I mentioned it time and time again, is that, okay, so you start a position via just normal common stock. And then once that starts to work, you can now use that free roll method and use it to buy more shares or contracts. And then that's when you really leverage that system. And then you look for the appreciation. Because if you lose $300 on your contract, you're just going flat on your shares as well too. So it's not a negative $600 trade, right? So just keep that in mind. And that's just a method that I've been using as of late, and it's been working relatively well. But I think that's going to be the move, right? And Sharif and I were talking about why is it lagging, but I think a lot of it has to do with its Apple, the Apple divesting in the Google, and obviously the Safari search or whatever it may be, their internet search. So we got to keep an eye out on this. Things can turn around with this. I think Google has a lot going for it, so we'll be patient. It is lagging the NASDAQ, so if it does play catch up, we're going to have a good time trading this. But I do want to sell the shares as well too. So
if you had to sing a song about this chart right here, what's the first song that comes to mind?
Get Down.
That's a good one. Okay. Yeah. To me, what comes to mind is free,
that's
free falling. Look at Circle, dude. Oh my goodness.
I thought that was, you know who sings that, Free Falling?
Actually, I don't.
Oh, no.
Is it Oasis?
Oh,
Assassino.
You dirty dog, you. Yeah.
Is it? Was it right?
No,
it's not Oasis.
It's Tom
was he
Petty.
trying to call me in?
No, he was trolling me because I said it was Oasis.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Remember, I'm like, isn't that Oasis? But that's just my
Assassino's coming
that's
in
just
hot
my
these
default.
days.
That's just my default setting, though, right? If I don't know the song, I just go Oasis, and then you have a good chance of being right.
This is a tough chart to look at here, Joseph. So it doesn't show you the percentage loss on the day on the chart, but we're 11 in the red right now on Circle. So circle, dot, dot. Do you have that coveted cootie shot against the shorts here on Circle? An eagle. That's like, what?
Or that Nelly song, I'm going down,
Down, baby. No street in the Range Rover. Zoom, zoom, baby. Ready, go.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even know what that meant, but I don't even know if we're allowed to say that.
Yeah. You know, there's some lyrics in there.
I didn't know you had that in you, Nelly.
No, seriously though, guys. Circle, a bit of a tough look today. This is the 5-minute chart on CRCL. We closed out yesterday at around 213. We gapped up to start the morning, getting to the high of 223 and 2/3, and then it's been all hell breaking loose to the downside on CRCL with a 189 on the dot low currently. So a bit of a tough look. Let's look at the daily quickly here on CRCL. So we're getting into that 10 exponential on the daily, and the 10 exponential only started populating on the 17th. So limited, what's it called? Sample set there. But yeah, the short is clearly on right now on CRCL. So if I don't even think this one has options yet, right? Like, let's find out.
Yeah, it's optionable.
It does? It's optionable?
Yeah,
Okay,
optionable.
All right, so then if you got options on this one, you're printing up a storm. Let's see what CoreWeave is doing, because that's the one that I've been earmarking for the short. Yeah, no, still positive today. 3 and 2/3. So CoreWeave's not done. CoreWeave still has that higher low, higher high situation, so it is not time to short this one. And it's also got the tailwind of chips in its back right now. Chips have been all the rage lately. We've seen, the likes of AMD, NVIDIA making all-time highs. Broadcom, oh my God, Broadcom at all-time highs as well. That thing is almost 1.3 trillion now. So yeah, there is a very good tailwind right now for chips, so it may not be time yet, Adara, to short CoreWeave, as I've been wanting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's time yet to short this market where it is. I guess we'll find out. But I just want to let you guys know, this is kind of more general related in terms of the economy. In case you guys missed it, we do have that July 4th hard deadline for the One Big Beautiful Bill. Now we have the House Speaker Mike Johnson saying that the July 4th bill deadline might quote unquote slip. So that's a little bit on watching. This is something that Elon Musk has been following there. So just be aware. I guess the deadline might not be Independence Day, as we know President Donald Trump really wants. Market right now, maybe slightly higher low here at 540, 840. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content. And check us out on X at TTV Research if you like infographics and a little bit more context for your trading day. Back to you.
Bob Kern's comment over here, man. You're absolutely right, Bob. When Sharif started on this channel with Prad, he was as quiet as a church mouse. LOL. Boy, is it a lot different now. And I actually went back and watched a couple of those videos in the beginning, and like obviously I was like kind of like a deer in the headlights, you know. Yeah, I was nervous, right? Initially, and then I don't know what happened.
Boom. That's what happens, man. The switch just flicks sometimes. And
I'm not a quiet person in real life.
Yeah.
And so obviously I don't think that that was a reflection of my real personality. Ram Ram, you're within striking distance now, Ram Ram. There could be, you know, all sorts of things finding their way onto your desk over there.
But you know what's funny? Let's go, Gorev. Let's go, Gorev. You're looking really good right now because the NVDA is climbing. Let's go. Nice. Bang. Really good luck. But see, the thing is though, what Obi has of it, his persona is nice, cool, and calm. Yeah, and Neil thinks I'm the bad one. Remember, it's always the quiet one, all right? It's always the quiet one. Me, I'm more contained. Obi is the one to watch out for, not me, Mr.
Hold on,
Mr. Neil Roberts.
Obi is a kind person.
Very kind
He's
person.
actually a kind person.
Yeah. That does not mean he can't get a little wild.
No, of course
yeah,
he can
you
get
know what
wild.
I mean? Yeah. See, you guys think I'm the one who's like one more? It ain't me.
It's Obi for
It's
real,
Obi for real. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen him like that. That's the thing. I've been out with him once. That's the thing. I haven't, because, you know, I don't go out that
You know what he tried telling me one day? It was a nice day.
What'd he say?
It was nice. I'm like, yeah, let's go grab a beer. He's like, yeah, nah, bro, I don't drink on weekdays anymore. I'm like, dude, it's one beer. Yeah, sure enough, who was the first one there?
The first
ready
one.
to go. Yeah, I'm gonna get it
one.
rolling. So
I appreciate
fall
that.
for the old.
I can
trick there.
appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure. But guys, let's get right back into this stuff. We have fun, man. We can mix it up really well here. We get to have a lot of fun, and then obviously get back into seriousness and trading. But go NVDA, go! I'm honestly really kicking myself, even though it's working out, and I know hindsight's 20/20. But I had a really big swing trade plan on this one from 142 for that push into the all-time high. But what really made me hesitate on the setup is just look at this movement. And I heard Michael Noss talk about it this morning as well too, is that traders were waiting for that pullback that never came. And then that's what that push that we made off of the Liberation Day lows, Sharif. Okay. And then now NVDA off of that April 3rd low, guess how much percentage points it's up? How much? Don't look. 81%.
What?
Yeah, 81% from those April lows, guys. That is big time moves, and I'm waiting. I'm like, okay, yeah, I like this. Was gonna grab the lows of this consolidation, but I'm like, let me be patient because just in case we get that pullback that everyone is waiting for because there's so much cash sitting on the sidelines, we never got it. And then sure enough, we break it, and now we're I shouldn't say way above, but we are above all-time highs. And so that was a big time missed opportunity on my behalf, but that's okay. We'll find something else. I'm liking this Google catch-up trade for now, and let's see if it can continue to work. So that's the game plan. Go Gorev, go as well too, because we are potentially sitting on the backside of this Qs trend, which I think is going to be really important if this market wants to continue to climb higher. And who knows what's going to happen here with Microsoft? It can go either direction here. It's either you can get that buy program, step in, and then sure enough you break through it and head for that 500 target. But there you go, Gorev. This is what I was referring to, is just watch out for this downtrend line. You were seeing the market really, really well. You have those indecision prints. Now you're on the backside of this trend. Wait for that retest to hold, and who knows what can happen on today's session. You can possibly go and test the high of the day.
Happy for you, Gorev, the OG.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, my man.
Sure, man.
Great guy and a great trader as well.
Yeah, man, you've been killing it.
A longtime viewer of the show, man. We appreciate when we see success on the other side of the screen. I'm going to speak about the couple of other ones that are moving right now. We're going to send you to Adair in 1 second, but we're going into the 10th minute, or sorry, the second 5-minute halt of WFF. It will be at least a 10-minute halt. We got 2 dashes there. Go ahead, Adair.
Here's NVIDIA, of course, really strong on the day. They just have a bit of a catalyst I'm just seeing right now that a little bit close to home for us here at Trader TV, because NVIDIA has acquired Toronto-based AI startup called SentML. Now, SentML actually based right here downtown in Bay in Adelaide. I looked them up. They're not publicly traded as far as I can tell. They're a software company, and what they specialize in is optimizing AI. So congratulations to Toronto-based SentML, and good luck here for NVDA. Again, the logic reporting that NVIDIA is acquiring a Toronto-based AI startup. And back to you.
Yeah, maybe when you say it's at Bay in Adelaide? All right, so maybe we'll go take a gander down there
It's
after.
like this way, like 2
It's
seconds.
literally,
that way.
maybe we'll go take a look at it later when
Yeah, it's not
we
working,
walk,
Ram.
when we walk down towards the old tower town there. So maybe we'll see if we can find that one that NVDA just acquired. But this is what I'm referring to here, guys. Just keep an eye on Microsoft. If it breaks through this resistance zone here, Shreve, right at that 498, just watch out, right? It can climb and then
wedge.
Yeah, exactly,
Beautiful.
right? It can climb and then head towards this wick high, and then sure enough, I think that next step is going to be 500. But if you want to talk about a parabolic chart,
Talk about it.
like, I don't know what else to say.
Look at that gap
Yeah,
up.
you know what I
Is
mean?
that not the mother of all initiation gaps
and
right
dude,
there?
That's
Look
just
at that.
part of, that's like, I think they beat their cloud expectations by like 1.3% or 3%, something roughly in that range. And then sure enough, it's like boom. But then I mentioned yesterday as well too, commercial cloud, there might be another $25 billion on the sideline that the street is not counting for, right? So very, very intriguing stuff here. And Danny Ives has Microsoft as possibly the first $5 trillion market cap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ahead of NVIDIA, huh?
In 18 months, yeah.
Fair,
That's in
okay.
18 months. So let's see what's going on
That's a
with that.
statement. I always love his ambition and his call-outs. He seems to be more right than he is wrong, to be fair.
The judge was like, Danny Ives made a, he made a comment and he's like, Danny Ives is like, yeah, so for all the haters out there or something like that. And he's like, oh, and then
There's
the
plenty.
judge obviously chewed that up. He's like, oh yeah, there's haters out there. There's
There's
doubters."
plenty.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
He's
plenty.
like, yeah,
They
he's
won't
like,
say it to
"There's
his
plenty."
face, though.
Absolutely.
On that, I was going to use a bad word. On that other network that we have there, BNN, BNN Bloomberg, which is our version of Bloomberg in Canada. It's licensed to this other company. There was this guy, they had him on, and one of the anchors on there, he's asking him, he's like, hey, Danny Ives likes this stock, is that stock? And this guy, innocuous nobody, all right, takes a shot at Danny Ives, like, well, I'm not going to comment about what Danny Ives thinks. I think, there's a whole lot going on there. It's like, bro, are you serious? Like you're taking shots at somebody like twice your stature.
Yeah, exactly.
And obviously he's doing that
you know what I mean?
for the Nodor.
I mean, obviously during all that tariff turmoil, we'll call it, it wasn't looking good for
whole month and a half.
Right? For Tom Lee.
A whole month and a half.
For Tom Lee and our guy Danny Ives there. But then they've been right for the past couple of years. Tom Lee called the bottom. I was listening to him for a while, called the bottom, called that massive bull run. And then he's calling this as well too. He's like, yeah, equities can continue to climb.
Yeah.
Why? Because a lot of it has to do with AI spend.
Boom.
And these tech names. So.
Well said, man. And that's the truth. All right, so here's what we go. We got a new position. We're long Satea right now, SYT. I knew Neil was going to look over. Not the actual person who's on the show. SYTA is a ticker. It's got support at the volume weighted average price, and that's where I'm involved. I also perceive this one putting in higher lows, not necessarily higher highs, because we have been quite a bit of time since we cleared that 262 high a day that we double topped that. I'll submit to you, though, the real resistance level here, likely the $0.50, as we barely have any candles that have closed above that $0.50 on the day. Say again, Chile Nightmare? It is, I know, but we got to give everybody these cute little names, and this is very close to Satea. But yes, you're absolutely right, Fabian. It is Saita. You're right. No, seriously though. So SYTA got some support here at the volume weighted average price. So I want to see if this one wants to take out the top or what its situation is. All right. So we're involved in this one right now. Full disclosure, my out on the break of 30 pennies, that is. So that's number one. Number two, WFF is going into a 15-minute halt. A little trick for you guys. I've mentioned this before, but I'll mention it again. To figure out when a stock may open, you weasel on over to the time and sales, and you look at the last print that came in. Case in point, look at this one over here for 5 shares. 11:18:33. Then you take a gander at your atomic clock, and it is 11:30:46. So the earliest we can open is going to be basically in a few minutes, all right? So we'll see if this one wants to open up at the 5-minute mark or what its situation is, but this is going now on 15 minutes of halt. I'm talking about WFF. It is a down halt that we're caught in, or we're not caught in, I'm not in it, Sorry, 1 second, Adair. 1237 was the actual halt price. The theoretical auction price now, the tap, showing 1022. So this one is slated to open up more than $2 lower. Be careful. Go ahead, Adair.
Keep an eye here in TSLA. Nice little push up for this one. The company apparently is seeking approval to launch their FSD supervised in Europe. They're using an Article 39 exemption under an EU regulation that would, if it works, it'll allow them to get temporary approval as innovative tech, and that'll let them bypass some delays that are tied to some other European regulations. So basically, again, TSLA seeking approval to launch FSD supervised in Europe, and they have a little bit of a loophole that they found to maybe do that. Let's see if it works. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. New position.
Alert.
I have it, actually. I always forget that I have it because it's Katina's. Okay, WFF is open, guys. I'll mention my position in a second on HOVR, but WFF open. So it was a 15-minute halt. It defends 11. The top, I guess, was 11. I wasn't looking. Here it goes, though. It's losing 11. Topping tail candle, rejected 12. It is coming back down to 10.5, finding support at 10.5 here at the 20 exponential moving average. So be careful with this one. It's really giving up the ghost. It's got to get above VWAP for me to get involved. The volume weighted average price, at least on my screen, showing 11.42. We are substantially below that now, almost $1 below it. Let's see if we can get back up there. So WFF, as quickly as it made that almost $15 high, it is about to lose $10 or so, it seems. So be careful with this one. All right, the new position that I'm in, HOVR. This I perceive to be bull flagging. It was quite spready. I was telling Joe this when we before we got on the show. It was like a 7 or 8 penny spread on a dollar name, which is quite wide. It's since tightened up. You can see 87 on the bid, 88 in the ask. I perceive this one to be bull flagging, and I'll make my case for you guys in a second. There it is. So that green line there, as you know, is a 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So I see this as a nice move up, sideways consolidation, finding support at the 10 EMA. So I'm looking for this one to continue possibly into 2. HOVR is a ticker I'm talking about. Last one before we send it back to your boy Joey. This one, EYEN. This is a convict. It's been locked up. It's been in juvie. It's been in county. It's been everywhere there is to be locked up. We know this one. So EYEN finding all sorts of support at the 10 exponential. And in addition to that, it's got a beautiful higher low pattern here with higher highs as well. So my suggestion to you would be try to pick it up at the lower end of the range, much closer to the 10 EMA than the day's high. So keep your eye here on EYEN, no pun intended, Joey.
Ooh, right. Ian, I zoomed out and realized that the flat line and step down is taking APLD. Yeah, APLD. Applied digital. See, that's the thing, right? I was looking at it this morning. I don't trade that too often. I don't even know if I've ever traded it, to be honest with you guys. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that. But, man, NVDA is just absolutely on fire. I think this thing is going to head to 160. I'm not saying by today, but it's only a matter of time. With that being said, guys, you know what we have to do.
What?
Pull up the chain. Oh. Maybe, chain gang. Yeah, maybe we'll start a little chain gang, yeah. There we go. So let's see what we got going on here with, okay, we don't want that expiration cycle. What do we got going on there? Sorry for the lackluster. So let's go to today's expiration cycle. All right, so we're already past that 155 OI, offside. See where these lift up. You can see this concentration all the way through the 60s. If that kind of increases on the strike prices, then this thing is going to be absolutely monstrous. I think, and this is what I said, man. That's the thing, right? Sometimes I need to add more. We need more small potatoes. We need to add more to these positions when I'm like, yo, I've seen these numbers before. When they started striking these golf deals and I'm looking at them, I'm like, oh, wow, this is absolutely phenomenal. Never mind the H20 over there in China. That's whatever. We'll take care of that later. But now we're going to focus on these Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, everything along those lines. And then sure enough, bang. This thing has now been climbing to 160, up over 80% off of those April lows. Fantastic stuff. But what is really starting to move here, Sharif, is Microsoft. And this is what we were talking about earlier. It can do one thing or the other. It's either going to sell off or we're going to break through that resistance zone. The volume slowly started to pick up. And then now we're heading towards that $500 target. What is that going to do? It's going to drag the Qs up with it. It's going to drag the SPY up with it. So you don't want to be going against the big boys. I say that all the time. I remember somebody I used to trade with, he's significantly more experienced than I was. He said, don't short strong stocks. And that stuck with me forever. me trying to short strong stocks. And I'm like, well, why didn't I just listen to him? It's the strongest thing in the market. Avoid something else. Find something that doesn't have necessarily a catalyst, or where the whole sector in general has been on an 80% run in the past couple of months. Avoid it. Wait for things to turn around, and then you're going to find good trades based off of that.
Sounds good. All right, couple of updates. Satea stopped out of that one. Lost VWAP. We get stopped out. This will be a loser for me. SYTA. In Hove, HOVR. Printing from 186 up to 92. Zigging and zagging now showing me 190. We got orders posted at 94 and 96. I'm looking for this one to hold up above the 10 exponential moving average, as it has been defending that level. That is currently about $1.85 on my chart. Let's see if we can get up into $2. I don't have any other plans for this one. I don't know. Is your IB messing up lately? Because mine is like taking time to load charts, and like
mine,
I can't.
Sometimes it doesn't even load the charts.
Yeah, I know, but that was, I don't know what's going on with this. I think the update screwed it up.
Some things don't even load the charts, and I'm like, man, I
don't
gotta
know.
turn it all off, turn
Yeah.
it back on, and then hopefully some of them would load. And
Joseph,
Yes, sir.
this one is making moves as well. So this was the one that we had in the pre-market. I didn't have it, but I traded it in the sim, as I always do, in the pre-market to warm up, or not in the pre-market, before we get on the show. So LCFY, I took like, I had a good trade on this one, like right at 930 in the sim. And this one lost VWAP quite aggressively, going down to 690. That is the technical day low. Obviously, it was trading below that in the pre-market. But now it has worked its way above the volume-weighted average price. LCFY, VWAP showing me around 910, 911. This thing just got up into $11. That's fantastic. What's the pre-market high, though? Well, did we clear the pre-market high? Yeah, we did. So technically, the official print is above the pre-market high, but we're below that level right now. So yeah, I don't know if I want to get into this, because there may be a lot of bag holders from 13.98 all the way down to where we're rejecting right now 11. I don't know. This one could be good. Hard to tell at the moment. So I'm going to pack my patience and keep my eye on LCFY. It's already shown its propensity to be able to break out and break out aggressively, given that it's up 329% on the day. So that one I will be watching. It looks like it might break 11 as we speak right now. Zigging and zagging right back into that $11 area, and there it is, right back into the mid-90s. So LCFY will be in focus for me going forward. Keeping an eye on Hover, as well as EYEN. EYEN. It keeps putting in higher highs and higher lows. So the way I want to set up on this one, maybe looking for that 10 to third, just to pick up on that pattern of higher lows on the 10. So let's go ahead and do that right now. EYEN, we're going to set up on this bad boy for a higher low, picking up on a higher low. So EYEN on the NQ. So the area where I want to pick it up is around 1035. So let's go ahead here and wait around 1035 for that bad boy. We'll see if we can get that fill. Just got into the high at day, so this one's going without us, it looks like. 1071 high at day right now, and it's at the high at day as we speak. So good luck here for EYEN. There's a lot moving right now, so we'll keep tabs on all these guys. And if there's any new ones, tag myself or Joseph. I see you guys tagging me. I read the tag by you guys, but it's not giving me that red rectangle that it typically does give us when someone tags us. Say that again? I did, Ram. I typed. Okay, so let's go. Test. Okay, so let's go ahead, test. See, changes my name. So it puts it initially as like my first name and my last name together, and then it'll adjust it to Sharif TTV. So I'm not sure what's going on.
What's going on? I wonder if it's YouTube wide. I'm assuming it is, because now that ad in front of everybody is slightly annoying, if you ask me.
Yeah, it is. It's really stupid. I don't know why they did that. See, again, Ram, look.
Didn't work.
It didn't tag me. Look at that.
¿Cómo estás usted?
So it doesn't have the green or the red rectangle on my name, as it should. So it's kind of hard to see.
He said, our guy Gorev said refresh. I don't know if you tried to refresh.
Is that your rectangle?
Yeah. He said refresh.
Okay.
Throw a little refresh
I'm gonna do a refresh.
and then see what's
what's
going in with that there.
Sir.
So Guan, big up yourself. Shout out Roy Woods too. But yeah, I mean, look at this name. This name is Oh my days, oh my days, oh my days. This thing is absolutely insane. NVDA, I mean, we talk about this stock doing essentially nothing for a year, and the same with the likes of Microsoft. There you go, a little refresh.
Yeah,
Always
appreciate
big,
that. Shout out to
Thanks,
Gaurav.
shout out Gaurav. Sharif, thanks you for that one there. But yeah, I mean, there it is, guys. What a big time move that we're seeing here in this name. Oh man, what a miss! Again, we can't complain about we were waiting for something specific, and sure enough, it didn't come. But there's going to be plenty of opportunities. I think that once Google decides to play catch up here, there's going to be some nice movement, even better movement in the overall market. So that's what we got cooking up. I think 160 is in the works here for today. So a nice look there on NVDA, and that's what I'm talking about, Gaurav. Way to eye that out. Just correlate a bunch of things. Microsoft with the ability to break through some key resistance zones. NVDA just constructing a new all-time high once again, heading up into 158.60. And what is that going to do? That's just going to drag the Qs up with it. But
UNH.
UNH is moving.
Neil just yelled it out, UNH.
Okay,
We'll
pull up UNH here right now to see what's going on with UNH.
Here it is, I got it. It's something to do with Obamacare.
Okay.
Supreme Court keeps elements of Obamacare preventative care. Reuters reports that came in at 1044.
Dang.
For me, I don't think that that's necessarily it, Joseph, because the breakout started happening at around 11:40 or something like that. So I'm not sure if this is it. Adira, if you have anything on UNH, let us know. I know that's one of your favorites. That came in at 10:44 exactly. Okay. We're going to Adira.
I don't see that Supreme Court headline, and I don't see any other news headlines on UNH. It honestly, oddly enough, for a name of this size, seems like a lot of retail excitement here on X. People are saying, oh, it's the best healthcare name. It's better than Hims. It's better than Oscar. Like, people are just getting really, really hyped about this online. People are saying, oh, I told you it was going to run. There's like a lot of excitement on X. We're talking like meme level of excitement, oddly enough, for a $300 plus ticker. If I see any news, I'll let you guys know. But as of right now, it oddly seems to not be news motivated as far as I can tell. But that can always change. Sometimes we get news a little bit later. And I've noticed lately, we'll usually get the news like 5 to 10 minutes after the move. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, just one more thing I want to touch on here, Sharif, before we send it back to you, my friend, and that is just Bitcoin here. So I'm going to pull it up on another platform to see what we got going on and just why I decided to close my contracts for a loss, but then I also closed my swing shares as well too. So that balanced it out for a small gain, a couple $100 bucks. We'll take that. So it is what it is. Yeah, exactly. We'll take this. But I think this so this is what the thesis is, right, essentially, right? So I'm not saying that the trade is done. It's just I think we need to be a little bit more patient on this one. So there it is. You can see that we rejected that 108 level a couple of times. So we're constructing those lower highs. So once we sit on the backside of this trend, the most simplistic trade thesis there can possibly be, you break out through that, you get the retest, and then you look to participate on that front. And that's exactly what I'm looking to do here in Bitcoin. We'll use contracts because it's IBIT's only around $60 or so you can really leverage that. But with that being said, we just buy time, right? So like December, I had expiration. Now when I go to buy it again, I'll probably just go into January or February's expiration cycles and then look to allocate contracts in that area, Sharif.
All right, 1 second, just setting up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I can continue going. There's one thing that I also wanted to talk about, but we'll save that for if we do the news today. We'll touch on that because I found some interesting stuff on stable coins, which I think is really, really important. And just the adoption of this stuff over the past couple of years has essentially gone up 30 times. So yeah, I think a big time move is happening. We've seen it in the likes of Robinhood, Circle, and in Coinbase there as well too.
All right, guys. I just got into EYEN, so just pulled in to the 10 exponential. So let's see if it holds up here. So it's been holding up on previous occasions, so it's showing 1040 now. There is a seller here at 1040. Can't really shake them. All right, we're moving a little bit higher, 1045 now. Let's see if we can continue to work up. The spread's about 9 pennies, 10 pennies at times. EYEN, it's got decent volume, 2.5 million shares traded on the day with a lot of respect for the 10 exponential, but it is getting a bit top heavy with that 1075 high. Let's see if it wants to pop up and give us a nice move back to the high side here, possibly to touch $11. EYEN involved in this one at 40 pennies. Looking for, okay, so just took out a bunch of my orders there. Good, good, good. Let's go ahead and set up a little bit more over here so it's showing me 1060s there. So we're set up at 69. There we go. Now it's showing me 67s. Let's wet the beak a little bit here as well. And then we're going to set up now at 88s. All right, here we go. We're setting up. There it is. Boom, man. It took out all the levels. EYEN. Quick as you freaking like. Right back into that high of the day. It is at the high of the day. 1075, right off the 10 exponential moving average to the T. EYEN, very respectful of that level. We'll wet the beak here. Again, how many more shares we have? We still have several more. We can continue to take some prints to the high side here. So it is a double top, full disclosure, 1075. The HOD on EYEN, that seller at the $0.75 we can't shake, at least for the moment, and I won't be convinced that it's not a hidden order. Look at all these single-digit prints here on the size side of the. I don't even know what I'm saying. On the posted here on the side, so that's 9 lots. That's about. There's 1 lot, so we just got up to 77s. So we do, I think, have a new high day. Yeah, it is technically 77. So we did breach that 75 penny area, but it's not really exploding to the high side like you would expect after possibly a hidden seller gets taken out there. So it's still 1077 HOD and not really pumping up any further. So I'm going to keep my eye here on EYEN. I'm posted up at 88s. So we've still got about 11 pennies from the current high in order to get that print. So I'm going to keep my eye on EYEN. Let's go back now to HOVR, see how we're doing on that one. What's the situation? Okay, we're showing 87s, where my long 84s. I still haven't gotten the print, though, sadly, at 88s. Now, full disclosure, we got in initially, took several prints to the high side, and then I got stop hunted. Oh, wow. And I literally got bottom wick on the stop hunt. I had it at 74, 75s. I shouldn't have done that. I should have been putting it at some obscure area like 73 or 72. When you post at the half or the 3 or the whole $0.75, the $0.25 usually gets stop hunted as people look to those levels, and that's exactly what happened to me there. Still positive on it, looking to make more here at that 188, and I'm leering my orders on this one. I'm talking about HOVR. It does have a bit of a topping tail, though. Sorry, not topping tail, rounded top, in the sense that it got to 93. That candle that got to 93, every successive candle after that is a lower high. So I am a little concerned about this one. We'll see how it ends up doing HOVR. Quickly here, back to EYEN, showing me 74s with that 77 high day still. I'm going to move up my stop on EYEN to break even. So we're going to go ahead, let's just post up there, and then we'll give it to right there. So we've given it a little bit below break even, just to give it a bit of room. So that's what I'm looking at right now, EYEN and HOVR. Let's talk about WFF as well. Where's that one at? There it is. So WFF, the psycho, is halted back to the high side here, 89% halted, this time at 12.59. The halt came in at about 3 minutes ago, 11:46.26. So the last time around, this one was a 15-minute halt. Let's see if it ends up being this long this time around. Joseph, that's what I'm looking at.
All right, good look there. So who said it? Someone in the chat said, Joe, short the queues here. We just got to be patient, right? I'm not saying no, but I've been talking about it throughout the whole session. I've said it time and time again. If Microsoft, NVDA, and some of the other big names are ripping, you don't want to go against the market until you see them as a collective unit start to turn around, all right? So just be patient on that one there. So yeah, I'm not saying it won't happen. You just got to wait for that right time, and you have to be extremely precise and be prepared to give it multiple entries as well too. But NKE, who would have thunk it? Not me. That's for sure. I mean, I heard Brando saying this morning as well too. He's like, yeah, he's starting to see a little bit more Nike around the gyms and stuff along those lines. I know Sharif loves Nike.
I love them, man.
Yeah, you love Nike. I've moved on from it. I
buy them from winners. That's why.
Yeah,
they mark it down like half off.
The Dixie Outlet Mall has not a bad Nike.
Yeah, and Von Mills.
Yeah,
Von Mills got
the outlet as well there too. But yeah, I mean, a good look there on Nike today, especially.
You ever go to Innisfil? The one off the 400?
Yeah, the
What's it called?
Innisfil outlet.
You know what I'm talking
yeah,
about, right?
exactly.
Yeah. Sick one
Dude,
as
that's
well.
I used to live right. Dude, that was my neck of the
you're
woods.
Bradford.
Yeah,
Of course,
it's my neck of the
your
woods.
hood.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
makes sense.
So yeah, we always used to be around there. That Harvey's there used to be my favorite. So.
The drive-through one in the
That's
parking
it,
lot.
man. That's when we were. It's funny when we would go to the cottage. It's
Yes,
like,
sir.
all right, stop at that Harvey's.
100%.
And then remember the McDonald's that was across the street. It was. You never remember that. It was like probably. It was the most. It was classified as the most busy McDonald's on the 400.
Well, because everybody's that's cottage
right
country,
there,
that's
right?
why,
So
right? Yeah.
it was crazy because we would always meet up there after like we were partying, and then you'd be there like 2, 3 in the morning, and everybody would be.
That
at
was
that
the meetup,
McDonald's.
eh?
That was the
You
place.
gotta
That
love
was the
it.
place.
You gotta love
Adara, what do you got for us?
Get it, Adair.
So some people in the chat saying President Trump is speaking right now. This was not on his calendar. He is holding a press briefing right now. He's not speaking about anything remotely related to the market, but I'm just letting you guys know he is talking. He can and sometimes will say anything, so just be aware. He's speaking. If I see anything, I'll let you guys know. Back to you.
I'm really rich.
That's probably what he
really
said.
rich.
I have a lot of money. I even have more money now that everybody's been buying Trump coin.
Yeah.
I'm very rich.
I'm really rich. Yeah, no, I'm saying Harvey's.
I like his blue tie.
Harvey's for it's a Canadian like a burger joint.
Yeah,
I don't think the Americans would know what that is, but I think it was my favorite for an extended period of time.
I just like how you can customize your burger.
Right, you can customize your own burger. I'd always get them to put some raw onions in my poutine and
There it
everything
is.
along
That's
those
the
lines.
move.
So that is the move. Yeah, bust the move. But yeah, let's see what we got going on. You can see that the overall market, this is the high of the day here, guys, and we're starting to bounce off of that. So maybe a longer time frame double top. Be patient just in case there is that liquidity grab, and then they slowly start to crawl over. I mean, the run that NVDA has been on, it's pretty extended here from VWAP, that is. And even on the daily, from a daily perspective, but also Microsoft, after it broke through, it now almost tapped into 499.50s, and then now it's put in an indecision print with some volume as well too. So just keep an eye out on that, just in case that top isn't broken, and then you look for more indecision in around the lows or slightly above it, and then maybe you get that curl over back towards VWAP. But the volume is supporting this move, especially as it punched through key resistance zone.
All right, guys. We're pulling back a little bit here on EYEN. It did get to a new high day, so 1080 is the high of the day now. It's showing me 63s on the ask, 45 on the bid. It has been spready essentially all morning, but it's HOVR that I'm kind of concerned about here, because this one, it feels like it is really doing a rounded top effect, and that's not what I'm in it for. I'm not in it to DCA. I was in it for a $2 breakout, so I'm long 184 right now. Yeah, it's the issue with is you see a pattern like on the chart, but it's still above key technical levels. So that's where I always kind of get caught between two minds. I see a chart pattern that displeases me, but the technicals are showing me something different where it keeps defending a certain level. So I'm not really sure how to proceed here, whether or not I think the right move possibly to move up my stop, but I'll mull this over a little bit more, but WFF is taking out the levels again. Here we go. We're about to take out $14, $13.60 now. The high of the day is $14.61, so this one is on the warpath to the high side yet again, just clearing 100% or thereabouts. It's above the moving, so it's above all the moving averages that I've got. It's above the volume weighted average price. It's also above the previous halt level, which I use as intraday areas of support and resistance. That was around 1230 the price, not the time. So there it is, right, the current candle high on the 5, 1360, trying to hold above 13. It's got basically 3 candles on the 5-minute charts of a higher high and higher low. So this one could be headed for yet another high of day break. 1461, as I mentioned, is the high of the day. Yeah, I'm not punching in here certainly, but we'll have to wait and see how this one ends up trading. But what I want to do right now is I want to figure exactly whether I'm going to stay in my HOVR position or I'm going to get out here. There's just not enough volume. I'm flattening out here, break even on the rest. That's fine. I don't need to deal with this. This is not why I'm in the trade. The trade is just too lightly participated in. It's a dollar name. It barely has 2.25 million shares, so I don't think that that's the right one for me. So I'm going to step away from that one and we'll look to do something else. We'll keep an eye here on the one that we're currently involved in, which is EYEN. I like the higher lows and higher highs here. I can be persuaded to add. into EYEN. I've got a couple of more outs left. One I'm posted at 88, and then I'm going to save a piece for the dream. But what I see here on the chart on EYEN, at least on the 5, is successively higher low candles. You're not necessarily getting the higher highs on every single 5-minute candle, but you are getting higher lows. So if that's the case, then I can be persuaded to add at the 10 exponential, which is currently on my chart 10 mid 40s, 10 low 40s. That is the look there. 2 New York cents. I wanted EYEN at 1060 and I missed it. Good luck. I appreciate you, my man. The only reason I'm involved in EYEN is because it keeps showing me this pattern, which is respect for the 10. Right? Every time it dips into the 10, 2 New Yorks, like here it did it on a wick basis, but it doesn't matter. It still defended the 10 here. It did it on a closing basis, and this is where I weaseled in, this one right here. Alas, it is coming back down a little bit to 10.5. If it comes anywhere near my entry, we're gonzino. I've moved it up to break even on that one. So EYEN will lock in some profits. Disco, 22. Joe, Sharif, Apple, slowly creeping up, bros. Yeah, you know what, brother? I mean, it's at VWAP now. It could be a good short here. I don't trade large caps anymore, so I'm going to have to give that one to Joey, and he'll give you his opinion on it. I'm obviously invested in that one long term, but it's not one that you're going to see do much these days.
Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, we'll take a look at Apple. AAPL. That's my, oops, AA. Oh, get it together, kid. Come on. You can do it.
You can do it.
You can do it.
Yeah, so I'm happy with that.
There we go. So yeah, let's see how it reacts around here, right? So if you get a 5-minute inverted right below the volume weighted average price, then maybe it'll curl over and head back towards the lows. But this thing's just been trading within a range here, right, guys? We got to take that into consideration. I love it when you go like that, bro.
Bro, look at this thing.
Oh, are you back in it?
No, man. I'm looking at getting in on a micro pullback. Yeah, WFF, guys, is breaking out. Here we go. It's above 14. Joey, sorry to interrupt, man. 1461 high. It's about to clear 14.25. Here's 14.25. So this one is looking like it is destined to take out that high a day. It looked like it was going to flush to the depths of hell from which it came. I don't know where it came from. The point is it defended itself right there at 10.25. And here we go again. 1430. 1440 or so. I'm thinking I just saw there on the time and sales, 39, 38. So this one does look like it's going to take out the high, guys. What a move up here for WFF. This is the best looking small cap gapper right now, but it is the most dangerous of the bunch. That really should not be understated. There we go. Right into 14.5. Joseph Seller at the $0.50. We're still below the high of the day, and that is now incorrect. A new high a day on WFF, 14.91 and going. Where's that $15 level at, baby? It's just a matter of time here. So we're gonna keep an eye on that one. And sorry to interrupt you, Joseph, but we gotta send it to Adair. She's got breaking news.
Andy.
Just so you guys know, Donald Trump and his press conference, right now, he's also with Pam Bondi and another individual. They just started taking questions. So if there are any answers to these questions that are of note for the market, I, of course, will let you know. But just so you guys know, it is the Q&A portion of the situation. Back to you.
Is he talking about the Supreme Court decisions? He is talking about the Supreme Court decisions. Is he happy?
He's happy, but he didn't really say much. It's mostly Pam Bondi, who's like real hype over here. She's really excited about it. But yeah, I mean, Trump was happy, but he didn't really say much, actually.
Very happy.
Hey, Bash Bros, just waking up. All right, that must be nice. I mean, it is lunchtime. Hopefully you're on the West Coast there. Waking up to another winning week. Just gonna let my covered calls expire. I had no trades today, thanks to Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe, Obi, and
Rodzilla.
Thank you, Rodzilla. And I pray that you are on the West Coast, because waking up at noon, my friend,
it's a no good.
It's a no good, yeah.
Maybe on Saturday or Sunday.
Wow, I couldn't even do that if I tried,
I haven't done that in many moons.
Yeah.
But
if I'm not at the gym by 9:30, to me the day is wasted. Yeah. It's like, you know how much time.
What's your problem, Ram?
Yeah. Yeah. What time? No, I don't even want to know what time you actually wake up on the weekend.
Guaranteed, you wake up closer to noon on the weekends.
Yeah,
are we right or wrong?
Yeah, we're right.
Yeah, right.
Every other
weekend.
See, now you're BS here. I can read it.
All right.
Like 11:30.
Me on Fridays, Saturdays later, but every other 9:30.
On the weeknights?
Yeah.
9:30, eh?
I'm up at 5 in the morning,
that's
dog.
fair. That's fair, dog. That's fair.
She sleeps at 2 or 3.
Ramin's like, yeah, I was at 7-Eleven at 2 a.m. the other day. I'm like, yo, it's Wednesday.
Well, she liked my comment at 1 a.m. in the morning because she runs the TTV account. I wake up in the morning,
It's like
there's a like on the
1 a.m.
comment
I'm
at
like,
1:30. It's like, go to sleep, woman. You got to be up the next day.
Man, to
And
be
that's
in
what
the
she's doing.
20s, in the 20s again. And starting for you, we're going to Adara and then Neil for his lesson of the day.
So right now, the market dropping a little bit. Donald Trump answering questions. I just paused a little bit there so I could hear what he's saying. He's just being asked about the Supreme Court decision. Nothing else has come up as of yet. But here's the NASDAQ pushing a little bit lower. Something else that was pushing a little bit lower here actually is NVDA, but it's still very, very strong at all-time highs. Congratulations to NVIDIA for a great performance and also for announcing the acquisition of a Canadian company actually located pretty close to TTV. It's called CentML. So NVIDIA reportedly going to acquire them. CRCL, opposite of NVIDIA, having a pretty rough day, opening around 225, currently trading around 191, so quite the blow here for CRCL, a name that's been pretty strong for quite a while. Maybe the tides are turning here. Coinbase, for its part, was also really weak this morning, another one that ran alongside CRCL, but bouncing nicely off the lows. Back to you. Or Neil and his lesson of the day.
Your lesson of the day, make sure you eat your lunch, Obi. Every time Obi does the show for Sean, I always note, like, I'll be sitting here and his lunch is sitting on his desk, and then we'll start the afternoon show at 2 o'clock, and his lunch is still sitting on his desk. You know, food is important. No, but the lesson here is sometimes you're gonna miss, and it's so easy to get FOMO. But when you try to make the magic or get into a trade that was a missed opportunity, you want to try to get really simple about it, because when you FOMO into something, you can find yourself with bad timing, poor execution, and then just a heck of a lot of regret. And it's double regret when you've already missed a trade, and then you try to get the continuation play and you make a bad execution there. You're going to be in a worse mood. You're more likely to hold past the stop because you're already feeling it. So when we're talking about being patient, the examples I'm going to use today are some that I traded, some that I didn't. One that I didn't get was Nike. Now, obviously, Nike, on the earnings, I don't care what you think about the earnings here, they gapped up, and it was about as clean of a breakout trade as you're ever going to see, literally hugging VWAP at the pre-market, so there was that, then it was breaking out. Now, for the entirety of the first 15 minutes, there was nothing red about this stock. It was just screaming to the upside, finally caught a top. Now, clearly, this is a missed opportunity. And as it started to pull back, you've got to ask yourself, like, where you want to get in. Now, where a lot of times I think the mistake gets made is this is like this kind of a candle people are trying to enter. Like, oh, this is the dip, let's go. We got to have it here. But if you're really, really patient, it actually sets something better up. And I'll get to VWAP, which is, to me, that's where you should be in. When you have something like this, it shows you a bottom, confirms a bottom, rinses said bottom, and then goes. That's a good continuation long. When it does this little rinse, and even on the next candle, it still gives you into the prior low. That's the level of patience you want with a chase trade. It's not that this trade here wouldn't necessarily work. You can be long at a bad price at like 72 and still get the $0.50 move. Hold it until oblivion against you, and then still get the $3 move. That still works. But if it breaks down, you've got yourself a terrible price. Even if it stops out, your risk to reward is no good. If you're really patient about it, after the opening push, this is the kind of entry you want. Save yourself 15, 20 cents. VWAP speaks for itself. Bottoming tail candle, trend break under VWAP. That's when you're all over. The other thing that can happen is maybe you've got FOMO or you're pissed off because you had it and you let it go. Now, I'll tell you right now, I had NVIDIA at the open, the first opening rush. Now, let me just go to a 1 for a second. I'm going to go to a 1 minute so you can see this a little bit better on a 1, and then I'll come back to the 3 minute for you guys. Because I didn't have that going into 137. Like, it pulled back off 137, and I dip bought it and then got the rally. So I don't want anyone to get the impression when I look at that 3 minute chart that I was sitting here like with the money and then let it go all the way up to $1.50 and then not get any out. I lost here getting out and didn't get back in. But you've got to have an idea where you want to get. Pull back into the prior high, try it once, try it twice. Here's where it gets tricky. It stops me out underneath 157. At this point, before I've made this trade, I know what I'm looking for. Either we hold the opening range top at 137, or I wait for the volume weighted average price. So I'm long in front of it, I'm out when it breaks. The second it holds, I'm back in. The other thing you can always do, and I say this all the time, Joey Options loves to do this. If I'm taking a 157 long, and I'm going to trail this out at 158 or under 158, well, then why not take the breakout and then leave my trail in? It allows me to be in the money, get a new price somewhere under 157, 7 or so. That ends up being a breakout trade, and then you get to free roll it, as he says, back into the high. So it's an add where I was going to trail anyways. But you cannot get the FOMO. Like, I didn't chase it, I'm like, oh my goodness. Didn't try to get it on the way up. Waited for my pullback into the levels, wait for your pullback in the level, wait for your confirmation, and then jam. It requires so much more discipline and patience when you've missed a home run to then get in, get doubles, singles, and then actually sometimes get a home run after that. But know before you take the trade, this is what I'm waiting for. I cannot chase this move. This is what I'm waiting for. I can't chase NVIDIA. I don't have entries here. Okay, VWAP would have been one. I don't have entries here. I got to wait for this pullback into 137 because that's my level. If I don't get it, I don't get it. If I do, I got to be willing to pounce, and I got to be willing to give it some shots. So many traders, it's not, look, FOMO is going to happen to everybody. It's what you do after the fact. And you need to be more on guard in a situation where you have maybe bungled an A-plus trade or turned a winner into a loser or just missed out on something that was gigantic. Because in that moment, you are easily going to be more susceptible to bad execution, too wide a stop, just getting that deer in the headlights because you're frustrated in there. So determine, okay, what do I actually need to see here before I get back into this thing, and just be willing to miss it if it doesn't happen. It requires a lot of discipline. Hopefully, you're able to catch it. I know Nike was a miss for me. I know what I should have done. With NVIDIA, at least we did do it today, and that's why NVIDIA's NVIDIA, so going long has generally been working out the last couple of days, but that doesn't mean that you don't have to pay attention to your execution strategy, because it really matters. Oh, and by the way, just one last one. I do this every single time. I have to. I got out of all the pounds here before it got to VWAP. I do this. Like, the second it does this move at 138 on a downtrend, I get out. And I get out exactly when it's breaking the trend line. Worst exit ever. But I didn't FOMO back into it. So it would have worked if I FOMO'd back into it. But again, you're looking for something specific. That's poor stop placement, in my opinion. Because a lot of times that's almost like an ad there, like what I was doing on NVIDIA. But I didn't FOMO back into it. Winning trade's a winning trade. But ideally, you just have to look back, be calm about it, don't get freaked out, and then just do a little bit better next time. Stay profitable, everybody stay consistent, and enjoy the rest of the midday show.
Donald Trump is still talking here, guys, during this press conference, answering questions. He did say some things about Powell again. He said the only problem we have right now is the guy at the Fed who won't cut rates. If he lowered rates, it would be great, and borrowing would be a lot cheaper. He also said that, again, some trade deals, he said that the U.S. is in talks or actually has made deals with probably 4 or 5 countries, quote unquote, did not specify who these countries were, and when we're going to actually get news about these deals. He also said apparently Iran wants to meet up, and he said that some nations are going to be disappointed because of the tariffs, because they're not making deals with everybody. Back to you.
Interesting stuff. Yeah, he's always going to talk off the cuff, and even if it's not scheduled for that topic, he's going to give you his opinion on it.
Yeah, of course. There's no denying that.
Talking, right?
I got a SBET. Okay, we'll take a look at that, but I'm gonna just remove that from the chat because it's slightly annoying, and I don't like it when you guys do that. So, yeah, let's see if we can catch a fill here on the TQs. We'll be patient to see if he comes back in. I don't want to chase it at the lower end of the range. So now, if you get that squeeze type play, then maybe you get a liquidity grab, and then it slowly starts to curl over. So we'll be patient. We'll stay posted up there and see what we got going on. Joe, if you could have only 2 stocks in a long-term portfolio, which would they be? Wow, that's a fantastic question. Yeah, I heard Neil say Bitcoin. I would have that. I would most definitely have Bitcoin. And then the second one's tough. I would have to go probably Bitcoin and NVDA or maybe JP Morgan. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I would go to. Sharif, you can only have two names.
I got it
here.
focused.
Okay, you
Sorry,
got to
yeah,
he's hyper-focused there. So yeah, I think that's it. No, Hood, you know what, Neil? Hood is fantastic and it's been on a great run. But would I want that as my only two? That's a great question. Let's take a look at Hood because maybe he's just referring to it and then not necessarily saying, hey, that would be my pick. But I mean, yeah, Hood went from 82 to, or 80, what did it open up at 84 and then put in a low of around 82. So I think it would be Bitcoin and NVDA would be my two picks. Even though, I mean, the growth, I don't know, it's not as exponential as it was before in the early 20s with NVDA, but I think that would still be one of the names, a safe haven, I think. And then with the likes of Bitcoin and it only being a certain amount out there, a certain supply out there. So I think those would be the two names in there. But thank you very much for that super chat. Much appreciated. And a very interesting topic. I'm curious to what everyone else would say on that one there. But what do you got going on?
All right, we're back into WFF, guys. 13, I'm long 13, 14. We just printed at 88s. I've set up at 98s now, okay? So here we go again. A beautiful hold off the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. WFF is still in play. Keep your eye out on this one. 75s now, seller at 75. The spread is tightening up, but it's still wide for a name like this, especially given that it's done almost 10 million shares now here, showing 80s. Can we clear? We're showing 93s. I'm waiting at 98s, I believe. We'll take it out here and we'll cancel that order. Boom to the high side. Joseph again on WFF. Go, WFF, go. Bang. Okay, so we didn't take quite the dollar on that one, but there it is. Moving on up. Good look here for WFF. 1547 high a day. What I really liked about this one, let me bring in the 5-second chart. So again, I'm trying to use the 5-second chart here to be able to identify micro pullbacks, and I want to show you exactly what I saw on this one so that, well, we can learn together because, you know, I'm still executing this strategy. So what I saw here was rejection after rejection of the 50 period, okay? And then we found bottom here at 1275. So I was like, all right, good look. But we're still not above the 50 period. So we kept putting in higher highs and higher lows when we had decidedly lower highs and lower lows. So what I said to myself is we clear this 50 period that we've rejected once, twice, 3 times. We clear it on the 4th. That's why I got involved with that. So I'm trying to identify the micro pullbacks on the 5-second chart. It's not something that I would, recommend you start off with, but something that's certainly helping me in being able to identify where the levels of support and resistance are, at least in the short term. A lot of people use Bookmap for that and other resources. You can also use level 2, but the problem is when you use it on level 2, you got to remember exactly what the level was every single time. Whereas if I look on the chart on the 5-second, it obviously gives me a visual representation that I can refer back to multiple times. So I'm happy with how I traded this one. We'll look to improve on holding because obviously I didn't get the top there, but that has been my thinking here with this small cap gapper trading setup. So that's been what I've been thinking there. Zion, is there major news on WFF? To be honest with you, brother, I don't even know. I don't really care about the. Dara says there's no news. I'm just taking a gander here in case something came in. No, she's absolutely right. I don't see anything, dude, and I'm going all the way back to yesterday. So apparently this was running yesterday as well. This is it. All right, so it's from yesterday. So WF Holding Limited announces plans for major investment in China. Thank you for the details on that. So detailed. This is what it is. WF Holding enters cryptocurrency sector, appoints Bull Coin Asset Management as consultant. Collaboration aims to assist with market research, blah, 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 blah. I don't really care. I trade these for the technicals, to be honest with you. I don't really think these are fundamental stocks that you should be holding for more than a few minutes. I mean, depending really how you're trading them. Go ahead, Adair.
That news I found, that was from Tuesdays when they first announced it, and they pulled back a little bit. They have like about an 8 million share float. It's nothing super significant. I just want to provide a little bit of context. I did see that headline, but it was a couple days old, 2 days old. But as we know with these small caps, sometimes they have a pause for a couple days and they go back again. No breaking news, though, for WFF anyway. Back to you.
And you're absolutely right about that. There is nothing breaking, but here we go. We may break here, Dara. $15 again with the high of the day, $15.47. So that would not be a high day break, but I'll submit to you guys, we have not had any closing prints above that $15 area. WFF seems like it's on one right now. It is not giving up the ghost. The volume profile is still quite good. You're not really getting a major decline in volume, so the market is participating, I should say, in this. Above 15 we go. We do have resistance here in the low 15s, 15.01, 2, 3, something like that. Kind of hard to see at the moment. I'm keeping my eye on the 5-second chart that I have on my top screen there. So the local area highs seem to be 15.10. So there is a seller at 10 that we couldn't shake, but I'll submit to you, there's likely going to be sellers every which way until we clear out 15.47. I don't even know what the short float on this is. I know Adair just gave us the float. The short float is not available on Trade Ideas, so I don't know what it is. If you guys have, I don't want to say accurate because we know that this data can be old. If you guys have a number for the short float, tag Joseph or I in the chat and let us know what you're seeing there. But I'm not seeing anything here. Joseph, rejecting 15s we are at the moment, but we still have a higher low and a higher high currently on this 5-minute candle. So WFF in play. Trade carefully.
Yeah, very, very carefully. I mean, who is this? Who is this individual right here? I can't ever. This is crazy. Nike now up 18%, 8.4.
People are pounding the table about this. They're saying that the turnaround is in. It's an inflection point for the company. I'm not saying it. I'm telling you what the analysts are saying. I was reading this morning.
Yeah.
Apparently, the beef was that they really wanted to, the previous CEO really wanted to focus on the direct-to-consumer to increase margins. He wanted to get the Dick's Sporting Goods, the Foot Lockers all out of the way. They were eating margins. So he's like, let me make my own stores, which we know Nike has stores, and to use direct-to-consumer online. And that was supposed to increase margins. But what it did do was give the product exposure like the way the stores had.
Yes.
I was telling Brendo, you know, 2 of the 3 or 3 of the 3 walls of a store could be the Nike products.
Yeah, absolutely,
and so you kind of display your stuff. Well, apparently, they're going back to that.
Yeah, well, I was reading a little bit on the report as well, too, and I heard they're going to chew about $1 billion bill just from tariffs.
Just
right?
from tariffs.
Just from tariffs. So I'm like,
already priced that in.
Yeah, yeah, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. Adair, what do you got for us?
I have a really odd headline coming out here from this Trump conference. Keep an eye on TXN, bouncing right now, but it did actually drop a little bit. Donald Trump, this is the second day in a row that President Donald Trump has mentioned that TXN is going to be investing money in the U.S. What's interesting this time, too, is he said, and again, we can't confirm this, that I believe the CEO of TXN came to him personally and said, Donald Trump, you can't take the tariffs away. What will you do if we take the tariffs away? So Trump claiming that someone from TXN is actually saying that they want to keep the tariffs because it's apparently good for TXN's business. Again, we're getting all of this from President Donald Trump, nothing from TXN itself, but also Donald Trump saying that regardless of who gets elected next, the tariffs are never going away. Again, not sure how much of that can be controlled, but either way, interesting tariff-related headlines coming from this conference, and back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Yeah, interesting stuff there on Nike, putting on a big session today, sure.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Level your trading game up with Prop XP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdowns. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. And you can trade directly on their platform. Sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey today. You get to enjoy rapid payouts and real human support. No bots, guys. It's rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot. Trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, you get 50% off with code TRADERTV. The link is in the description. So be the trader, get funded, and join Prop XP today. Prop XP, baby. Your edge starts here. Visit. Can you guess?
Prop XP.
Boom.com, my man.
Yes, man. It's winning.
Love it. Good vibes.
Google dragging the market down here with it, guys. So we didn't catch a fill on that. So that's unfortunate because that would have been a pretty nice trade. I wasn't going to punch. I was just like, let me be patient just in case of what's going on. So yeah, market's slowly starting to curl over here, guys, heading back in towards the volume weighted average price. You can see Google punching through these this 173.55 support level and then now coming back into 172. I mean, by all means, continue to do so because I'm just going to grab some more here on this pullback. We got a nice couple of sessions here. Gap up, gap up, gap up. And then now starting to pull back a little bit. So yeah, maybe we get the retest of this trend line. I'll still hold on to the position, add some shares, add some contracts, and then boom, make a hold for the break of this 180 level. So that's going to be a nice key support level as well too. And then we'll obviously just continuously monitor what's going on in the options chain. What we see at 175 is that concentration going to be lifted in strike prices, or is it going to stay roughly where it's currently sitting at? So that is Google. I like this pullback that I'm seeing in it because it's going to give me an opportunity to grab some more shares.
Well said, Joseph. I'm keeping an eye here on EYEN, guys, because this one, well, we got stopped out of it for the last remaining amount when we were on break with Neil's lesson of the day and happening now. So this one did lose a 10. So as soon as it lost the 10, I was out. 10 exponential moving average on the 5 is what I mean by that. It just bottoming tailed into the volume weighted average price, which on my chart is showing 985, 986. Pardon me, back above 10 it goes, showing 1007 now. So what I'm waiting for here is proof that it wants to hold the volume weighted average price as support. And I think given the spread on this one, I will insist that it make a new candle, make a 5-minute high. Sorry, to make a new 5-minute high on the current candle above the previous one is what I mean by that. So it's got to get above 1015, I believe. The previous high was at 1015. So if it closes above 1015, then I'll get back into this one. There it goes to 1020. It still hasn't closed, but it's got a higher low and a higher high. And you see how it jumped up from like 1002 to 1020. And the reason it does that is because it's illiquid. So the bid is showing something super depressed, closer to 10, 1002, 1005, and the ask is showing something at around 10 and a fifth. And that is not good for small cap trading, because the idea with small cap trading is you get in and out with large amount of shares for small movements. And when you try to do that with a wide spread, it gets you into all sorts of trouble. So despite the fact that it's holding at the volume weighted average price, I really don't like the spread on this, and I don't want to have to trade something I don't like on the day. So I'm going to keep my eye here on EYEN, but I'm not really motivated, I got to tell you, to trade it just because of the spread. I'm going to keep my eye, though, firmly fixed on WFF, because this one is still putting in higher lows and higher highs. It's very close to 15 and has been wicking above 15. It hasn't been able to close, though, above $15. So this one, to me, feels like it's just a matter of time until we're above that high day at 1547 now. It's got 125% in Greensville today, which is the #1 gapper on the market. After the bell, obviously, BGL and LCFY above it, but BGL is a buyout, so that doesn't interest me. And here we go. We're at the high of the day, 1547 again on WFF. There's a seller of note here because we're not printing anything above it. He's been killed. 1580 high a day. They just took him out, no problem. 1599 high a day, 1619 high a day. This thing is on the rampage to the high side, Joseph. What a move up for WFF. Fantastic look on this one. Good technicals, good support, good move up, and bad spread, though. That's the only thing I can say that's bad about this one. The spread is wide. Otherwise, it's been respectful of technicals, putting in higher lows and higher highs. Let's see if this one's going to halt. 1642 high a day. Where's my WFF screen at? Pardon me, there it is. So let's keep an eye on this for the halt parameters to start triggering. It is now a 1682 high day, and here it is. 1682 is going to be the halt parameter where it starts doing that, we're showing you it's going to gray out. We have to wait until this starts graying out over here, and there it is. Halted to the high side right now. 1682 makes this trade look like absolute crap. Getting in at 13 into 14, and then it goes to almost 17, Joseph. But I've seen this story before.
You've seen it. All right. We go behind the scenes, look at Trade the Pool. The dashboard tracks your progress in real time, live stats, profit, and more. You can break down every trade, see your entry, exit, and how it's played out on the chart. Check the certificates page for your full summary, achievement, and payouts. In this clip, that's Michael T. He's already earned over $75,000 in total payouts. Trade the Pool gives you the tools and the capital to go further. Ready to level up? Visit Trade the Pool or scan the QR code on the screen there, guys. Very interesting stuff. Microsoft is really starting to pull in here. A lot of these big names are starting to come in towards the volume-weighted average price. So let's see if we can get this bounce here on AMD. You guys can see that I'm long off of this hammer here. But with the NASDAQ and some of these tech names starting to come in, it could be a little dangerous. And that's a pretty aggressive downslope that we're experiencing right now. But the one thing I will note, we crack and hold this low, then we'll just hop out of that trade, no worries. Adara, what do you got for us?
Here, CRSP and EDIT on watch. Endpoint, which is like a biopharma-based news source, is saying that the CEOs apparently from various companies are pushing the EU to include cell and gene therapy initiatives or incentives, in the Biotech Act. So CRSP and EDIT, both in the gene therapy and cell therapy space, moving up here as again we get a report from Endpoint that some CEOs are trying to push the EU to include cell and gene therapy incentives in their Biotech Act. Keep an eye on the market as well. Donald Trump still speaking. He did preview his press conference later today, I believe at 3 p.m. with leaders or foreign ministers, from the republics of Congo and Rwanda. But he said also he didn't comment on the idea of the trade deadline slipping to Labor Day. So unclear his thoughts on that, but just be aware here. Market on watch. Trump still talking, still taking questions. I'll let you know when that ends. Back to you.
Very much for that, Adara. All right, perfect. Let's start to take some out here on AMD. That one worked out really well for us off of that signal out the lows. And then now we have the ability to possibly crack that downtrend and climb a little bit higher. So there it is, AMD cooking up for us right now. Close to the lows, we would hop out at the break of this level right here. So be patient. Let's see if we can take some more off. I only took about 5 or 10% off just to lock some in. And if it comes back against my break even, then so be it. But Microsoft really starting to tank. Now coming off of that previous high, we did break that wick high, and then now we're coming back in towards the volume-weighted average price. So we didn't quite get to that 499.50 or that 500 level that we were looking at. It rejected slightly aggressively, and you can see the momentum slowly start to pick up there, guys. So keep that in mind. I was thinking of shorting it too, but I mentioned with my whole spiel on not shorting strong stocks, and I were to go and do that, and it worked me, then I would have ate that one for breakfast there. So we don't want to do that, but yeah, you got to take it when the setup is there.
All right, guys, each year, 3.8 million concussions are sadly reported in the United States, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment for it. On the New York Stock Exchange listed Origenics under ticker OGEN is trying to change that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With concussion treatment market projected to reach about $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. So if you're interested in learning more and schedule a meeting, check out Origenics, guys. Great look there, and shout out to them. Good, obviously, cause.
Good cause.
I can't believe you sent that video, Ramram. I haven't actually seen that when Adara and I were on the midday. And obviously, it makes sense because Adara startles very easily. So I guess that's what we were doing that for. We actually had a plan. Sorry to tell you this, Adara. We had a plan, Ramram and I, that we would try to startle Adara at every possible opportunity and then create a compilation of Adara getting startled. And then, Adara, we tried to startle you. And then you weren't startling. Yeah. And then when we don't try, you startle.
So there it is.
So, you know, we couldn't get it right, Adara. That's why the video didn't make it to the scene.
This is shocking news. I am... Plot twist of the century.
No, you knew
M. Night Shyamalan. We're all shook. Anyways, I'll leave.
There you go. Shut it, Adara. There you shut it. She shut it on you there. We took a little bit more off on AMD there, guys. So let's see if this trade can continue to hold up. I mentioned we are rejecting that downtrend line right now. So maybe we get a pullback. And if we have the inability to crack this low, then I think there's going to be an opportunity for an additional entry. But Microsoft really starting to sell aggressively. Google, come to Poppy. We're ready to buy some more there. Oh no, Ramin, the look that Ramin just gave me, not good. I won't say that again there. I apologize. Adara, what do you got for us?
I'm about to just answer a pretty interesting question here about crypto at this conference. I just have DJT up here, so people Basically, people asked, well, if there's people voting against crypto bills for political reason, would you at all be tempted, President Trump, to get out of your crypto holdings? He didn't really answer the question. He said, well, my family's involved in that stuff, and that if the U.S. didn't have crypto, then China would. But he also said Bitcoin will take some pressure off of the dollar, and that the U.S. created a very powerful crypto industry. So he didn't really answer the question, but he did tout the crypto industry in the U.S. Keep an eye on some of these crypto names, not really moving, but DJT also on watch. We know they're trying to move more firmly into that crypto space as well. Back to you.
3. Frustrating. Mubtasim.
Just do it. Do it. You didn't remember that Shia LaBeouf thing? He's like, just
You've mentioned
do it.
it.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
never saw that, but
Just
I like
do
Shia.
it. I love Shia.
He fights. He gets into a lot of.
Yeah, he's
issues
got a
with
lot.
paparazzi,
Well, I mean, he
doesn't
was a
though?
child star as well too. We know how.
That's fair, mix.
Yeah, the child stars have been doing up. So our poor guy JB, the press isn't making him look good at all.
No. Mubtasim. Shout out to Mubtasim. Thank you very much, my friend, for the $5 super chat.
I'm really rich.
I just saw the auction price for WFF touch 25 and drop right back down to halt price. Does that mean it will make it there? No. The halt price, so great question, by the way. Thank you for that, and thank you for the super chat. So the halt, what's happening during the halt? You're essentially getting an auction. Very similar to the opening auction that the Katina and the Neil show you every day around 9:20, 9:25, right before the opening bell. And so they're looking at the order imbalances. And what that is, during the halted time
I
of
didn't even
WFF.
mean to do that. I'm such an idiot.
You want to go ahead with something?
No, there's a super chat. I didn't even mean. I honestly didn't mean to delete it. I apologize for that. Alfredo's options trade. I honestly, truly didn't.
Did you see what it was?
Yeah, I did see what
Okay.
it was.
Let me just address this, and then
Yeah.
you can address
Well,
that.
I'm not going to repeat it, to be honest with you, but I just didn't mean to delete it. It wasn't.
was it?
It was slightly odd, to be honest with
All
you.
right.
But yeah,
So-
I'll tell you off.
No
screen.
worries,
Yeah,
no
yeah.
worries. So what's happening during the auction is what they're doing, Mubtasim, is they're basically pairing buy and sell orders. So let's just say currently right now, Assassino, if I can show the screen. Basically right now we're halted at 1891. The tap is showing me 1891, so there is currently an equilibrium of buy and sell orders coming into the exchange during the halt. And the way that they come in through the exchange is through a special type of order called a limit on open or a market on open. And what you're telling the exchange, or you're telling the computer to do, is to basically pay up to a certain price or mark it in the market on opening's case, as soon as it opens, okay? So what they do is they start pairing the buy and sell orders, and if there's an imbalance to one side or the other, it reflects on the top, which is the theoretical auction price. So if there is a wave of buy orders that momentarily, Mubtasim, pushes up the theoretical auction price so that there's a heavy imbalance for buys, it will reflect that in the tap. If there's another wave of sell orders that bring back that into equilibrium like it is right now, 1894, so we barely have a buy order imbalance, barely, right? So that's what the tap is showing you there. And so can it be manipulated? Yes, it can, because, well, I can just send an order, a limit on open order that will likely not get filled, right? Once you send a market on open or a limit on open, my understanding is you can't cancel them, but that's on our platform. I don't know if you can cancel them on other platforms, all right? So that's what we're seeing right now. So you got to keep your eye on the tap while we're halted, but it by no means is the last say in the matter, right? So that's what I want to kind of mention there. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you for asking that question, because I'm sure a lot of people have that question.
I sent you the message there, Sharif, of the super chat. If you want to read it, feel free to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. What the hell is happening there, bro?
What the hell?
You do that. Okay.
I truly
Thank you,
didn't
Alfredo,
even- yeah.
for that super chat. I'm not sure why you would say something like that, but we're going to Adair LePage.
Just keep an eye here on the market. We did have, I mean, if you look here on our P-Pro charts, this is Z-Signal and P-Pro, we did get a little bit of a spike to the downside on, I'm guessing, dark pools. Donald Trump was asked, would you consider bombing Iran again? He said, yeah, if he needs to, if there's nuclear issues, 100%, and he would be considering that. So geopolitical issues could still be continuing. He is still answering questions, and he's actually pretty excited to answer more. So we do not know when this is going to end. Back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, wow, look at Bitcoin go. Good job, Joe, on selling. I mean, it's fine, and we're in roughly right where it started, but a nice breakout there on Bitcoin through some of these highs. Yeah, and maybe you can get the continuation on this thing, but a nice move here, recovering. You can see this base form there, guys, and then now nice engulfing candle as it punches through some key resistance zones, and that's what you want to see. That's essentially picture perfect right there. So a really good look on IBIT right now, guys. Hopefully some of you are long. Tyler Verse in the chat was telling me, Joe, get long some IBIT, and I said, all right, brother, I'll hop in long with you, but unfortunately I didn't do that. But Gorev, nice look here on this candle. I know this is what you're referring to on Tesla. You get that break of that 324, and then you head right into the volume-weighted average price. And right now, who knows what can happen? We just got to keep an eye out on this downtrend line. And if that snaps and is held to the top side, you sit on the back side of that hold, and then now you hold VWAP as well, too. There can be a potentially good long on that one. So really good call out on that. You already got a couple points or a point and a half there if you did play the break of the high of that candle there. So that's what I got going on. We're all out of AMD. I mean, good out on that one. Yeah, exactly. Good out on that one as it tanked ferociously to the downside. So yeah, watch out for that. You got to get out when you're supposed to, and then now there it goes, boom, ready to make a new low. And I mean, go boom, boom, boom.
Love it, man.
Seen it? VWAP, you say? Bing bong.
Bing
Yeah.
bong.
Oh, ooh, hey yo. There we go.
Turn around and let me see
Let's see what we got going. Who sings that there?
Keep forgetting, dude.
I know too.
Dude, Neil, you're killing me, bro.
Wait, okay, anyways, thanks for embarrassing me here. I'm trying to get a percentage metric. That's not the stock that I want either, so maybe it's the trading gods helping me out a little bit. And still not cooperating with me. But okay, anyways, on to the next thing here. What a move from these Liberation Day lows AMD has been on it. That's almost okay, so we'll call it 74. We're at 140. Bang, that's a 100% move right there. Bang, just like that, Sharif, in AMD. So quick maths.
Adara, look how short your hair is here. Wait, I don't know whether they're showing the screen. There we go. This is the video. My hair looks super weird here too. I feel like your hair is a lot longer than this. Yeah, it's like a lot
Play it one
different
more
than-
time. The jump is crazy.
Oh yeah, bro. Well, that's actual reality though. Like, she'll startle that easily. She will. She actually will in real life.
Yeah. Yo, you're just like you just turn around and go right back to your desk. Cold.
Ram. How long ago was that? I say year and a half deep. Year and a half. When did it say on your phone? When did it say on your phone? Like the timestamp on your phone. Guys, while Ram finds out the timestamp, this thing is going absolutely wild. This thing is up now $20.75. It may halt here at $20.75. This is the halt parameter triggering again. It is now up 212.5%. WFF is absolutely crazy. It does seem like it's going to halt. There we go. We get the gray out. Unbelievable move here for WFF. It makes these trades that I had look, it makes me really feel bad about these trades, even though they're very profitable, but it makes me feel so stupid.
On screen, guys. Screen.
It's okay.
There you go.
Yeah, it makes me feel quite silly, having traded in this way, but you just don't really know when you're going to get the squeeze. We don't even know what the short percentage is on this, but what a move up for WFF. Yeah, Neil, it's insane, dude. It's insane, and it's all gas, no brakes. It's holding technicals. It's respectful of the 10. Joseph, and on top of that, how many times have you heard me say intraday areas of halts are intraday areas of support and resistance? Look at this. This is the halt right here. The high, the halt, 1682. Look at this candle here. 1677. It tests it perfectly. Like, you can't tell me, 5 pennies, that's what's going to make a difference. These halt levels are fantastic intraday areas of both support and resistance. Once you open up, so for example, we on this candle here, this is where we halted, 1682. Where did we open up at? We opened up at 1724. We moved all the way up to 1895, but before doing that, we tested that area low. So great look here for WFF. Let's keep an eye on it. I don't think it's done yet. I'll wait for a pullback before getting into this one, but fantastic look here for WFF. EYEN as well. This is a beautiful hold off volume weighted average price, and I kept saying I'd get in. I never got in, and by the time I came back, it was far removed from the area, so I didn't punch back in. But EYEN also up over 40% at the day's high, 11 and a quarter or just thereabouts. So another one you can keep your eye out here if you like these small cappers. If not, then I guess not. Oh, there we go. What's SEK again? The currency? Do you remember? Swedish krona. Thank you, Adira. Shout out to David Lindenberg. Is it Lindenberg? Yeah, it is Lindenberg. David Lindenberg. Thank you very much, my friend, for the super chat. For my long-term account, done the fundamentals on Microsoft and in love with how they're moving and want to add to my position. What is your opinion on the technicals? Well, it's beautiful. Okay, so I'm going to let Joey speak for himself, but I'll speak for myself as well. When Joseph had the Microsoft daily chart up, the first thing that caught my attention was that gap, the initiation gap. MSFT. See how it's screwing up? MSFT. I don't know what's going on with it. That's fine. Let's go to the daily. And what I really like about this is the initiation gap. Now, you're not going to see it because I include pre-market and aftermarket data. But if I was to remove that, have a gander at this. There it is. There's the initiation gap. And the beautiful thing about initiation gaps is they're made even better when they break through technical areas of resistance. Let me make my case. How many times did we reject 395.4? Quite a bit. Since we were up at around 455, we lost it. We tried once. We tried twice. We tried OB thrice. And then on the fourth time, Joseph, it was not just a clearing, but a huge gap from the 395 we closed out. The next day, we opened up at 431. That's an earnings play, obviously. You can see the volume. But this is an initiation gap for me, okay? So the initiation gap obviously is one of these technical patterns. So what I don't see here is the continuation gap that we're supposed to also see on the way up into, well, who knows where this goes. So I like it. I pick it up off, the 10 or the 20. Or yeah, the 10 here is around 490. Any pullback is into the 10, and it's shown you that it's been respectful of the 10. I mean, since that initiation gap that we had, every move into the 10 has been defended. The money fill here seems to be to the 10 and the 20. So that's just my opinion on Softy. I think it's a hell of a breakout. It's just a matter of time until we're above $500. But maybe, just maybe, we reject 500 for a little bit and then retrace. That might be your entry. So today, the high of the day is 499.30. So we'll see how today ends up closing, Joseph. What's your opinion on the technicals on Microsoft?
Yeah, I've been analyzing this thing, so I can tell you just off the top of the dome piece here. For me personally, I wouldn't be, again, that's the thing, right? Like for me, I would wait for that pullback because the run that it's been on, it's just been absolutely insane. So I think what you can do, and I don't know how much capital you have, if you want a specific price, you can just start selling puts, right?
Good point.
So then regardless, so there's multiple outcomes that can come from this, right? So you sell some puts, you collect some premium, it doesn't come into your strike price, and those don't finish in the money, you make money. It comes back to that level. You're now your contracts now expire in the money. You're the proud owner of Microsoft at the specific level that you want to own it at. So it's kind of a win-win situation if you're already positioned relatively well. Adara, what do you got for us?
Trump ended his press conference. He's just ending the questions with a pretty big way, and it has to do with Fed Chair Powell. So Donald Trump, his last question he received, right now he's just saying like some closing remarks, but he's not taking any more questions. The last question he received was, who are your thoughts for the next Fed Chair candidate? Instead, he criticized Fed Chair Jerome Powell for, I think, at least 3 minutes. He said, oh, he's terrible. That was his first response. He said he's not a smart guy. He said that he could be saving the U.S. $900 billion a year if he gets rates down to 1% because Trump wants the U.S. to have the lowest interest rates in the world. And then at one point, he did an impression of Fed Chair Powell. He said, oh, we want costs to come down. Oh, he just does this little thing for 5 minutes, and then he goes to the beach. So I just wanted to share that because pretty interesting stuff here. Donald Trump has not at all cooled off with his dislike for current Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Back to you.
You're
This is fantastic, bro. Once you get on this guy's bad side, watch the hell out, bro. He won't shut the hell up about you. Like, He needs to get his way no matter what.
Yeah, of course. He's just gonna troll you.
Oh
until,
my God.
He knows that he's out the door anyways.
So good.
And
So
not too
Powell,
long.
too, though.
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, that's what I was referring to. Powell out the
Yeah,
door,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Trump still got 3 years. So my issue with 1%, the thing is, we're still in that pandemic level spending. I think we need to get back to pre-pandemic level spending in order for us to not reignite inflation. 1% I think is too dangerous of a print. I think that people would just start to buy things the consumer would really amp up. You don't think so?
I don't think he cuts 1%, Joseph.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's what I'm getting, right? We're still in that pandemic level spending. You need to get to pre-pandemic level spending, and then maybe if you're lucky, you can have 1%.
I just don't think that I don't think he'll do that.
No.
He did do that, though. I do believe, fact check me, chat, I could be wrong. The initial raise, when he raised, I think it was, when was it? November?
His first increase?
It was like March 2022.
Something along
Was it
those lines.
1%?
I understand where you get.
Was it 1%? It was something like that.
75. I'm pretty sure the first couple were 75s.
75 and a couple of ones, Dara says. Yeah, so he did it on the way up, but we saw like a 9% print, an 8% print. So it was like super late to the party.
Super late.
We're not getting that, though. We're not getting negative, so I'm not really.
No, I mean, it's cool, the euro. It's cool. It's cooling, right? We know that. But I think just to go, Dara, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you say that Donald wants interest rates to go down to 1%, or he wants? Yeah, exactly. So no, see you later. You're not getting that whatsoever, especially at this level of spending.
Yeah,
There's no way.
That's not going to happen.
It's not sustainable. You'll just reignite inflation, and you'll be up. Okay, well, what are you going to do? It goes up a couple basis points or a full point, and then now you got inflation at like 3.5%, 4% again, and then it's like, oh, well, we got to cut because we don't want the rate of change to continue to increase over and over again.
Yeah, and like you don't know. You still I'm just assuming what Powell thinks is. He probably still a little bit weary about the tariffs.
Absolutely,
right? Like
absolutely.
There might be some lagging effect there.
We don't want to throw the T word around there either, right?
Well, yeah. Well, exactly, right? Transitory. That was good, man. That guy's not going to live that one down.
No.
Guys, I'm still waiting here for our very good friend WFF to open up. It's currently showing me a theoretical auction price of $21.50 with the halt level being $21.75. So technically we are slated to open up about 75 pennies higher than where we closed. We'll have to wait and see what the situation is here with that one, but it will be at least a 10-minute halt, having halted at 12:37.24. It is now 12:46. And change. So let's keep an eye out on that. And as soon as it's open, we'll let you guys know. But there are other ones running. Case in point, HOVR, really disappointed. Oh, look at this, Joseph. Entry. Stop hunt. I'm the idiot that put my stop there. Why, when I saw technical support right there, would I put my stop there?
Right there.
Moron.
But I mean, that's not too bad, right? Like,
no, it is bad.
You got that. You had that base formed, and you put it in a correct spot, but then it came
Too
right
close.
liquidating.
Too close. Yeah,
I
got hunted right away. So
Larry
that really
Hoover.
feel very stupid about that, but HOVR, it's up about 29% and continuing to go here. EYEN as well on the move up. It just made a high day of 1150, coming back down now to test that breakout level. I'll submit to you the breakout level to me is around 1080, and that jives with where the 10 exponential moving average is. It's also currently on the 5. It's at around 1075, 1080. WFF is open. Oh, baby. There it is. It moves into the high of day, 2367. The halt level, guys, don't forget, is 2075. Did it already come back in to test it? The answer is yes. The current candle low is 2076 on the dot. We halted at 2075, and it has a low of 2076. So, yeah, again, these halt levels are intraday areas of support and resistance. And here comes 24 with 2387 high. So WFF now 235% really going here. Good look for that one. I see HOVR as well is at the high of the day. Be careful with both of them. They are both small cap gappers, and they're around for a good time, not a long time. I sound like a broken record when I say that, but I'm going to keep saying it because I don't want anybody to think that I think these are good investments, nor do I want anybody to kind of blow up their account. We got a new poll in the chat over here. When a ticker you're watching takes a nosedive, what is your first move? First, buy the dip. 2, Wayne, look for a short opportunity. 3, stay on the sidelines. Or 4, add to my watch list. Joey, options, which one would you choose?
Buy the dip, baby.
Look at this guy. All gas, no brakes. I'm clicking buy the dip too.
Yeah, buy the
Attaboy,
dip.
yeah. Most people agree with you, Joey, because we got about 50% so far. Shout out to David Lindberg.
I'm really rich.
Thank you very much, my friend, for the 65 Swedish kroners. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate the great work. Oh, and Arsenal winning the league and Champions League next season. Say less. I love David Lindberg, my friend. We're going to take a picture of this right here so I can remember your name and always shout you out. Why are you booing Arsenal?
I don't know.
What is your problem?
I like Chelsea.
Chelsea, huh?
Yeah. I don't even
Don't make me do that to you, bro. I was about to ask you who the players were, but I'm not going to do that to you. I'm not going to do that to you. No.
But Arsenal's jerseys are red, man.
Yeah,
What kind
they
of
are
BS
red.
is that?
Well, look, bro, you know how much I love blue.
Yeah,
But I also
saying that
love
you don't like
Arsenal.
Chelsea.
No, I don't like Chelsea.
Why?
I don't have a problem with Chelsea.
Yeah.
I dislike 2 very specific teams. I hate Manchester United because my buddy in school was a Manchester United fan and we were always competing, and there's a history between Arsenal and Manchester United.
Yeah.
And I also hate Manchester City.
Man City.
Man City. Because they always take the title away from us. This year it was Liverpool, but I can't hate Liverpool because my Mo Salah is on there, right?
Mo Salah.
And my old man is a big Liverpool fan, and a lot of my family is Liverpool fans, so I can't hate it too much. But definitely hate Manchester United. I don't like Manchester, period.
Manchester.
Because they're both from Manchester. Both those teams are from Manchester.
Manchester by the Sea. Shout out to Casey Affleck there.
Shout out to, yeah.
this guy. Sharif.
Yes.
Joe, I take a stop loss every time I buy it. Dips. It's on Lala. Yeah, I mean, hey. Here's what it is, brother.
Get it, Gaurav.
Keep buying. What'd Gaurav say there?
He's like, you and I both hate Man U and Man City.
All
Yeah,
right, there you go.
I should hate Tottenham as well because so Tottenham and Arsenal both play in North London.
Yeah.
And their stadiums are about 1.5 kilometers.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Joseph, and they're not small stadiums. Both
They're
Tottenham's like
massive.
75,000,
Yeah,
Arsenal
yeah.
65,000. These are big ass stadiums that are like throwing distance.
It's
away
funny.
from
I remember back in high school. There was a couple movies like the Hooligans, where it'd be like Hooligans, where they would just fight each other.
Say it again?
The movie was like Hooligans or something like that.
in the 80s.
Yeah, or something,
Yeah.
and they would fight each other.
Joseph,
and stuff like that.
England had a real big problem
Problem
with
with-
hooliganism in the 80s. They started taking people's passports away because
Yeah.
they'd go to like Germany and France and completely
And
make
just- yeah.
England look like a fool. Yeah,
That's
the whole
crazy.
thing about it.
Are you not allowed to drink in the stadiums anymore?
You can,
huh?
but they cut you off at halftime.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
So you
yeah,
can,
yeah, fair.
but people go to the bar before. And they
Yeah.
sing
Oh, yeah. They're drinking
and
all
they,
day.
oh,
Yeah.
God,
They remember that movie Eurotrip? Oh, sorry. You got an ad read to do?
Assassino, are we good to go? VinFast, baby, is back in the spotlight. Cantor Fitzgerald just reaffirmed their overweight rating with a $6 price target, and Chardon Capital is holding their buy rating at a $5.50 price target. On the money side, Tidal Investment increased their stake by 11% with new positions also from Mitsubishi, SBI Securities, and Jump Financial. In Q1, VinFast doubled down on its goal, to boost deliveries this year and hit break even by 2026. They're scaling it up in Asia and investing in new EV platforms to cut costs and improve performance. With strong backing from Vingroup and Global Strategy, VinFast is shaping up as one to watch. And I've mentioned this many, many, many times. Seeing a lot more VinFast cars on the road, mostly the VF8s. But
Yeah. Is that the kind of like the van type?
Yeah, they
the
got-
van.
They're both like kind of like crossover a little bit.
Yeah. I see what you're talking
There's a bigger one and a smaller one. I see more.
We got okay. So Sharif, great trade on WFFF. This looks like 24.15 might be the high of day. Sellers are getting strong.
We got the top right now, Joey, coming in. Oh my God, it just popped up to 24.
Thank you, Redia Foza for that one $10 super chat. Much appreciated. But 2NY had a very interesting comment here for me, anyways. A buddy of mine says that he only buys massive dips on the big dogs like the Mag 7. Other than that, he stays away. And you know what? I think relatively as simplistic as that may be, in my opinion, and you're hearing it first, I can either be right or I could be wrong, but these guys just have so much cash on hand. It's so hard for them to fail at the end of the day. And I'm saying this in the likes of Apple now, when you see a stock that's beat and it looks like there's no light at the end of the tunnel, like it kind of does with Apple, I think it's a great time to buy because $100 billion free cash flow is just absolutely ridiculous. You know, they're just going to buy their way out of their troubles, and I think they have the ability to do that. Even though they are extremely behind in this AI race series, we know it was a massive flop. They lowered the bar on the previous WWDC, which is a positive sign for me. You get that iOS update as well too. Is that going to lead people to the super cycle that our guy Danny Ives thought was going to happen? No, that unfortunately didn't come to fruition. But for me personally, Apple 200, whether it takes 6 months or a year for them to get their things together, eventually they will, and you'll see that stock start to run. Everybody has it written off, but at some point, things will start to clear up. I know Sharif doesn't like the tariff talk going on with Apple as well too, but I do believe that they'll find their way around it, and there will be some positive news and some positive things on AAPL.
Fabian, what are you doing over there? Tell everybody.
Get some submissions in for the poll or for the rundown.
So Fabian,
what you'd
it's
like.
super easy for them to vote, right? All they gotta do is hit the $sign
Be there and then
and there.
type it in just like this. You can see right here.
Fantastic. It's super simple and it populates automatically, right,
Yeah.
Fabian? So we automatically get the totals.
Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Just putting around.
Let them come in.
And then someone
Let
said
the
the same
waves.
thing with the likes.
Come on,
of
chat.
Google. Like, I mean, we know with Google that Apple's going to have to divest, and that's about 20% of their service revenue, which is not necessarily good for Google. No. But they'll find their way around it. I think there's so much down the pipeline for this. Waymo, Willow. Willow's their quantum space as well too. And I'm missing so many other things. I can't even remember. Like Google's almost its own ETF in itself, but they'll get out of this.
Isn't that funny? It's got exposure to all the industries
many
that we're
different
talking
things.
about. Quantum, they got to put in.
Quantum.
Autonomous driving, AI, obviously goes without. The only thing I really
Social
haven't
media
heard.
platforms.
Absolutely, there you
Right.
go, YouTube. The only thing I really haven't heard Google say much about is robotics. Have you?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll probably see something. And they've already shown that they can handle hardware.
Like exactly, and that's the thing, right? So if Elon's Optimus really just like decides to take off, watch, this is a whole new space that is emerging.
Oh, God, yeah.
Right, and then what's going to happen? Oh, Elon and Tesla, they got Optimus, and everybody's buying these bots hands over fist. What are the people who have all this unlimited cash going to do?
That's a great
All right,
question.
yeah, let's
I'm
get
going to show
involved
a
in that.
video
Yeah.
of this. I was showing it to Brendo the other day. It came on X. So essentially what it is here is you're giving the Optimus one-line codes, okay? So, well, not codes, instructions.
Yeah.
Wash the dishes.
Wash dish.
Pick up. So you're not doing anything complicated. You're giving it one-line instructions, all right? So that, anything that a human would be able to understand. Very simple. And it does it. It does it slow, but it does it well. I'm going to send Assassino the video in a second.
Yeah, I want to see this.
Because I saved it so that we can show it on the show. This was posted by the Tesla Optimus Twitter or X account.
I seen the bot dancing, and I'm like, is it real? Is it real? I didn't know if it was real or not, and I'm like, wow, this is absolutely fantastic. And the fact that we're literally we're not even in the early innings, guys. We're like in the warm up. We're at tryouts, to be honest with you.
Absolutely.
We're at tryouts. So I think we're still in the developmental stages of these things, and there's a long road to hoe.
Just give me a second to find it, and then I'm going to send it.
And that's what I think about the Meg, right? Like it's regardless of what happens, and I know the sentiment around Apple and Google aren't the best right now, and even with Amazon, but there's so much going on. We didn't even mention Google Cloud. Like, oh my days, this thing has so much going on for it. It's almost comical, and the fact that the way the stock is trading how it was, and Sharif and I haven't looked at the PE in a long time, but last time we checked, it was like 19 or 20 times forward earnings, which is apparently cheap for the street. So yeah, I want to see that video.
People are not buying robots to wash dishes or do laundry
Yet.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right about that. Well, maybe they do, maybe they don't. That's not really the point. The point is it's proof of concept, my friend, of things that can be done by a human. So you can have that use case applied to a factory, right? Where you can get those repetitive tasks done by a robot. So you're taking this too literally. You need to expand your mind. Look at the broader picture a little bit of some of the applications. I'm going to show this.
B-Bowling says so absurd to think people are going to buy robots. Just
Okay, cool.
That is
So then
crazy.
don't invest, brother.
If you
I mean, he's entitled to his opinion,
Yeah,
bro.
absolutely. But if you don't think that people are going to buy these things to
I think
do
they
their
will.
laundry, to walk their dog, etc., I don't know. I think you're
I
living
think they will.
in the wrong world, in my opinion. Pardon
All
me?
right, here, can we, Assassino, are we able to show this? Here we go. So Joseph, just 1 second. So look
Yeah.
at this, okay? So you're just giving. So look at, they're gonna show you via natural language. So there's the instruction. This is literally what they wrote, that one-liner. Pick up the trash bag, open the lid, and place the bag in the bin. Nothing more than that, nothing less, nothing more. And there, so you'll see it again. Pick up the brush and dustpan, clean the table. Sure, very rudimentary stuff, guys, and I get all that. Look, he misses one of those, and he keeps going after it.
Bang.
Look at, and then, okay, so tear a paper towel from the roll. A very, very simple instruction. I think this is the future. Obviously, it may not be for this application. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Who knows? But you can't tell me that once these things scale up, we're not going to see these in factories doing, let's just be honest about it, man, doing what humans do now. But how many times have humans actually adapted to technology only to maintain higher job growth? It happened literally every single time so far. I mean, and then look at this from the view of directly of humans. I think this is fantastic, Joseph, man. I don't know.
I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic.
this
And
is
you got to
what-
think about the early stages. And I always use the Blockbuster analogy. It's my favorite one, right? It's like a Blockbuster wasn't willing to adapt to digital movies. And they're like, who's going to watch movies on the internet? Who's going to do this? Where's Blockbuster
Yeah, sure,
now?
sure. This is going to be skeptics.
Look at, let's you know, and also, what was I going to say there? Anyways, it slipped my mind. I just think that we're just in such the early stages. Think about the internet when it first came out. It wasn't easy. Think about computers when they
No,
first
and I remember my
Right?
old man telling me he thought the internet was a joke, it was a fad and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, just be open-minded, to be honest with you. Like, who knows, if you, b-balling, let me ask you this. If you had a robot, if you could buy a robot for like 10K and it's gonna do all your chores, the laundry, wash the dishes, walk your pet, make your bed, do all this, why would you not want to buy that? I'm buying that.
Do you think it ends up being something like a car where, you know, you basically finance, they start doing the finance aspect of it?
Absolutely.
And then, you know, we get newer models, it's just like we do with the vehicles.
Think
almost,
about
right?
people. Think about people who have hectic schedules where they can't do all those little things all the time. They're gonna have that bought. People are already buying vacuums that just roll around on their own. Why wouldn't they buy an actual humanoid?
Here's just a very obvious practical application. Helping seniors around the home who can't actually do the physical tasks that they once were able to do. Disabled individuals as well. Then they
There
can
you
have
go. They reach certain things, right?
I mean,
yeah,
you can't
there's
tell
such
me
a wide landscape for this stuff.
Because that is being a human being. Joseph, I love to walk my dog. I totally respect that. But, you know, maybe you're tied up with other things and you want to be able to multitask. So I personally think that there will be applications for this. I think people will like it. Not everybody has to like it, just like not everybody likes cars. A lot of people hate cars. It pollutes the environment. It takes up space. They like to take, you know, the bike or whatever. Take the bike lane. Shout out to them.
You know what?
I personally don't have a problem either way with how people feel.
Yeah.
But, you know, I just think this is going to boom.
Let's put it in the chat here. This is how easily things are settled. Would you buy a humanoid robot that to do some certain chores for you? Put it in the chat. Yes or no. It's that simplistic. Yes or no, would you buy one of these robots?
Assassino, are we able to
We can even do it a poll. Yeah, you can even
Assassino
do it a poll. And Jeffrey, H6U, let's go surf. I've never been surfing, but I used to I used to snowboard quite a bit before my knee injuries. So yeah, I was heavily into park and everything like that. But yeah.
I will be version 2.0. Get it, Neil. Oh, Neil's going to buy
version 2.0. Put it in the chat. We're going to get that poll up. I'm curious to what everybody thinks. Are you going to buy one of these? 100%. Like, look at everybody, 1,000%. So we're going to get that vote up, even if it's like 10, 20K. Let's see what everybody thinks on that one.
Here's my question to you, though.
Yeah.
Do you think we get application with the hyperscalers first because of the cost? So, for example, the Amazons, these other guys, they start employing them in the warehouses, in the factory. We get proof of concept. We improve it in a commercial business setting, and then, or do you think it's a two-pronged approach where we get like, you know, the commercial versions or the business versions, and then we get the retail or the home versions as well. You know what I'm saying?
I think it comes in both ways.
Both ways.
Yeah. I totally, at some point you'll probably be able to buy one of these things in probably 20 years at Walmart, or you go to Best Buy or something like that and be like, I want the B2 3000 that does everything like that. You know what I mean? Or the Optimus 1600 or something like that. So. Yeah,
all right.
It's only a matter of time.
We're not getting anywhere b-balling. My man, I wish you all the best. I bet you were the guy that said, you know, people didn't want a cell phone, or, you know, people didn't want computers or whatever, bro.
That's fine, man.
Have at it. So there's the poll. The poll is now live, guys. Tell us honestly what you think. Would you actually buy a robot? Cost not being an issue here, because we're not gonna, you know, get too nuanced with it. If cost was not an issue, let's just put it that way. Would you be a buyer of these kind of?
It's not even close. Look at the submissions already. It's not even close.
So we got 73-28 so far. I think that there is a market for this. That's just my personal opinion. Let's see how this poll ends up doing. Let's see what everybody here in the studio thinks. Ram, yes or no? Are you buying a robot? Adara, I know we're going to go to you in a second, but if you want to weasel in just for 1 sec to give us your opinion, are you a buyer of robots? Be honest, Adara.
Truthfully, it's something I want to think about a little bit more. I don't have a strong opinion on it, if I'm being incredibly honest. If I have a robot who could shake me awake in the morning, that would actually be the most useful robot for me. Because when you can't hear and you can't stay awake, how do you wake up in the morning? A question I struggle with every day. So if the robot could just be like, get out of bed. Honestly, I was thinking, as you guys are talking, what's the most useful robot for me? That is the most useful robot for me. So I would get that robot, but other than that, I haven't thought much about it.
Boom. Assassino, are you a buyer of a robot? Cost not being an issue. Be honest, man. Assassino is... Yes. Hold on, woman. Stop trying to influence everybody. Let's hear everybody answer. Assassino, put the camera on so people can see you. So if the Chile, Nightmare, and Assassino are on the 1s and 2s right now. So Assassino, give us a thumbs up or thumbs down if you're a buyer of a robot. And just be honest, man. Up?
Hey, there you go.
Fabian,
thumbs up.
What are we doing?
Fabian's buying a robot.
Buying a robot? Robot go or no go?
What else will it do besides like chores?
Anything that a human can do, Fabian. Think about it. Like probably even more.
Probably even more.
This guy.
All right. Can we check with the Ob? He is the one. Kanob. Ob, give the camera a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you. Okay, he's gonna chime in. Even better. Get in, Ob.
Robots?
Yeah. A Tesla
Absolutely
style.
yes.
Absolutely yes.
Absolutely yes. It can literally do all the things. And if I'm just like, you know, think about all the time that you're going to save on mundane tasks, right?
Goodness gracious, yes.
For example, like, I'm just like, okay, well, I'm trying to work on something. And maybe I'm on my computer, I'm focused on whatever. And I want a snack, I want whatever, but I don't want to like lose focus.
Yeah.
I can just be like, yo, Wally.
Yeah.
Can you go grab me?
Wally,
Can you go grab me a drink from the
Happy.
fridge? Can you go grab me a snack? You know what I mean? Can you make me? Excuse me. Can you make me a sandwich?
I don't have
You know what I
any
mean?
problem.
And then
Make me
let
some
me add. We're
And
gonna
then
go
I
to.
can stay. I can stay focused on that work, and it'll be fine.
Dang.
I think that's what it is.
And let me even add
giggling so
more.
hard over there. I
Let
don't
me
know.
add more to this. You can hook your Apple Pay up to the robot and be like, go over to Farm Boy for me and grab me some food.
Farm Boy, why is it always
I have
Farm
guests
Boy?
coming
Or
over later
Booster
tonight. I
Juice.
need to cook this meal. I forgot X, Y, Z. Can you go grab something?
How about shoveling the snow?
Can
You know where we live, right? You know where we live, right?
Shovel the
Neil,
snow. Now
Neil,
Neil's
come
in.
with the hot fire.
First of all, I'm cool with the robots, but Joe, man, at the point at which we got robots doing our chores, you don't need to send the robot to go to the store.
Why?
Because everything's gonna have delivery. Like it's just
That's a good point.
You're not gonna
Neil.
need your
That's a good point.
individual.
No, I want
not
my
at any
robot to
major,
work.
Not at any major store, bro.
I want it to
I'm
work.
just.
And put it to work.
Let's have it do some work that it don't need to do. Like that's. I mean, come on, man.
There you
Come
go.
on
There you go.
Robot.
Yeah.
Loving this,
You
man.
don't have to worry about that. But I'm just simply saying two things. One, version 2.0, I will let other people have it be the first in the house, just so I'm safe. And two, there was no need to make it look like iRobot. That's my why.
That's the thing, Neil. Why does it have to look like iRobot?
Why does it have to look like the
I
ones that
100%
try to take
agree
over
with
the
you.
world? It's not necessary. It looks like Mitchell's versus the Machines too. Why does every single robot that like tries to take over the world, they all look the same because Mitchell's versus the Machines stole it, and then all of a sudden Optimus has to look the same as iRobot. Which, by the way, as a true nerd, The movie I, Robot has nothing to do with the fantastic collection of short novels or short stories by Isaac Asimov.
Yeah, Asimov.
If you actually read the short stories for the I, Robot, it is brilliant, and it is about 1 billion times better than the movie is. A small portion of it is based on the movie. Or the movie is based on a small portion of that set of stories.
Neil, before you go,
which
though.
I'm going to probably reread while I'm on vacation.
Neil, before you go,
Cool.
Is there a situation where we get that AGI and then the robot becomes self-aware like it does in iRobot? Do you foresee any issues?
I'm not that smart. But
Well, you're an Asimov reader,
it can't be it can't be a zero probability. No. What I will say is this: well, the coolest thing about Asimov is that iRobot book. The entire book is ways in which robots, which are trained to not do certain things or to be able to do certain things, the way in which they go wrong, despite what people think is perfect programming, and then the dudes have these two dudes that are problem solvers have to figure out what has gone wrong and how to fix it. It's super cool if you haven't read iRobot, but that's the whole point. I don't care how smart you are. Something can and will eventually go wrong and be unexpected, but I don't know what form that would take.
Yeah, well, I don't
I'll
blame
still
you
have
there.
one in my house at version 2.0. By the way, WEF is halted. And I think it's the other way. Is it halted down? I think it's halted down right now.
Why do you do this
WFF.
to me,
It's
woman?
like it's indicating a 22 open, and it halted at 24. So good luck in that, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Neil. All right, we're going to Adair.
Is that another little interesting point that I kind of thought of this, and I want to pull up a chart. We'll bring it back to the markets here. This is AT&T, or this is T. So one anecdote I remember from the 1980s, AT&T actually hired a consulting firm called McKinsey, and they asked this consulting firm, will you look up, like, should we enter the cell phone market? Is this a good idea? And McKinsey told them the cell phone market's not going to be very good. Don't enter the cell phone market. As a result, AT&T did not enter the cell phone market. And I mean, they definitely missed out on a good opportunity. So just interesting to kind of see how early on in the development and the adoption of things, we can really miss their utility. In this case, AT&T missed out on a massive opportunity to get into the cell phone game. I also realized another thing I'd like a robot for, though I guess is also be robotaxis, driving, because I can't drive for medical reasons. So I'm like, if we can get a robot to drive for me, that'd be cool. That being said, I do speed walk everywhere anyway, so it's kind of a moot point. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. But I think we're going to have AVs, Adara, so I think you're good to go on that part, right? Like, but that is a form of robotics. Adara, chime in. Your friend Jensen the other day was yesterday, in fact, and I reported on this. He was basically talking about the intersection of AI and robotics being AVs. So that is going to be the first type of robotics. And I think you're going to benefit the most out of that.
I am very excited about that.
Well, but that's what Danny Ives said as well, too, about Tesla. Tesla is probably one of the purest AI plays right now because of autonomy.
100%
That
agree.
is one of the massive first steps here in AI and autonomy. So there you go.
And let's be honest about it, too. Your boy Elon has not just done that, but he strung together initially 100,000 of these NVIDIA H100s when nobody thought you could string more than 30,000 of them together. And now I'm hearing we're going to string 500 and 1 million of them together, which was limited by the networking capabilities. Apparently, he found some way to deviate around that so that the network, okay, so here's what happens. GPU A and all, let's just say 1 to 100,000, they all have to be on the same wavelength at all times. If there's even a fraction of a difference in where each one is at the time, it doesn't work. Having them all to be kind of on the same wavelength, cohesive, was super hard as a technical challenge, and he got around that somehow. And remember, I told you Jensen had to fly out.
Had to fly out.
He couldn't believe it.
Yep.
What do you got, Adira?
Long True Social post from Donald Trump is what I have, Sharif, and it is about the tensions in the Middle East. He's saying that apparently the Ayatollah of Iran said that they won the war, but Donald Trump said that is false. He said that the, quote, 3 evil nuclear sites in Iran were obliterated, and then he's also now basically saying that they were considering removing some of the sanctions on Iran, but now he's not going to do to get rid of that. He's going to keep the sanctions on. It's a very, very long post, but it does end with this interesting note, and I quote, I wish the leadership of Iran would realize that you often get more with all caps honey than you do with all caps vinegar, all caps peace, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. So more Middle Eastern tensions here being addressed by Donald Trump on Truth. Back to you.
for that Adair.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even close in that voting poll. It's 75, 25%. So yeah, by all means, continue to do all the laundry and everything if you don't want to have fun with your robots and stuff like that. But yeah, back to these markets, guys. NVDA, a nice signal on the volume weighted average price, and you're seeing it got a little bounce there. So a nice play on this one, nice hammer candle. You play the break of that high, or you just catch it before it had any ability to kind of break that low there. And this kind of looks like a head and shoulder pattern on the 5-minute shoulder one, head, and then possibly shoulder two here. So watch out for a neckline snap. I don't know if that's going to happen today. I mean, there is still about 2.5 hours left, a little bit more than that in the trading session. So keep an eye on that one there. But NVDA holding up its strength and dragging the cues up with it along here too, Sharif. So we're good luck in some of these big names.
On the blockchain, fantastic comment by you. I'm going to read this out loud. I hope that it doesn't bother you. My son is 7 years old and autistic. Do you know how great it would be for him to have an optimist that keeps an eye out for him when I cannot be with him? Oh, I can only imagine. I can only imagine. And shout out to you. Thank you for that comment on the blockchain. Just one of the many, I think, uses that we can find that would help on a day-to-day basis. I mentioned initially the seniors aspect. Like my old man, right? He's almost 80 years old now. And, you know, it's not the best feeling in the world to watch your old man age, who you have always seen as being robust all his life. And now, you know, the most menial of tasks, the most basics of tasks are actually tough for him. You know what I mean? Because, you know, loss of muscle mass, he's almost 80 years old. And so I think that, you know, something like that would really go a long way to help seniors, to help the disabled and those who can't help themselves. I think it's fantastic. In addition, obviously, to the umpteen amount of different uses you can have for like pleasure and for fun and stuff like that, and just for, you know, menial tasks around the house. So that's my kind of view on that. All right, I think we've kind of exhausted that topic a little bit. Maybe we can go on to the next thing.
There, yeah, for sure.
All right, let's talk a little bit about WFF, because we had a couple of halt downs here. Neil called the initial one, and we're still heading down. We're losing the 10. We're not losing the 20 quite yet. The 20 exponential on the 5 is around 19 1/3. It is dropping down into $20 though. So the first initial area, we've already seen $20 get defended once and twice over here. That's a 5-minute chart. I'm not going to catch a falling knife. You want to pick this up on an uptrend as opposed to a downtrend when you're getting it like this. Usually you are standing in front of a freight train if you want to pick these up on the downtrend. So let's see what it does with 20. If it finds support at 20 and starts putting in higher highs and higher lows, I'm a buyer. We'll get in, but it's got to prove to me that it's going to do that first before we punch back in. So I'm keeping my eye, as I have been all day, on WFF. It's up a nice 212% on the day. Tomati 33, what is my age? I'm 43 years old. I just turned 43 about a month and 2 days ago. Born in 1982, baby. Sippo Sunshine, Sharif, especially with the cost of elder care rising. Fantastic comment by you. Man. And we cannot trust the people who take care of the elderly. We've seen this before. They mistreat them. People set up video cameras to catch these, you know, some of these people who mistreat their loved ones. I'm not saying everybody's like that, so please don't get me wrong, but that has happened. I've seen videos. Having something to help with those mental tasks can postpone human intervention and take the burden off the kids. You're absolutely right, Sippo Sunshine. Just one of the many different applications. Shout out to Pitchbull as well. Shout out to Mike Simmons. No, I'm not a lot younger. Quite old I am, but, you know, can't really do anything about that anymore. It only goes one way, right?
Yeah.
So. Joseph, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm in IBIT here, and just a final comment on this stuff, b-balling. We're not trying to like go against anything. We respect your opinion, but this is what we do. We have conversations about things, and then see what everybody's opinion is on that. So you don't like it, that's fine, and we'll just carry on. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. There's nothing wrong with respectfully disagreeing either. So there we go. Let's see if we can hold this resistance level, the support level in IBIT. Why am I long here? You can see that we have this pre and post market base right now, and then I'm just looking for that to hold up. Maybe we get a little bit of a bounce and then we head back towards that high, or it rejects and punches through that support level, and then we just get out of the trade and then see how the underlying reacts around the volume weighted average price. All right. Yeah. Wow. What a nice signal on NVDA. I should have pulled the trigger on this one, as it's a strong name right there. A nice indecision print right at VWAP, and then now you go from 157.42 all the way up to the 88s there. So yeah. Good look there on some of these names. Nice bounce that we're experiencing here in the market. Let's see what we can pull out on the rest of the day. I think there's going to be still plenty of opportunities. Excuse me, and it's not what we were experiencing last week, right? There is some open interest on specific names, but nothing drastic or nothing that can't be absorbed in the coming weeks or even by next week. So yeah, let's see if we can get this bounce. I think this is going to be the primary target, around 61.10 there on this name. Start really small. If thesis starts working out, then we will have the ability to add more shares. So yeah, keep an eye out on that. If there's anything specific that you guys want to go over, I want to pull up the chain just so we can look at NVDA, Microsoft, and Google to see what kind of moves we might be expecting and what strike prices to keep an eye out for come next week. All right, so that's going to be 60, right? You can see 160. What was the high of the day on NVDA? That was around 158.79. We'll call it 159 flat, but just keep an eye out for this concentration and where it lies next week. And then let's take a look at Microsoft, considering it rejected that one level 500 pretty aggressively. So there's only 8,000 contracts, but if we're going to call it relatively compared to all the other open interests, it's larger. So keep an eye out on 500 on Microsoft next week. Is it going to be lifted to 502, 510, or is it going to stay relatively where it is? And that can give us a range gauge for next week. And then we'll take a look at Google to see if that 165 is lifted, because that was a big level there. So 165 now lifted up to 75s. Let's see what happens come this expiration cycle. Does 175 go to 77.5, or does it go to 180 there, Sharif?
The blood on WFF continuing to pour there as we lose the $20 area and now lost the $19 area, at least for the moment. We're holding above it now. I did see us dip into 18 and change, but there does look like there is a buyer at 19. But my suggestion to you guys, I mean, who knows how this ends up turning, but when you try to buy when there is an aggressive downtrend like this on a small cap gapper, it doesn't typically end well. I did that yesterday when CYN had their offering midday. I tried to go long like an idiot, and I ended up going right on the day when I was decidedly green. So I won't be making that mistake today on WFF. I'm not going to punch in while we are getting this very, very aggressive downtrend. Here, what I'm keeping my eye on, though, is that $15 level, and that's not a random level. That is where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. We are now below the 10. We're now below the 20, and we're about to lose $18. So the short is on right now. If Obi was trading these small cap gappers, he'd be short at $28. This is the mean reversion trade of the century on small cap gappers. No, I'm exaggerating for effect, obviously, but this is a big, big down move right now, topping tail candle into the high of day of 29.26, and we're almost $10 below that, just a little bit shy of that at the moment. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on now. But I want to mention something that's moving to the high side. It goes by the ticker SVRE, and this is another triple-digit winner right now, or was a second ago, up 98% and change. It just reclaimed the volume-weighted average price. Alas, it is still below that 1020 high that we got at 569, and it's still technically a lower high. I want to see a decisive break of that 4 3/4, only because the topping tail candle there rejected at that level. So I don't want to be dealing with that level. And also, I want to see a decided trend change. And if this was lower low, lower low, lower low, sure, we got a high above that low right there, but I want to see clear 475 with the idea that this could at least test, if not break, the high of the day. So SVRE. On the rampage right now, it had become essentially dormant the entire midday show. It rejected VWAP right when we started the show, but it is moving up now, and it's got an increasing volume profile. Look at the bottom right there. Certainly not the highest or the biggest volume bars on the day, without question, but we're getting about 1 million shares here, give or take, per 5-minute candle. So SVRE could be a good one here going, and there is that 475 break and take. So we're above that level right now. It behooves me to load this up on trading screens so we can weasel into this one if it is appropriate. SVRE on the NQ. And there it is. So zigging and zagging with that 4 3/4, and you can see that the volume is coming in fresh to this one because look how the tape and the book is moving. Alas, it is rejecting that 4 3/4 down into the volume weighted average price it goes. Joseph, does it hold VWAP though? I'm going to give this one a try. Where is the volume weight at 4 3/4? Okay, here we go. 4 1/4, excuse me. That's where the volume weighted average price is. We're at 4 1/3. I can give this to, what is that area? Yeah, so this is not bad over here. We're going to try to punch. We're going to try to punch and we'll set up some orders. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm still sitting in this IBIT, but I do like the TQs right at VWAP here. So I'm going to take some size here right at the volume weighted average price and then just use 82 as my stop. You start small and then look to build it if the trade starts to work, right? But I really like it here at VWAP as it looks like it wants to break down. We couldn't construct a new high. If we get stopped at a IBIT, then so be it. We're in the TQs short now. Let's pull this up here to do on what we got going on. See, it is a little bit of a wider stop, which isn't the best, but you can see double top here. Couldn't construct a new high of the day. So yeah, I like this. I like the short potentially here right at the volume weighted average price. And usually the second time around is when you get the break of the key support level, and then you can see that we're slowly starting to sell off here. So keep that in mind. NVDA coming in towards the volume weighted average price. I am now short the Qs. So what am I doing? I'm monitoring what's going on with the bigger names. You can see Amazon slowly turtle shell curl over. Now you got NVDA at the volume weighted average price. Google looking like it wants to go and test the low of the day as well too. And then Microsoft breaking through support. So there it is. We're short the TQs. I'm not even looking at what Apple is doing.
It's moving up.
Yeah, it's moving. Yeah, it's coming back into VWAP here now. Yeah, so that's that one there. Let's see if we're gonna have to hold on to this. I mentioned that the risk profile is relatively wide, right? So that's not the best for me. It's 25 cents, a little bit more than what I need to give it in order for me to prove myself that I am wrong. But one thing that will give me more conviction within the setup is that if we start to pull back here and then we have the inability to construct a new high past this key pivot level, then you can add into that position, average down even, and then look for that break of the volume weighted average price because you have test number one, you couldn't crack it here, test number two, failed new high, and then you'd look to take that move to the downside. So I think come 2 o'clock, there's going to be a lot of movement here. And if we get stopped out of IBIT, so be it. Then we have no issues with that because I do like this Q's trade slightly more. But now with that being said, guys, we haven't done this today. Let's take a look at the top performing sectors here on the session to see what we're looking like across the broader market. All right, once again, I think this is the second time this week, only one sector in the red. Who's leading the way today, Sharif? The discretionaries. All right, consumer discretionary up about 1 1/4. Then we got the industrials closer to 1 1/3, we'll call it there. Industrials up about 1 1/5, and then real estate up 0.9%. And then the healthcare sector positive again, 1/3%, and then the materials a fifth, and then energy sector down 0.4. So the only red one, risk on, it seems to be the narrative of the session.
All right, we're in SVRE, Joseph. We're in at 4 1/4. I've wet the beak all the way up to 460. We're holding a piece here I've set up at 482. That is to kind of front run the high there of that topping tail candle that you see. And the high of that candle there is 485. I've moved up my stop to just a couple of shekels below break even. So we're at 4 1/4. I've given it to basically the break of 4 1/5. So if it loses $4.20, I'll get stopped out. What I'm hoping is we don't put in a new candle to make a new low. So the previous candle, the one that is kind of a doji equidistant upper and lower wicks, has a low there of 416. So, I'm putting my order at 419. If it makes a lower low, it could technically still be a higher low because 19 is obviously above 16. But I don't want to give back too much being in at the $0.25. It's coming back in here to 431. So it does have a lower high right now on the current 5-minute candle, but it does obviously have a higher low. Let's see what this one does. I'm giving it an opportunity to possibly take the high of the day, or that local area high, excuse me. So I've set up at 482. I've got one beak wetter left on this one, so we'll see what SVRE wants to do right now. So I'm keeping my eye on that. Dylan, I see you, my man. You're talking about NAOV. I can't trade that at the moment because I've got to fixate here on SVRE. But the second I'm done with this trade, I promise you I will look at NAOV. I'm seeing it on my scanner. It's up about 30.5%, give or take, but it's done really light amount of volume, Dylan. So I'm not sure I'd be jumping into that quite yet. Still keeping my eye here on SVRE as it's still above the volume weighted average price. I still haven't gotten stopped out here on SVRE. One beak wetter left on this one, so we'll see if it ends up stopping me or going to the high side. Juan Padilla wants to know if there's any SMCI news. Not that I can see. I'm looking quickly here on the side chart or on my blotter. Adair is looking as well. I don't see anything new that's coming, so I did get stopped out of there. Of the last remaining amount on SVRE, as it did lose VWAP. So this is a lower high and a lower low on the 5-minute candle now. So that's it. If it's below VWAP, I don't trade it. We'll stay positive on this one, but we give back. Well, we don't give back. Actually, it was like a 6-penny loss there on the last little amount. So it is technically a give back, but not the worst in the business. So keep an eye on this one. If it wants to get above that 490 area, above this area here, we'll get involved. Otherwise, I'm going to steer clear of this one. Also, EYEN continues to be a really, really good trade, guys. It's not putting too much in the way of volume right now, but look at this. It's just very respectful. The 10 exponential all the way through, and then when it lost the 10, it found support at VWAP. So you got to admire a trade like this. I traded it okay. I could have done a lot better on it. I mean, I don't know why sometimes the easy trades are the ones that I don't go for, and I go for the tough ones, but that's my problem, not yours. EYEN, keep your eye out on this one. It's fantastic. It's moving up, higher highs, higher lows. Just printed the new high of the day above 12 bucks, 12.11 HOD. Still defending that 10 EMA on the 5. WFF is halted again to the downside. We're halted at 16.25 with a high day of 29.26. What I'm keeping my eye on, Joe, is that $15 level. Not for no reason. It is where the volume weighted average price is currently on my chart. And for the most part here, VWAP has been respected by WFF. It doesn't mean it's going to respect it forever and ever more, but it is something that we need to keep our eye out given what it's already done on the day. So WFF in focus for me. HOVR as well, not a bad looking trade. Volume profile is absolute crap. So the chart pattern good, volume not good. That makes this, that relegates this one down on my list of ones that I'm really looking to trade. Sorry for the ineloquence of that last statement there. NAOV, Joseph, I'm just going to cover this one for your boy Dylan there in the chat. Look, I don't like this one, Dylan, and I made my opinion clear as to why. It's just not good volume. So this is the chart. There's a lot wrong with this, brother. I don't mean to call you out. I don't mean to be mean, but we're below the high of the day, so there could be bag holders up to $1.32. Second of all, we're below the volume weighted average price. To me, that means the sellers are in control as opposed to the buyers. Let me re-include pre-market and aftermarket data here that we removed previously so I can take a gander about how this was trading in the pre-market. And it breaches another one of my rules, Dylan, which is it's below the pre-market high. Look at that 4 a.m. print. Doesn't matter if it was 4 a.m. or not. It had a good amount of volume on it. That 4 a.m. print there had 930,000 shares within one 5-minute candle right at 4 a.m. And it got to about $1.47, very similar to that aftermarket high that we had around 4:30 yesterday at around $1.45. So this one, even though it's up 30% on the day, not bad, given that it closed yesterday at around 87 pennies at 4 o'clock. It's not one that I want to trade. Thank you for suggesting that, though, but doesn't fit my rules, Joseph.
All right, yeah, good luck, guys. So I hopped out of that IBIT trade as it broke through that neckline there. So it did look like a kind of a head and shoulder type pattern. So you just hop out when you're supposed to. So that's what we did. We got out of that trade. And then, yeah, Los Polios, we'll see what happens there. If it curls over and we don't break through this and then we start to curl back towards the volume weighted average price, then I'll look to add on that one. But again, you gotta monitor what the Mag 7 are doing in order for, or even the broader tech space as well too. Like what's going on with them? Are they bouncing? Are they continuing to move lower, or what's going on? So yeah, that's the game plan on this one. If we fail to construct that high right here past this pivot, then we'll just add to the position, and then hopefully we get that slow curl over, and then through the volume weighted average price. So you can see there's a key support level from the pre-market, and then now throughout the intraday session that needs to be cracked. So you want to see some weakness, and we know the tech sector is relatively strong right now. So you might not get that extension within the short. This was the primary short right there, right at the high. right at the previous high of the day, and it rejects it, and then sure enough, you get that move right back towards the volume-weighted average price. I bid, haha. Yeah, it sucks to suck, doesn't it? There we go. It's starting to come in. You've seen that move right here, and then it just couldn't be sustained, and now we're heading right back into the middle of this zone. I mentioned it time and time again, guys. It's going to take some time. Someone made a very interesting point. It's just the market makers just churning, absorbing a lot of leveraged individuals, and then eventually, once they've absorbed enough, then they'll start to just distribute higher. So distribute higher. So that's that game plan. Let's see. Let's pull it up here. There it is. So yeah, I do believe that at 1.108. See, that's the thing. Like, is it going to break this 108? You got to be patient to see what's going on, or is it going to reject and come back in towards these lows? So that's what I feared, right? You can see that when did we peak? We peaked May 20th, May 22nd. So we've already been trading in a 10K range for a month now, and that's the one thing that's been frustrating me. And you want to stay objective, obviously, but like, look at the length of this, March to November. Does essentially nothing, trades in that 10K range. You get about a couple weeks of a move, goes back, trades within a 10K range again for a couple of months, decides to sell off a little bit. Oh, okay, no, we want to recover here. And then now we're back into a consolidation phase for about a month. Like, what is going on, right? Like, and I mentioned before, if everyone's buying this hand over fist, why isn't there a steady appreciation instead of us continuously going in these month-long, multi-month-long consolidations? So, yeah, just keep an eye out on that. And that's why I had no issue hopping out of my contracts and my swing shares, because there's going to be another opportunity. If it's going to move sideways for the better part of a month or even longer, but one thing to follow is that you get a 50% move, so who knows what that can lead to, right? So you consolidate. Because the moves are slightly longer, it takes longer durations for it to break out. But if you get a 50% move following that, then so what? Sit through the consolidation and then just expect something around 30, 20, 30, 40, 50%. You're essentially laughing. And that's the game plan on this one. You play the crack of this downtrend line, you sit on the backside of that, and then you look for that move for about a quarter or so. Like right, you're at 110, you want to go to 1 or a quarter, or 1 and 130 or something along those lines. So yeah, that's the game plan on that. Is there an add opportunity here on the Qs? I think so. I'm going to add a little bit right now as I'm talking about it, as we head towards this key support level, and maybe the volume will start to pick up and the momentum as well too. So we'll add just a little bit of size there, Los Polios. Nothing crazy, just because we're just using unrealized. We couldn't make a new high. We couldn't break that previous pivot level, and then now we're looking like we want to head to the downside, being led by the likes of Apple, the garbage one, and Amazon.
Wow.
So, yeah.
The garbage one, no. All right, just quickly going to check on my position. I'm back in SVRE. We're in at the $0.25. It seems to be holding up the 10. On the 10, on the 5. I've wet the beak twice. Let's go ahead and set up at 69er. You guys know how this works. Where have we moved up to 40s? Okay, so where's the high of this current candle? Allow me a minute. Sorry, Assassino, 443 current candle high. So there is a seller here at 43s. The next beak wetter for me is around 45 and then 69. So keeping my eye out here. Anything below $4, I get stopped out. So let this one cook, and then we'll do the news in a second. Assassino, are we ready? New traders, listen up. Ozan, where are you at? First month, it's free. That's right, we're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite experience so you can analyze, strategize, and hopefully after that, you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything, guys. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. You can also predict better with their great backtesting tool. It's got reliable real-time data, global markets literally at the tips of your fingers. It's an all-in-one platform, so do not miss out. Execute your best trades now, if and only if you're ready, to elevate your trading. Scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks there. Adi Signal. We got the 45 print, Joseph. We're zagging right now back in SVRE. There goes that $0.50. There is a seller of note here at the $0.50 that we can't seem to shake, but the higher lows here could be what's operative. So it might be just a matter of time until that $0.50 seller gets, well, taken out. We'll have to wait and see. I'm waiting at 69, and then we've got another beak wetter as well. So if that 69er does trigger, Joseph, we're going to save a piece for the dream here with that high of the day. Can you guess what the high of the day is?
On
SVRE. Well, it has.
Price-wise, I haven't looked.
Well, it's not, if I'm asking you to guess, usually it's a little on the nose.
It's all right. It's all right.
Right?
It's a little on the nose there.
569.
569.
Hey, right?
There you go.
So we'll see if we can get something around. So I'm looking at wetting the beak at 469, then we'll see 569. Okay, 54s just came in there momentarily on SVRE. I'm thinking maybe I should just do the news and let this one cook. The stops in play and the profit takers are in play. So Assassino, if you want. There we go. Let's talk a little Nike here, Ram. They reported earnings yesterday after the bell, and it was, look, it was not good year-over-year comparison, but it was ahead of what analysts were expecting. And as Neil always says, there are no good or bad earnings. There's always better or worse than expectations. So let's talk exactly about that. EPS, guys, earnings per share, their measure of profitability, came in at 14 cents a share. The street was expecting 13, so a beat on the bottom line. The revenue, the top line, 11.1 billion. The street was looking for 10 3/4, a little bit less actually. So a beat on the top and bottom line there. But significant year-over-year declines. Net income, guys, plunged an eye-watering 86%. They printed about $1.5 billion last year in profit, okay, on the quarter. They made $211 million. Good, they're still profitable, but they're Nike, right? We need to hold them to a high standard. So that is a prohibitive drop in profitability. It was driven by markdowns, inventory clearances, as well as digital weakness. Sales dropped, so that $11.1 billion in revenue. That was a 12% drop year over year as compared to the previous quarter on the year, not the previous quarter, excuse me. So that was, it was tough to look at, but they're improving. Now, management does expect sales to decline going forward, actually, believe it or not, into the mid-single digits. That's for Q1 2026. That's in line with the 7% drop that analysts were forecasting. Gross margins also expected to fall to between 3.5% to 4.25%, with a 1% impact apparently coming from the China tariffs. Speaking of those China tariffs, Joseph, they are expected to take about $1 billion in costs. That's an ugly one right there for full year 2026. Get it, Adara, which Nike aims to offset vis-a-vis price increases and supply chain shifts, as well as what they're calling cost efficiencies. Let's talk about how they did geographically here, Joseph. North American sales fell down a prohibitive 11% year over year to about 4.7 billion, but it did beat the street's expectations. So even though it was a decline year over year on the quarter, the street was looking for 4.42. They ended up printing, Joseph, 4.7. China revenue, believe it or not, just came in slightly under 1.48 billion. The street there was looking for 1.5, so it was a miss there. Now, they have different sources of revenue, obviously, different ways that they channel revenue in. One of those sources is what they call DTC, direct to consumer. So that fell 14%. It was driven by a 26% drop in digital sales and a 9% drop in wholesale. But the Nike stores were the silver lining here. Excuse me for a moment while I just look at my position. So yeah, it got into 468. It didn't cross into 469. So this candle still has a higher low, so I'm going to continue to pack my patience here. But we are having trouble breaking above the $0.50 here on SVRE. So I'm aware of that. I'm going to pack my patience on this one. Nike stores were a rare bright spot in the report, Joseph, up 2%, and foot traffic shows signs of improving. CEO Elliott Hill, the new CEO, emphasized that a pivot back to sport focus and wholesale growth after reversing his predecessor's direct-to-consumer approach. So what ended up happening, and what I was saying at the big desk today with Brendo was, you know, they had so much exposure being in the Dick's Sporting Goods, the Foot Lockers, Champ Sports over here on this side of the border, Sports Check. So people got to see their product line and could, you know, interact with it. You know, they like the design, you know, they see it there. And that dropped off when they really focused on their direct-to-consumer push. They're looking to return back to that, apparently under the guise of the new CEO. So Nike is returning as well to Amazon with a select assortment and launching partnership, Joseph, with Aritzia and Urban Outfitters. Any thoughts?
Yeah. The stock is up 16, 18% throughout the session because the expectations came in better than what the analysts were expecting. Absolutely. But if you go across the board and look everything down 14%, 11%, et cetera,
Right.
I still think this stock is essentially on the decline from what these numbers are telling us from a popularity standpoint as well too. Otherwise, you wouldn't see the numbers that are displayed. So I think because it's such a competitive landscape, I still think there's some potential big downside towards Nike.
That's fair. All right, so that's Joseph's opinion, and that's a fair opinion. I think, and the actual, I think the price action supports what you have to say there.
Absolutely.
So let's keep going on over here. We're going to actually pause for 1 second. We're going to Adara at the big desk.
Here, keep an eye on. Oh, what? Okay, I should keep an eye on Visa and MasterCard. Hopefully, everyone can hear me here. Because they just had to come back from the UK competition appeal tribunal, and they ruled that Visa.
Adara, they're having issues with your mic, so they'll figure that out, and then we'll come back to you, Adara. Thank you for that long.
No, sorry.
All right, guys, let's focus here on the trade deal, apparently, that's finally being ironed out between China and the United States. Specifically, what we're talking about is the rare earth elements or minerals or whatever you want to call them. So China's Ministry of Commerce confirmed a new trade framework is being implemented now with the U.S. focused on rare earth exports and the easing of tech restrictions. Are we going to Adara? Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Let's take a look here at Visa and MasterCard. We have the UK's Competition Appeal Tribunal ruling that Visa and MasterCard's default merchant interchange fees are violating European competition laws. I also want to mention CRCL. This thing is pushed into new day's lows. We are now trading around $185 on the bid. We're actually below 185. So CRCL continuing to be weak here as we wind into, I guess, the last couple hours of this trading session. Exciting stuff here. Keep an eye on this name. Back to you.
The chips have a tailwind, Neil. That's the thing.
You see what Adara just said? I know we got this news going. I want to touch a little bit on this here. All right. So we've seen in the likes of, you had Visa up there, Adara, I believe it was. Okay. So with some of these payment processors, and I just want to talk about stable coins and some numbers here as well. So I'll pull this up here because I think this is very interesting. We've seen in the likes of Robinhood, Coin, and Circle this massive move, and then we've seen that exactly we're on the shorts right now. A big time volatility spike. Something must be happening. We're going to get back to this here momentarily, but there we go. We add to the short. You break through that support. The volume steps in as you break through key levels, and there it is. Something must have happened because it's across the board. Amazon volatility spike, Apple, Microsoft, iBit's continuing to sell, haha, and then there you go, Google. Yeah, there it is, man. Yeah, bro, dude, I'm ruthless when it comes to this stuff. You suck. You're not in my swing account anymore.
iBit?
Yeah.
Okay, bro, but it's in the long term. What's your problem? And it's
80%. It's in the 80% in the long term, but in the near term, you suck. See you later. All right, that's all that matters. But anyways, guys, you can see that the volume and the momentum really started to pick up here. Where I don't want to piece anything off just yet, especially if this is going to be sustained. Adara's going to bring us some news if there is any, but we want to hold on to this for this move and for as long as we possibly can. Let's see if we can continue through some of these key support levels and head towards the low of the day on the triple Qs there, Sharif.
All right, guys, let's talk. All right, we're going to Adara.
Sometimes when I see a drop and I'm like unsure it's what the news is, I check Truth Social to see if Trump posted something, and he did. That's what happened here. He just shared a post. It's about trade in Canada. I'm going to read the whole thing. We have just been informed that Canada, a very difficult country to all caps trade with, including the fact they have charged our farmers as much as 400% tariffs on dairy, has just announced they are putting a digital services tax on our American technology companies, which is a direct and blatant attack on our country. They are obviously copying the EU, which has done the same thing. It's currently under discussion with us also. Based on this egregious tax, we are hereby terminating all trade discussions with Canada. So, U.S. terminating all trade discussions with Canada effective immediately. They are going to let Canada know that the tariff they will be paying to do business with the U.S. within the next 7 days period. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So basically, long story short, they are, I guess, U.S. and Canada no longer in trade talks. And I guess within 7 days, the U.S. will let Canada know the tariff they're going to have to deal with. Does not seem like a great situation here as we send it back to you.
this earlier in the week, or it might have been last week as well too. So I think the digital tax is it's like 2.5% or something along those lines. I think that's fair enough. It's nothing what Europe is doing to the likes of Meta, etc. So I mean 2.5%. Whoa, my camera's not even on me. My camera's messing up over here, guys. I don't know the single shot one. It's doing its own thing. That's why we need robots. No,
Wow,
totally joking.
Bother the production.
No, not at all. I'm saying if robot just would have fixed it on its own. But anyways, what I'm getting at here is it's only roughly about 2.5%. So it's nothing to cry home about. It's doing it again, so we're not gonna worry about that. I'll look at this one. So essentially, if you want to do business here, it's gonna cost you 2.5%, and I think that's roughly a fair deal considering the scale of revenue that America's tech giants bring. So I think that's fair enough, especially if you want to continuously expand. It's nothing compared to what Europe has, or Germany, I should say. Germany's is like 10%. I believe ours is a roughly 2.5%. So I think that's sustainable.
Yeah, all right, guys. I'm just trading here SVRE. I'm trying to work into this position. While we're above the volume weighted average price, I'm long at 59, so I got stopped out for the remaining amount. Initially, we're still positive. I'm looking at dollar cost averaging at the third of a dollar because that's where the volume weighted average price is. This current candle has a low of around that $0.25, give or take. So there is a seller of note here, a really big seller at 60 pennies. It looks like they may have moved down to about 50 now. So there is that kind of drop down as to where they're selling a big portion of shares. We got to 60 several times, not to be able to shake that level. The prior candle high also 68 because I was waiting at 69 and I didn't get filled. So let's see how this cookie crumbles here on SVRE. Feels like it may want to start heading to the backside or to the upside over here, but kind of hard to tell because we've just got so many different levels where people are posting sell orders. Now there's seller at 58. 59, here we go with 60 again. This is where we held up last time. We couldn't break 60 pennies last time, and here we are again at 60 pennies, taking it out, but refreshing the sell order there at 64. So every time we come up into the 60 penny area, we're being met with aggressive selling. We can't really clear that 60 penny area, nor are we able to make a new candle to make a new high. So the previous air candle I mentioned, 68 pennies. This current candle has 64 pennies as the high. So certainly some selling there. Let's see if we're able to work above. I've layered my orders in the way that I feel like we could get some good prints on this one, but it's really going to be a matter of whether or not we can continue to put in higher lows, because generally, with the exception of one or two candles, we are putting in higher lows. So packing my patience on this one, looking for that break of 69. Adara, go ahead.
I just want to provide a little bit more context on that post from Donald Trump. So in case you missed it, President Donald Trump on Truth Social said that because Canada is going to be putting forward their digital service tax, Canada and the U.S. will not be in trade talks, and the U.S. is going to tell Canada the tariff rate it has to pay within 7 days. So I looked into this. This digital service tax, as far as like over a week ago, the Canada foreign minister said it was still going to happen. It was kind of phrased in the post like this is a new thing. It was not a new thing, but there were some hopes that Canada was going to, I guess, rescind it after G7. So that's kind of the context here. This tax was already in talks. There were, I guess, some hopes that this was going to be rescinded due to the G7 negotiations. Either way, that didn't happen. The tax is going through. So it's not new, but the way it's being applied here, and I guess the context of it is upsetting apparently for the U.S. Drop here for the market. Just to provide a little bit more context on the story as we send you back to the Bash Brothers.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. I told you guys I was talking about it last week. I think he's acting a little bit irrational over this digital sales tax. I mean, it is what it is. We can't get too worried about it. If he wants to just eliminate and throw everything off the table just because of this 2.5%, then sure enough, you can do whatever you want. And there you go. You send the market in turmoil. So if you think that Canada are your closest trading partners, you're gonna throw all of that over 2.5%, then what do you think is gonna happen? I know you said there's a bunch of deals across the board. So many deals. Or there you go. You just threw one out the window. So yeah, it is what it is. You can charge us tariffs whatever you want, but then 2.5%, bang, we'll take it from Meta. So yeah, there it is. I'm not going to get too into that anyways, right? But yeah, Sharif definitely knows a little bit more than I do on this one. But here we go. We're piecing some out here on the TQs, and that's what we were looking to do. I accidentally took some out here. I put the wrong order in, and then it just took a little bit more off for me. But yeah, there we go. A nice ad. And with those momentum plays, you want to look to add into that position as well, too, as it continues to move lower. So let's see how aggressive this bounce is going to be, or it's going to be sustained to the lower end. No, why would I be mad? It doesn't bother me. I'm short the
I think
market.
he's just negotiating. This is what he does.
Yeah, it's what he does.
Lashes out,
this,
sort of.
right?
He gets like the sort of the momentum back on his side, right? So if you've come out with a new restriction on him, he likes to respond to kind of regain the negotiating power.
Absolutely,
and I don't have a problem with that. It's going to be a zig and zag, back and forth kind of situation.
And he's dramatic too. He's like, all right, yeah, okay, well, everything's back on the table now. I don't think that's going to. I don't think that's going to be the case.
So let's give them some context.
Yeah.
So right now, what the Canadian government has been doing is they've been according to them, they've been negotiating behind the scenes with Donald Trump. Right? They don't want to negotiate in public. That's kind of been made. They've made that clear, through multiple press conferences. And I don't think that's such a bad idea, right, for the Canadian government to not want to be engaging, with Donald Trump openly, because obviously it can get contentious. And I think the relationship should be really good between the two countries. So I don't mind behind the scenes negotiation. What is the issue is that the Prime Minister of this country, the new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, basically came out a few weeks ago and said that, we should be expecting a trade deal to be announced with the United States within 30 days. I don't know how long ago that was. It feels like a couple of weeks ago, maybe a little bit less. So when you kind of put the deadline on something like that, the market sets in expectations, and now we'll have to wait and see how it all unfolds between the two countries. But I think this is just Donald Trump doing negotiating as he typically does, and I wouldn't take anything really to heart at them. I
Not
personally
going to take anything face value, right?
No, absolutely. I mean, he's
exactly.
negotiating.
So-
This is what he does. He's fantastic at it. Everybody knows what the art of the deal is. He's doing it all over the world, so it shouldn't be a shock to anybody that this is how he operates, right? So that's a look.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we're short the market. That's it. We'll keep it simple here, and we get that tank. That's the thing. It only needs a little spark in order for us to break through some key support levels. So yeah, a good look here on the Qs short. If you're long, not so much. But who knows how deep this rebound can be? And I bet you by next week, something positive will come out, and the market will be able to rally. But again, guys, we talk about this quite often here, is that look at the run that the likes of NVDA, Microsoft, and the overall market has been on since those Liberation Day lows. It just needs that little spark to light the flame, and then you'll get that sell-off and that pullback that everybody was waiting for. And then maybe that's going to be the case. You say you're striking deals, maybe the street doesn't like some of the deals that have been made, and then sure enough, you sell off, and then you get a catalyst like this coming out that him and Canada we're no longer friends, apparently. No, I'm just joking, but here it is. Just a little spark, and then it sets the fire, and you continuously sell here on the day. So I think the market did price in the best case scenario, and sure enough, this isn't the best case scenario. This isn't exactly how the market thought things was going to play out, and then sure enough, we are selling. So that's what I got going on. IBIT did bounce. I'm glad that we hopped out of this trade, and that's where you just get out when you're supposed to, crack the neckline, engulfing candle, and then now you can see we're heading into this support level. So yeah, 108 giving IBIT a world of trouble. I guess Bitcoin, I should say, a world of trouble. So just be patient on that one to see what's going on. Let's see what everybody else in the chat is going on, or is up to, I should say. Make stocks cheap again. There you go. Rivian Millionaire. I like that one. Yeah, let's buy again. Let's see if we can get another dip to just buy it, and then hopefully we can continue to grow. And I mean, earnings seasons, what was it? I think JPM reports about a month from now, the 25th or something along those lines. So there you go, 4 weeks until we start rolling back into the earnings, which is always good for the market. And I'm curious to what's going on with that. 51st state is playing hard to get. Thank you for that. I mean, you guys can be the province here, or matter of fact, the territory at that point. Ask Iran how the taco trade worked out for them. Yeah, that's a completely different scenario there, my friend. So do you think Bull has bottomed at current prices? Thank you. User, let's take a look at Bull. Webull was a pretty hot IPO. Let's see what's going. Has it bottomed from here? With the way it's looking, not necessarily, right? So you got to keep that in mind. You get that curl over, and now you're holding the low of the day. Boom, and just as we're talking about it, you get that punch through. So keep that in mind. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily. And ooh, oh yeah, this is not good. This is not good whatsoever. So what did we go from? The low here all the way up to here is approximately 600, and that's a bad number, 666%. And then sure enough, we take a massive nosedive down from the 79 all to where we're currently trading at an 85% haircut on that one. Has it bottomed? Maybe. Let's kind of expand this price action here to see if this is a potential bottom. But what you want to do is, if you are looking for a bounce, just have your stop right around the $9 mark. That's not too much, about $1.70 or whatever it may be. And then if it cracks through that and then you come back towards that stop, then just hop out and see what's going on from that point straight.
All right, guys. I'm still involved in this SVRE, excuse me. We're long at 37s. We're having money right now as it's zigging and zagging at the 4 1/5, 4 1/4, a little there, a little here. Now it is below the volume weighted average price, so it's going to have to hold 4 here. Otherwise, we're going to get stopped out. So what I'm looking for is for that higher low situation to continue and possibly move up and take out that 490 seller that, or initially I should say 468 seller, because we got to get above that level before we get into that 490 where we kind of topping tailed there. I want to say around 120, showing 420 right now. It feels like the seller is incrementally moving down, so we'll keep tabs on that one. I don't know how I feel about this one at this level. It's not really, we're not really getting that move to the high side here. It feels like the seller is stepping down, so I may be in some trouble with this one, but we're gonna stop the bleeding if it does lose 4. So we will lose about 37 pennies per share if it does stop me out. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. A couple of minutes left on the show here. I hope you guys had a fantastic week with us. Fantastic Friday. I know it's been a great week over here. The weather has been fantastic. It's a long weekend, not for you guys, for us. We will be here on Monday, but it is Canada Day on Monday, so the celebrations will start this weekend for sure. We got a lot going on in the city. I'm pumped up. What do you guys, no, don't say anything. What are you up to on the weekend?
Yeah, I was going to go to the beach, actually, but a lot of my boys, because we usually have an annual beach party at Wasaga Beach. We've been doing it for about probably
You guys go to Wasaga, eh?
Yeah, we've been doing it for about 15, 16
but you know what,
years now.
it's done there now.
Yeah, they demolished it. But our guy Dougie,
Big Dougie.
Yeah, he's going to start to build some condos and kind of just reestablish. Because I think it was a hot spot. When I was in my, I feel I am, I think I am. But prime time, like early 20s, Joe, the parties that we used to have there. Yeah.
Everybody.
It was just absolutely insane. So hopefully they kind of refurbish everything there and hopefully rebuild that strip, because Wasaga Beach was most definitely a time at Bananas we would go to.
So where are you going to hit? What beach are you hitting?
I'm not going to be going to the beach. I think I'm going to go rooftop, maybe Laval or Cost, I think, or the Grand Bazaar.
Laval should be nice.
So I'll be posted up by a pool and trying to catch the maximum amount of races.
Your boy Joey Options is going to Laval over here. Yeah.
You want to come?
Maybe.
Call me.
You might see Obi and Joey Options, Laval. You guys want that
Tarps
Obi
up.
love? You want that Joey love? Well, Joey is.
What time am I going to be there? Don't tell him what time. What? I'll tell him. Show up and come say hi. Come say hi to your boy.
All no fear, Joey Hands.
Yeah. The tarps off, everything.
Tarps off at the club?
At Laval, absolutely, on the rooftop.
That's interesting. Oh, because it is a pool.
Yeah,
there's a pool. Yeah, what am I saying? There's a pool there. Yeah.
No shirt.
Fair.
Even though obviously everybody's done.
Okay, guys, we're having a great time. Shout out to Sig Sire. Wasaga apparently is a douche town. Well, my sister used to live in Wasaga Beach. I'm sure she thinks the same as you, idiot. Anyway, so we're done here, and we're sending you to the big boys that way. Obi and Neil, I'll see everybody at the green screen in a minute.
Whoa.
Don't talk bad about Wasaga.
What's going on?
All right? We've just learned a few things. One, apparently tarps off for Joe.
Yeah.
And I guess I don't know if you're going.
I mean, it's one of the rooftops that does have a pool, which is cool.
Don't talk trash about Wasaga.
Yeah.
Okay, where were we here? So apparently negotiations are off with Canada. That stinks. That's not good at all. Things that were strong are now weak, and that's just how it is. The craziest reaction, I'm just gonna get right into, let's just get right into it, because we're at VWAP on like one of the strong names. Nike's held up
pretty well.
Pretty well off of VWAP, which kind of made me like it as well. I wish I had as good a price Is Obi position board not going to be there? I have some BBAI, which is trying to hold the volume weighted average price, but it was like everything was chilling, man. We were stone cold chilling. It's like, okay, let's go. We're bouncing on VWAP to the highs. This is going to break. We're just holding. Next thing I know, I'm reloading on the bid, and everything goes, it gets to the downside. I wish I had some shorts on. We'll find something if we continue trend down the way we are. But yeah, and look, the other thing that's going on right here is Circle. I know Dara's in the short and Circle. My goodness. Now that's a short.
Oh, yeah.
Circle 16% down. 16% to the downside. So as strong as Nike is / was, that's how weak Circle is. It's one of those days, Obi. And we'll see if the market can rebound off after this negative, I suppose, trade talk. I mean, Canada, you might say it doesn't matter, but ultimately it's like the theme, right? Like if deals aren't getting done, it's just a risk off, I think. A lot of things are dropping on this. Chips were going down. Does that even make any sense? But it's happening, everybody. So welcome. Got a couple of hours till the end of the week here. And the market, as usual, finding itself in a bit of a reversal.
Yeah, I mean, the market, I guess, it didn't take it too well that trade talks will be halted, and with that tweet. Regardless, we're kind of stalled in holding that 613 from the morning, and I'm like, all right, well, something that we were talking about today and yesterday and over the past week or so amongst a lot of traders is just like, okay, well, a lot of these dips keep on getting bought up. Right, and if we can see a bid show up, what's the likelihood of us kind of retracing? I have no idea, but again, it's showing us that we could potentially maybe have something here. 613 was a place in the morning where the bid did show up. Let's see if it shows up once again for a bit of reversion of the reversion. Of the reversion, maybe. I have no idea. But the thing is, we're choppy in a range. This is what I keep saying. It's like, all right, we're doing a lot of stuff, but we're not really getting anywhere too far. That's the thing here. So we can take a look at the spider, taking a look at a higher time frame. Just go up to 3 hour. We'll make this a larger screen as well, right here. So we are continuing to push higher, right? So it's like, what I mean is like we're still holding range within trend. Like, yeah, aggressive selling, but you can see, if you throw up, I guess, a moving average or anything of the sort to define trend, we're well within trend on a shorter frame. That's been over the past couple of days where we broke out of this 600 and some change level right here, 605s. But you can see even then, we've been bidding up pretty aggressively since those April lows, higher highs, higher lows, and a little bit of a grind back to the upside for some fresh highs. So yeah, some strong selling coming in on the day, some aggressive moves last week and this week as well, maybe off of some geopolitical uncertainties, what have you. Regardless of whatever has come into the market has just bought it right back up, and I think that is something that we probably need to keep in mind. But let's see, maybe today's a little different. Who knows? Regardless, the levels are definitely defined, and that 613 is once again showing up as a little bit of a level. But let's see, on our way down with that aggressive volume. I want to see if we take out day low. I want to see if we can get back into some of these prior day, end of day consolidation levels if we do break that day low. But if we catch a bid, I think we've got an idea of where those sellers kind of stepped in. So a lot of places to get involved with. But as of right now, in a little bit of Nike. But other than that, nothing too crazy.
I guess when you take a fill, it'll show up.
Yeah, I guess when I take a fill, it'll show up. But right now, me checking out what you guys picked with the rundown.
I wonder.
Welcome, everyone, to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi, you guys saw him. He's in for Sean. The boys, they're locked, they're loaded. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the midday show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. It's super simple. Throw that $ on there, and then your 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. It'll automatically register and populate on my phone. Shout out to Fabian for that great app. All right. Let's have a look at the 4 major averages. They're all in green territory, with the NQ up 1/3%, but coming off the highs. As Donald Trump tweeted not that long ago, the Russell 2000 also up about about 1/4% right now. Likewise, with the ES up about 0.4%, with the best performing major average on the day. This hasn't been said for a while. About up 0.85 is the Dow. It's been kind of lagging lately as compared to the other 3 major averages. Here's the first ticker as decided by you, Tesla. Another negative day, not as bad as yesterday and the day prior, but this one's still down 0.8. Couple of headlines on this one today. Xiaomi, a Chinese electric vehicle company, obviously, releasing the YU7, which received, guys, about 300,000 pre-orders in a matter of minutes or in an hour here in China. That competes directly with the Model Y in China. Second, we have the departure of Omid Afshar, unceremoniously fired yesterday by Elon Musk. This individual had been actually under investigation by a government department for Elon's pet project. You'll recall this, the glass house. Apparently, he had been ordering the materials there. He left to go to SpaceX, but was brought back after the Trump administration came into power. He was dismissed yesterday, according to reports, guys, by Elon Musk.
So I like the next 2 names on the list better than I like Tesla, because I got a little chopped up at 25 on Tesla. Like, I took a long, I reversed into a I go in and out flat. I had a short with a tight stop and a long with a tight stop, and like neither one worked. And then the short eventually was the way. I mean, obviously, with the market doing what it's doing now, the short was the way to go. But overall, it just seems like another day, and you can't really count. I know this doesn't count for an inside day, going back to Wednesday. But if we look at when things calmed down, we essentially we bounced, couldn't break 330, and we're still not breaking 320. And oh, by the way, that's a real wick. So 320 bottom, 330 top, very much inside for Tesla to round out the week. I would have liked it a little bit better. I like the fact that we were holding this level in front of the 50 and the 200 period, but it would be much better had we actually bounced to end the week off of this level. And losing 320 would be pretty bearish going into next week, though you do have the 50 and the 200 period moving averages sitting right there for you. Yeah, this afternoon, I feel like as long as we're underneath 325, I'd be bearish on Tesla, but I don't know that's the name I want to trade today. And we're going to get to NVIDIA in a second, but that's showing some good signs of strength if the market can rebound. We're in Nike, and BBAI has been doing pretty okay off the volume-weighted average price. So I don't know that I'll be trading Tesla, but I think it doesn't bode well for us that we're not bouncing off what has been good trend support today. So maybe it's the story, maybe it's the market, maybe it's trade, although cutting off talks with Canada doesn't really matter to Tesla. It seems like everything's kind of catching some strays on this move.
Yeah, I think I like where the day low came in on Tesla. This is just a 3-minute chart that's kind of like squished in. We got here the 12th. Starting off this left side of the chart, but you can see every time it kind of comes into this 310, 315 level, maybe a little bit of a bounce, a little bit of a support, and then look at this strong flush coming in on Wednesday, holding that 320, so just locked within this range as of right now on Tesla. Not really getting that aggressive kind of movement that we've been seeing. I guess for a decent chunk at the beginning of the week, you can see strong legs to the upside and to the downside. For the past couple of days, that's today and yesterday, pretty much of a sideways action between this, 330 and 320, so about a 10-point range here on Tesla. So yeah, nothing too crazy going on here, even with some of that news coming out about the Xiaomi and 300,000 orders. That's absolutely wild. But again, Tesla kind of showing us that it's going to probably do its own thing. Again, I do think there's bigger picture kind of action going on here. So no idea.
All right, guys, Palantir next on the list here, and what a move it was to the downside today for Palantir. There's really no catalyst to speak of today. We had heard yesterday a positive catalyst that they were teaming up with the nuclear company to basically create AI software for the construction of nuclear power plants as a result of Donald Trump's executive order to speed up the construction of said plants. Today, guys, maybe some profit taking, down 3.5.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. And look, this morning we left you with Palan's wait for 136 on Palantir. zoom it out, I think you'll be able to show another reason you could have been waiting for this level as well. But this is what we wanted to grab, was able to get it. I mean, I don't say I fumbled it, but I said this in the middle of the day, right when I ended the lesson of the day, that I was like, okay, we'll take a tranche out, and then it holds again at the prior low. And I was like, okay, well, we should be holding this to the volume weighted average price, but let's put a trail on it. And then it promptly runs and then trails me out. So I basically got the buck and change on this one overall, but it should have been all the way into 139. Look at this hold VWAP. Suddenly very good, right? Like the market for Palantir to be relief rallying and, well, hopefully I don't jinx it in this exact moment and it loses VWAP and flushes to the low. But for us to have broken down the way we have, if it's going to be able to hold 139, that's a good sign. But I say that, and we are looking like we're heading down. I'm not going to be a buyer in here. I'll tell you why. What's the point? If Palantir breaks down from here, BBAI probably breaks down from here. And this has been holding the volume-weighted average price. This is the one I'm actually trading off VWAP. Did get in and out, kind of took out half when it lost VWAP here, and then just got it back in on the failed break of the low. I love that. I love the failed break of the prior low, and then just jumped right back into it. But as the market heads down, you got to be careful. So I would consider trading Palantir off of that VWAP support if I wasn't already in a somewhat similar name, that if one's going down, they're probably both going down. A reversal makes some sense here, but we're not at that point just yet. The Jameson saying, no. What's that for? Jameson B. Why no?
Oh, for probably for the BBI. I don't know. Maybe they have a certain bias on that. But yeah, Palantir, absolutely crazy. I think yesterday kind of gave us a strong signal to get maybe strong signal to sell. But regardless, I know I was definitely involved on Wednesday here when we first tested this 147 level. I really liked the short here, and I was involved for a decent chunk of this. I didn't really hold it down to these lows, but I think I took something back into a little bit of VWAP and maybe some opening range lows there as well. But take a look at this. Next day, it gives it to you once again, and it false breaks this aggressive high into that 147 right off of the open, maybe first 30-minute range, absolutely gives it up. And look at this beautiful continuation. Strong reason, false break on the daily, and then next day you come in with those sellers stepping right back in, giving us a little bit of a trend break. And yeah, that 136, definitely interesting as it is. Prior low, prior low, prior low as well. And Neil was talking about maybe potentially another reason. And you guys know I like my anchored VWAPs. Shout out to Mr. Brian Shannon out there, and take a look at this. This anchored VWAP that comes in with this catalyst that came in intraday with an aggressive selling comes in right to that 136. That's sitting at 136.22 as of right now. So that's the first place where we actually catch somewhat of a bid. Maybe our first stop on the way down. Again, I think the selling a little bit more aggressive than this. This is a bit of an anchored VWAP. But again, I think it was a place to look and a place where maybe something was found. But Palantir, absolutely clean flush off of the open there. That false break of prior day, I really like that as well. I definitely have to be involved. But I saw that much later in the day, and I was like, all right, the trade is done. But guess what? I guess it was such a great reason that there was follow through the next day. So it is what it is. Palantir off of the open, if you had it, was absolutely beautiful. Maybe the bounce was there as well, but I didn't really touch it. Other than that, don't really see anything much else either.
Another beautiful one, Obi, is NVIDIA, and has been beautiful for a while now. Another 1.25%, a little bit off the highs for NVIDIA. No major catalyst for this one, but there was this headline that Adira brought us midday. A company that's just down the road from us, guys, CentML, being here acquired by NVIDIA, an AI startup.
They may be down the street from us, but it's the first I've ever heard of them. I mean, let's be real. I know the rest of us feel the same way. Good for them. Yeah. Look, NVIDIA, here's the good thing about a trend to the upside is you can, if you get stopped out or if you lose your way, you should be able to work your way back into it if it's going to trend up. NVIDIA was a good example of that. The open trade worked perfectly, sort of buying into the pre-market lows. It had some trouble. I got in after it broke 157 down and bought the dip. It ended up rolling over, tried it again at the pre-market low, and then didn't get back in until we're back above the key price 157, which is what I worked back off. This is what we worked over. this level. And I did get stopped out, but just jump back in, add to it on a break. I kind of added to it with a trail when it broke out the 158 and then took pretty much everything out into that move. You're a little more aggressive because you're long down here, you're adding here, a little more aggressive out, which is I'm more aggressive than I would usually be because I'm adding near the highs. And when it bounced off VWAP, I got back in. The last VWAP loses. I think it's relatively strong today, being up 1.3%, and the market's barely up. But I'd like to see it maybe break this trend, hold VWAP, break this little downtrend. I don't need to connect from here. I could have just connected these. And then that's where I think the long can be, again, on NVIDIA. The daily chart's just, fresh highs, another all-time high for them. So this is really the continuation play and more than anything else. And as long as it wants to continue to get bought up, I think it's a good sign. I will say this, when we're talking, just because this is the only chance we'll probably have to talk about it, as Circle's going down, you're going to notice that CoreWeave, CRWV, people are like, well, why wouldn't CoreWeave be going down? Okay? Well, I think CoreWeave's up 3% because NVIDIA's having itself a day. And some of the chip strength is probably going to give CoreWeave a little bit more cover. But I think the first sign of weakness that you get in the chips and NVIDIA, that may be the time to take a shot at CoreWeave. But yeah, NVIDIA, I'm going to be looking for buys, but I'm not there just yet this afternoon.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with you there. Bigger picture stuff going on NVIDIA. Every day it's been making a little bit of fresh high since we did break out there. I think it was Wednesday, right? Wednesday we broke out of those all-time highs, 153s and some change, pushing into some of those levels going into the end of the day. And we get a little bit more continuation going into the end of the week here with a fresh all-time high at 158.71. This was an aggressive bid, again, coming in off of the morning lows there, breaking through that opening range high, and the bid coming in so strong that a little bit of a pullback back into opening range highs gives us another leg to the upside. But coming back in, we're kind of holding some of those levels from the morning session and prior day as well, if you want to call it, right there. You can see that end of day high coming in as of right now is a little bit of a support at that 156 halves. But let's see where we get with NVIDIA. Again, looking at a higher time frame, let's take a quick look at the weekly here and see how that's ending off as well, coming into the end of the week. So pretty aggressive push from the beginning of the week going into the end of the week. Prior level coming in here at that 153. What was that again? 153.11s was that intraday all-time high there on NVIDIA. So 156s, we're trading pretty strong, but oh boy, the spiders
market's really
as of right now as well. So
before we jump back over, I got to tell you, the market just took another strong leg down. So I'm now out of the buy back into BBAI. Again, the trend is just way too strong to the downside. Tried to pick it back up. It was much better. Obviously, when the market was stronger, it's going to be much better on the way up. I'm not going to fight this anymore. Nike's somewhat holding on, but my stop's like 10 cents under here as well. And I don't want to be fighting it. I'm not looking to flip just yet because we've seen this whole, people call it the taco trade, buy on bad news, or you buy the dip. I'm not really feeling that we should be falling apart on this, but I am going to still get out of the longs and preserve the capital that we made this morning. Let's talk about some HIMs. Just another super strong name that what a reversal it was. Holding up okay, but wow.
Yeah, a nice bounce back here, Neil, 6 1/3. But as you can see on that chart there, we're coming from a lot higher. And this was a result of Novo Nordisk basically telling HIMs they are cutting them off from one of their weight loss drugs. So Novo will have to push other ones, specifically Wegovy. And that obviously affects their business model, guys, because they charge you about $599 US a month to access to this drug, as well as other telehealth options.
Yeah, look, this was, I'd say, the strongest stock this morning. I mean, Nike had a good morning off of the open as well, but no question HIMS was the strongest stock. And as we were saying yesterday, sometimes when you give it that 3-day rule, you catch, if you had bought the first day off the lows, it's the same result. So fair enough. Like, it makes the low, and if you buy that first day, it never really cracks underneath, and you just get the gains, which is fair. It's not the way that I like to approach it. But what was different about yesterday is it retested the low on Wednesday, and then yesterday retested again at the open and then ran. That's where, to me, you get bullish on the stock. So I'm actually not happy with whatever. NVIDIA was fine today. It's just that HIMS was better. Like HIMS on that setup for the continuation to fill the gap was actually better. It was better to be long HIMS than it was NVIDIA, but you do what you're used to and most comfortable with a lot of times. It can be a bad thing. It can be a good thing as well. It's a classic setup. I'm not sure that it's done trying to fill this gap. I thought there was room to 55, but the market just decided to take a tank, and I'm not sure it's going to have so much strength in this, in HIMS. Some of this, the factor that makes me not as bullish as you could be is we were in the 30s when the partnership got this squeezing up into the 60s, and we didn't really even retest that. So if we don't really close on strength, it's a nice relief rally off the low, but then it's rejecting the prior support. So I think it's a good, nice relief rally for today and the last couple of days off that bottom after the 3-day rule, but I'm not completely convinced that you want to be buying it up here for the push into 65. That doesn't seem like a safe thing to do.
All right, so guys, VinFast, VFS, is back in the spotlight. Cantor Fitzgerald just reaffirmed their overweight rating with a $6 target. And Chardon Capital is holding their buy rating at $5.50. On the money side, Tidal Investments increased their stake by 11% with new positions from Mitsubishi, UFJ, SBI Securities, and Jump Financial. In Q1, VinFast doubled down on its goal to boost deliveries this year and hit break-even by 2026. They're scaling up in Asia and investing in new EV platforms to cut costs and improve performance. With strong backing from Vingroup and a global strategy, VinFast is shaping up as one to watch. Thank you very much. But yeah, no, HIMS definitely was not on my list today. And I think, again, Neil was talking about this one earlier this morning and was like, all right, did you see the push on HIMS yesterday? And I was like, yeah, didn't really have it on watch, but off the open, oh boy, what a reversion that we're having of that day one flush. I was definitely involved here on Monday with that HIMS trade. I think I took a little bit of a cheeky bounce on back into that 48 level, which was pretty nice. But again, bigger picture was the short, and I was kind of stuck getting busy with the counter there. But you can see the bigger picture counter is coming in apparently as we start to revert a decent chunk back. 52s now, oh boy. So we couldn't necessarily break down that day one low that happened, I guess, going right into the close. 40.65s, it would seem. Yeah, 40.65s is that low from that day one on Monday, but coming back in with a little bit of a bid into the end of the week here on him. So going back to the weekly, let's take a quick look on what that would end up looking like. Let's take that, I guess VWAP's not there. But yeah, closing green on the week, back through open. So getting bought up a decent chunk of what we dropped down, but still trading much below some of those consolidation lows from earlier. Let's see how this ticker kind of carries forward. This was the first week with that aggressive selling with that catalyst, but pretty strong close, to say the least.
All right, guys, there's really nothing on this. This is WFF. You guys probably saw me trade this midday if you were watching, and I didn't really put this on to gloat or anything like that, but I just wanted to show that this one is around for a good time, not a long time, guys. So a bit of a Christmas tree retracement to the downside, an inverted V. Can you shed some light, boys, on how you would be looking at this, or any methods you can give to the audience about how to mitigate risks with something like this?
Yeah, trailing stop, use trailing stops when you're long. Like, have stop orders. I think, look, for every single time that you get out of one of these at 25 when you're long at 10 and it goes to 50, who cares? It's more than a double up. You just don't want to get rinsed like this on anything. I don't care what the strategy is. Like, it's silly. That said, I'm not going to talk about like a trend line when something's halting all over the place, but if you see it halting, like how many times do we halt up here? 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, 5 up halts. And then what happens? Here's where it gets very obvious. If you're ever watching this when it's halted to the upside, The reason we talk about the theoretical auction price, like the tap, it gives you an indication what's going to happen next. Like it halts, goes higher. Halts, this one's lower, so it could have shaken people out. This one's higher, then parabolic higher halt, and then halt. This is the biggest parabolic move and halting up. When you see that it's indicating opening lower, if you're long, how you are not like getting out or at least having a stop under like 24 or 23 is beyond me. Or you're just like, I'll go like I'll just mark it out of half of it on the open and just take that price when it's indicating that far to the downside. The other thing you can think about is as it goes into the halt down here, if you haven't gotten out, you can do the same thing in the next reopen. You could just simply say, okay, I'm gonna mark it out I'm gonna mark it out underneath and don't let it punk me at that point. There's really not much else you can do. Would I have shorted it? No, I wouldn't have shorted it. Even though it looks like those are great short entries, I probably would have been sitting that one out. And at the end of the day, it's just going to give you headaches if you get way too cut. If you just hold these all the way back, or if you try to force trades in these, it's just going to give you a big headache. So I think you got to pick your spots. If you get it early, great. Make sure you have a good exit plan. But that analysis, this segment of the rundown, brought to you by OGen. Great company, great cause. Because each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the US, and yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NIZE-listed Oragenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Scan the QR code you see in front of you. As I said, I think it's an important topic. Before I throw it to you on WEF, it's not even WEF, it's WFF. The last of the longs for me, which was Nike, just lost support. I'm out. It bounced 72, gave you a little bit, and then it just broke underneath support. So I don't want to be fighting anything. We can always get back in if it reclaims VWAP for myself. The only thing I'm left in is a penny stock. Well, I might as well mention it now, and then at 350, maybe I'll mention it again at the close. So anybody that doesn't know, Wolf, which Wolf are they? This one is Wolf's. This is Wolf Speed. Wolf Speed is getting delisted. Wolf Speed is going bankrupt. So I don't know. I just shorted the pop. Nice. And if it comes out of big sell imbalance, I'm gonna short some more. If it comes out of buy imbalance, I'm gonna get out. But the idea is I just want to be short this thing into the close, as it's supposed to be a big delete today. And I'm going to go, and when it gets closer, I'll show you guys the early look imbalance. It's a New York stock. If I see it show up here for a big sell, I'm going to add to the position. If I don't, then I don't add to the position. I'm keeping it really simple with this because it's going under and getting deleted.
Whoa. There's a little bit of a market flush there. But yeah, no, WFF. No, I was thinking, when I first saw this ticker, I was just like, what the flying fugaze on this one. And I was just like, all right, well, this is definitely a no trade for me. We were kind of talking about a potential short opportunity, but on day ones like this, would I ever get short? Absolutely not. I don't think so. Not part of my playbook. And definitely not something that I like doing, I'd say. But again, if you had it, you had it. The trade, I guess.
The mother of all meme
yeah,
reversions.
I understand. It's the trade. It's pretty on a chart. Doesn't mean I'm gonna take it, right? It's like, sure, retrospect, it does look very nice, and it gave back all of the moves. So if you did get involved, good on you. Maybe you saw something that was different on this one, and it made it playbook for you guys. Sure, go for it. I think that's definitely well within range and ability of certain players out there, but definitely not part of my playbook that I have learned. But yeah, no trade for me. Maybe, yeah, if you had the long, I think that's a little bit better as well. But again, being again only 8 million shares float, it's done about 20 million volume on the day, and kind of looking back at it, it is a little bit of a liquidity trap. We kind of talk about these liquidity traps. You have day one, day two, with some decent volume here, and then day three, day four. See you, Sharif. Have a good weekend. So yeah, day three, day four, low volume, failure to follow through on the breakdown, can't even get back below some of these day one, day two levels, and you get that increasing volume and then maybe a potential squeeze. So maybe this was the day you were looking for that parabolic short. I have no idea. But again, looks very pretty. Looking at the backside here and the front side as well, but definitely not one in my book. So that's WFF for me. And the Spider, oh boy, that thing is falling off of the spout right here as of right now. Got stopped out of the Nike as well, and oh boy, I was actually thinking of doing something in and around here. I'm glad I didn't really get involved as aggressively or at all, as we are pushing some fresh lows on the day and bringing us back into some of those prior ranges as well. So oh boy, excuse me, aggressive selling coming in, Neil. When will it stop? Who knows? But I'm waiting and watching for that potential reversion, Neil. So we'll see.
Well, maybe it happens. I'm not sure, but I do know that Tesla's back at $320. It's not like we haven't been here before. We bounced in the morning. We bounced on the Wednesday lows at 320. If we bounce here after breaking, then I'll have lost on a trade. Why? Because I'm going to take the break. It's going to be, I usually go really tight stop. Like if it comes back and retakes the $0.50, I'm out. I want to keep it very, very simple. Like I don't want this, if it makes a wick bottom from here, like it's run $5, more than that. It ran $6 here. It ran $9 here. So if the market bounces and this bounced off 320, if you just let it go on the short, it could go like a million, it could go really far against you. Anyways, we're gonna have a very tight stop on the break on Tesla. That's what I'm looking at right now. Outside of just hanging on to like Wolf, as I explained, I'll just be in that forever. And there was a really good question. Someone said, how is it that companies like Mullen can just keep on reverse splitting and go down to zero over and over again, but other companies eventually have to get delisted? Well, Wolf's going bankrupt. Mullen doesn't go bankrupt because for some reason they're allowed to keep reverse splitting. I don't know why, but the fact that they're able to do that and continuously dilute and find people to actually want the shares, as long as they can, trick's the wrong word, but as long as that can happen, then they can continue to survive because they keep raising cash. Not everyone's able to pull that off. I don't know what makes Mullen so special that allows them to pull it off, but they just do. So you just kind of leave it at that. At the end of the day. So Wolf is, like, they are getting delisted. Mullen lives to fight to another squeeze, apparently. Because is there a better trade? And is there actually a better trade, short, in the universe than just let Mullen reverse split and short it? There actually, you go back and look at the last 5 years, there probably isn't a better. Hedge funds are so rich doing that, and yet somehow there's buyers of it. It doesn't make sense to me, but it doesn't have to make sense. So Tesla, I'm going to take this break. Assuming that it actually breaks, of course, I'm going to take the 320 break on Tesla with a $0.50 stop and see what it does. Let's go to Adara at the desk.
This isn't news, but I was actually curious about the reverse split rule. So I looked this up. Basically, of course, the rule in terms of compliance is a company must maintain its stock at $1 minimum share price for 30 consecutive days. If that is not the case, then they have 6 months to get their house in order, as it were. Now, how do reverse splits come into this? Well, this is obviously recognized by the indices as a way to get out of the situation. So basically what happens is they do have some rules. This is at least for the NYSE. They will immediately begin suspension and delisting procedures if a company has done a reverse split within the past year and they're, I guess, no longer eligible for that 6-month cure. And also, or if they have effectuated one or more reverse stock splits over the past 2 years with a cumulative ratio of 200 shares or more to 1. In those cases, they're going to start the delisting process. That's at least for the NYSE. The NASDAQ is a little bit different. Their period is, again, about 6 months, 180 days. But under they've changed the rules a little bit as well. So under the previous rules, you'd have to appeal to basically stay in suspension or delisting action. NASDAQ also apparently restricts the use of reverse stock splits as well. So basically, long story short, they both do allegedly have rules to restrict these splits. It's unclear if they're being used in these situations, but just a little bit of context, I guess. Back to you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Adara. That's the thing. Like it's always good to brush up on it, but ultimately, rules are the rules. If they can, they can. We just leave it at that.
You know what rules we got to look into? Those halt rules.
Oh, that's
I'm sure I've read them a few times, and I'm just like, I'm pretty sure these are not being followed.
Oh,
like
yeah.
We've got stocks
There's way too
not
many
necessarily, or maybe I just don't know how to read. I don't know how to read them. I don't know, but yeah, there is some stuff going on with some of those halt rules, which can get pretty.
They've confounded me many a time.
Oh, yeah.
You know that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at the stock. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. And Neil's been in the stock market since a long time. Since Joe's like since its inauguration. Like when was that? 70, 60? I don't know. Neil was around when there was a tulip market.
I'm not even that old, man. I'm not even that old. I'm old enough
Neil's
to
been
remember.
in the game for a while, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, man, I'm old enough to remember when NVIDIA was a strong stock.
That was this morning.
Why didn't I get, whoa, okay, that's weird. I did not, Tesla broke,
back in, yeah.
and I did not get filled. What the heck happened? All right. Not entirely sure. I did not get the fill on Tesla through 320. All right, so I did take this bottoming tail candle, break the prior bar on NVIDIA, stop under here, and I leave Tesla in to get picked up. And so I don't know why I didn't get filled, but I just kind of took it at a bad price on the way back in. Same stop as before. I don't know why I was not filled on the breakdown. I thought I crossed it enough. Obviously, I did not. And I end up with a 75 price. I bet you I could have got something in the 80s on Tesla as it continues to go a little bit lower. Remember, it has snapped back prior breaks before. I like the scalp trade. Like when it broke 325 yesterday, it snapped back heavily, right? And it did it again. So I'm anticipating that these bottom tail breaks on Tesla, make sure you scalp something out and then try to play with a little house money. That's what I'm going for. But if we break back higher, I'm going to exit stage left. It's already holding 319 pretty decently. So I might even tighten it up a little more and not even give it to the 50 above because of what's been happening. But the NASDAQ's headed lower. This NVIDIA is probably going to be trouble. Yeah, it's coming right in. I got the entry that I wanted on NVIDIA.
Oh, what's up?
But it's about to break that prior bar.
Dude, there you are.
Oh, come.
Look, Sean's there as well.
What the?
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, that is some weird. That looks very weird.
Yeah, it's
I feel like that was a still before. Now there's movement in it, which is creeping me out. So there it goes. Well, so I'll slap the fail on NVIDIA, trying to buy the little bit of a bounce. Tesla probably should have been the one, and I should have got a much better price on Tesla. Where's my 19 fill? I want another fill at 19, and then we can try to let it ride. There we go. Just got the other fill at 19. Give some back on NVIDIA. Thankfully, it was so good this morning. It's not that bad, but Tesla headed lower as we speak. Market headed lower. If we get down to, where is this on the 317.5? Target 317.5 for myself. On Tesla, still expecting, I thought we'd catch one of those taco bids, but I'm still thinking that can be the case. Remember, it's options expiration as well. It's a Friday.
Yes.
I would suspect there will be a bid somewhere.
Yeah, it's something definitely got to watch out for. Again, it got an aggressive sell there, and through the day lows. We kind of were talking about that. We're getting that continuation now. I did try a little bit of a long here on the SPY. I got that wick kind of in my way right now, so we'll take that one out. What is that? 611. So let's see. We can probably see that a little bit better now. Yeah, so it got taken out on that little bit of a push back down. But yeah, no, let's see when and if this bid will potentially show up. But like you said, options expiry, and again, we've been coming in pretty strong on this week as well, going into pretty much the end of the month as well. So a little bit of selling coming in across the board. Bless you. Softy back down to its lows there. Apple not quite there just yet. Alphabet, wow, Alphabet's holding its own pretty well. Oh boy, that's aggressive selling. I'm just watching this tape here on the SPY, and I guess here, this is still on the circle. I can pull up SPY, and that'll be on the Amex. Boom, there we go. Right there. So that's the book right there. So that's exactly what it looks like. That's what the tape looked like, Neil. It's just straight reds to the downside. Oh boy. Back-to-back 15-minute candles since about, when is this? It's about 1:15 here on the NASDAQ, and about I guess 12:30ish on the ES. And oh boy, that Palantir is coming back in as well. So I tried a couple of longs, not really working. The trend is definitely your friend. And look at that. Wow, they just keep slamming into the bid. Holy, is it the end of the hour?
It's
no,
relentless.
It's not even the end of the hour. Oh boy.
So remember, I have to show this chart. Amazon was strong this morning, but my exit point At least I got out at the right time. Yay! Look at Amazon. Amazon about to go red. So strong this morning, and it's right back at 217 bucks. I mean, that's just nasty. You gotta, when you zoom it out a little bit here, and we go. I'm just gonna go to the Nasdaq. Like, look at all the work to get us to that point. Just slow grind, slow grind, slow grind. Hammer down 22.5. Like this area here, 22.55, 22.55. Yeah, that's right. 22.55 on the Nasdaq, and maybe into 22.6 would seem like a spot that we could bounce. I already have where I'm looking for Tesla, and then I'll regroup and look for the next trade. I'm like, again, usually on a Friday when you get this kind of a move, I'm expecting we get some kind of a bounce, but I like the support level to jump out here at the 317.5 on Tesla. Breakdown trade for me is a scalp trade. That's just how I roll. Looks like we're already running into resistance on that spot. So just quick little scalp. But there were so many reversals to be had, Obi.
Yep.
I bet you Nike was probably a good one.
Yeah, I mean,
like that's sort of the thing.
The
Like
Nike reversion was.
you don't reverse every single trade, but there is some that you really want to when you get out of it. So Tesla coming through that 318. Right, so now it's broken 318, and I'm just going to cancel old stop, put in new stop is going to be the approach. I'm like, why sit on the bid? I can just have a very tight stop on the 318 break and accomplish the same thing down here. So if we continue to flush, I can hold. If we break back and hold the 318, then we get my target area anyways, and I'm jumping out of the trade. So that's the plan of action for me on Tesla. Pretty tight stop on the 318 level. And we'll try to let that one fly. Wolf, oh, wait a minute. Someone just asked, what happens if you own Wolf? Does it go to zero and getting removed from your account? Well, for here as a day trade, no, that's not really how it would work because I can't hold it. And it's very likely, like just because you're going bankrupt, when you get delisted, it's not necessarily over. You can go to the OTC where it would potentially still trade for a little bit before it might actually go under. So it's not quite so simple as saying it goes to zero the day that it's deleted. It doesn't really work like that. But yeah, for us, there's really nothing to be done because I'm going to be out of this position regardless at 4 o'clock, no matter how far it falls, which I'm just going to double check. This shouldn't matter that the market's going down. It's just like it's just going down anyways. And what'll really matter is that after 3 o'clock, maybe 3:30, when we get the early look imbalances, whether or not it's an actual imbalance on this to the sell side. All right, so there's the pushback through 318. Oh, look where we bounced. 317.5. When in doubt, zoom out. Scalp trade, that's it. That was the plan of action. We scalped it to the first dollar, and then I got a bad fill in the entry. That's my bad. I don't know. I thought I had, but it doesn't really matter why I didn't get the initial break. I think I should have gotten it, but I didn't get that initial fill. We still were able to get the fill underneath 320, but now you're getting the bounce. That was your bounce. I wasn't thinking of going long there. It was just a cover, in my opinion, but it looks like you got the bounce where you wanted it. There's probably a long out there that you could find that's pretty good, but I'm not trying to fight any of these longs, or I'm not going to try to jump into the long myself. I want to get like really sniper type entries. It's a Friday, go station to station. Just try to keep it very, very simple.
Yeah, I think that's something to watch out for there. Wow, my screen is like spazzing out. I don't know if you guys see that or not, but yeah, I did try a little bit of a long once again. Let's see if it'll come in. A little bit of a bid coming in, but you can see again waterfall action going into the last hour of the day here. It's about 2:44, so the last 15-minute candle going into power hour is about to begin here as of right now. So let's see what we have in store going into that. View up on the spider, where you at? That's all the way at 614.41. I don't know if we're going to get all the way back up there just yet with again, aggressive selling coming into these markets. So got to stay a little bit respectful of that. But like I said, if and when that bid comes in, I do want to try to stay involved. So I did kind of try a little bit here on top of those 612s, and then once again here on top of those 611s here. That was an aggressive push. Oh boy, there it goes. So 612s coming back in. So again, first sign of a bid with the opening of this 15-minute candle. Let's see if this 15-minute candle, let's see, what is that price? I'm looking for 612.60s. If this can break 612.60s, then we would have broken that prior bar 15-minute candle. What is that here on the ES? I see that that is just above that 6,200 mark as well. So let's see, maybe we just come back into this trend hold right here and then push back in. I have no idea, but I'm watching this spider again with this market moving around as aggressively as it is. I got to stay patient. I got to pack my patience, as our friend Sharif likes to say, and just see, is it still with trend? It could very well be. We still haven't broken prior bar high on the candle. We still haven't broken any sort of a trend line just yet, and it seems like sellers are pretty strong going into the final hours of the day. So again, with all that being said, I'm gonna stay nimble and just try to catch what I can here. A little bit of a scalp on the SPY. Working for now. For how long, I have no idea. Let's see if we can get VWAP.
There you go. You get a breakdown short, you get a reversal long, you get a little bit of everything, everybody. That's what we do here at Trader TV Live. I love this. Where was it? Shoot. It's good 2330. And I don't know why all these ats are in the names. It just, everything was different today in our chat. Our names were all changed. It's kind of annoying, but we'll see if we can't figure out what it is. But trading is like waiting for another human to break a 4-minute mile.
Like what?
Trading is like waiting for another human to break a 4-minute mile.
Oh, you like a break a new record or something?
I guess. Well, the only reason I like that is I'm a huge track and field fan, and nobody, unless you follow track and field, you probably don't know who Faith Kipyegon is. But if you know track and field, there are 3 people that are right now every bit as dominant as Usain Bolt was in their respective sport. There's Faith Kipyegon in the distance racing, there's Mondo Duplantis in the pole vault, and there's, I think, the most impressive athlete in the entire world right now is Sydney McLaughlin, as a hurdler. And Faith Kipyegon tried to become the first woman to break the 4-minute mile. She had like a team of like pace runners or whatever, ended up running like a 4:06. It would have been ridiculous. He's a robot. Anyways, I'm a big track fan, but that's why I like that. Look, the market is trying to bounce. I know Obi's got it right there. But one of the things about trading opportunities like what we're seeing in the market is you might want to level up your trading game sometimes. And with Prop XP, you can level up to 1 to 200 leverage and a static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on the platform. You sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support. No bots. It's rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, you can get 50% off with the code TRADERTV. Link is in the description. QR code's right in front of you. Be the trader, get funded, and join Prop XP. Shout out to them as well. Look, you guys let me know if there's any symbols that I'm not catching out here, because I'm going to be very. It's Friday afternoon. There's a part of me that you could have just shorted the 320 again. I just feel like I would have been guessing at that point. It doesn't really give you like a standard setup there outside of saying, hey, 320 broke, 320 short again. I don't want to be doing that kind of a thing. It's a very good bounce off that 317.50 level. And I find when something bounces off the higher time frame support like that, I usually want to see if it's going to pull some continuation. Because those types of levels, like when you bounce off, you usually get continuation. When you start bouncing here, especially at the end of the day, I would suspect maybe you're going to test a little bit higher. So I'm going to keep it very tight to the vest here on Tesla. I mean, the NASDAQ and the ES both went red, but just barely. If we hold back green again, you could see enough of a relief rally that if you short back into it, you're just going to get yourself into a little bit of trouble. I don't know if I appreciate that. Jonathan, a real Caribbean guy. I was born here. My family is Antiguan. And both my parents were born in the beautiful island of Antigua. But I was born here in Canada. I love it. I do consider it second home because I have a ridiculous amount of family down there. But yeah, and if you've never been, I think it's the best island in the West Indies. 365 beaches, one for every single day of the year, and they're beautiful white sand beaches. You've never seen anything like it. And it's maybe not the most famous island in the West Indies, but trust me, you go there, anybody that goes there absolutely loves it. Just maybe don't do Devil's Bridge, tourists. It's dangerous.
What is that? Is that like
It's just like there's like Like there's one portion of the island has really rough waters.
Okay.
And so like there's just like a little cove, very violent waters coming in, and there's like a little cutout, and then there's like a little bridge that you can cross it that's maybe like 20 meters long,
for you
a couple of
daredevils
meters
out
wide.
there. Yeah.
But underneath is if you fall in when it's actually like really, really choppy, unless you're a ridiculous swimmer like a Superman, you're done.
Yeah, you're
effectively. And also too, like the waves can sometimes crest and hit the bridge. So you'll be on the bridge and you get knocked off. Now, granted, I'm an idiot. I've done it a couple of times. But what'll happen, you do it when you know the waves aren't kicking high enough, they knock you off. You got to know what you're looking at. But tourists, there's always tourists that are like, aha, I'm going to get a picture on Devil's Bridge. Wave comes and knocks them off, and then you're pretty much toast.
Yeah.
It happens all the time. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. This market
came
like
right back.
On a 15-minute, like we're just not. We're gonna go to Darren in a quick little second, but on a 15-minute, look at these closes: open, close, open, close. Like we're not closing. Like we're not able to open higher than previous. Like, we're not holding above these prior closes. Like we're wicking them pretty heavily, and we're just not getting any buying out and about the prior close bar. That's where I think you might get the turn, Adara.
Yeah, here's TSLA. I'm seeing some news circulate around X. Apparently, there are reports that Tesla is planning another round of layoffs across the company this month, with apparently one source saying that these potential layoffs are creating a pressure cooker environment that have caused some employees to leave the company. We know we had 2 reports yesterday of higher up Tesla employees leaving, though one report suggested that one of the individuals, Omid Afshar, was actually fired. But either way, TSLA, again, I'm not seeing the source for this. It says TC, maybe TechCrunch, but either way, again, seeing these reports circulate on X that apparently Tesla is maybe planning another round of layoffs, and employees are getting a little bit freaked out. Also, fun fact there with that Antigua story, SGA, basketball champion there, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, his family is also from Antigua, which I learned yesterday. Back to you.
Is this live on the show? Both of his parents were born in Antigua. His mother was a 400-meter runner. She went to the Olympics in the 400 meters. So it's like I think his dad was an athlete as well. But yeah, Antigua's doing it large. One of the greatest cricketers of all time, Vivian Richards, also from Antigua. We got a super chat here. Neil, what is your opinion of buying WFF at Lowe's for end of day pop-up or Monday pre-market play? Okay, I get it. We had this conversation literally yesterday with that stock that went from $9 to like 50 cents. And so I understand the sentiment here. What's different about that is that it was like a one shot. Like the first time you were buying the dip, the first time it made that kind of a move. This time you want to buy this dip after it's pop rug, and then goes lower, and then pop rug. How about if you think you want to buy the next pop, let it consolidate and just take a standard breakout trade after. Let it consolidate, take a standard breakout trade. That's what's actually worked, is to let it make a bottom and then just take a later breakout trade on it. Well, I wouldn't bother gambling that it's just going to bounce because you got lucky 3 days later here. You got fortunate the day after there. No, like both those times you could have just taken the breakout with less risk and do that at some point next week, and then you've got some momentum going with you. That would be my approach to it. I don't see a reason to catch this falling knife. You didn't need to do that the last 2 times. Back to Adara.
Yeah, I just want to mention as well here, a little bit of a pop, as you can see at lows in the market. Nike, I know, moved a little bit as well on this. We do have commentary coming out here from the Business Council of Canada. They're saying that Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney should drop its digital tax. Now, in case you missed it, that digital services tax is the reason that Donald Trump stated that the U.S. and Canada are going to be cutting talks on trade or terminating talks on trade. Also, Trump said that within 7 days, they're going to, I guess, announce what the tariffs will be for Canada. It's worth noting, I looked into this. Apparently, the current leader of the Business Council of Canada is apparently focused on bolstering the Canada-U.S. relationship. Of course, they're also focused on economic growth. So they're described as a lobby group as well. So there's a little bit of bias there. But either way, it looks like even groups within Canada are urging that this digital tax be dropped. We're going to have to wait and see if any commentary comes there. But that could potentially be a change in tide for the market. Just wanted to let you guys know about that commentary, and back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Adara. Well, I suppose I should have reshorted Tesla at 320. I'm certainly not going to do it at the low of the day. I'm going to try to snipe it. We're heading into power hour, everybody, and it's like, What a turn. The taco trade ain't here today. It's just not happening. What is it? I don't even remember what the acronym is for that one, but essentially it's like
Trump always chickens out.
Oh, Trump. That's what it is.
What it stands for. Yeah, Trump always chickens.
Okay.
That's what.
Right, there you go. Whatever. I just didn't remember who cares. And the whole point is the whole buy the dip on the bad news. Well, it hasn't worked unless you're really, really particular about where you want to pick this one up. Or I'm just looking at Tesla because that's what we were trading. But if there's something else out there that's piquing anybody's interest, like I thought maybe, my first thought is if it's tariff stuff, like look for the bounce in places that shouldn't care, like the AI play. Maybe like something like a BBAI or like a Palantir would make some sense. Like BBAI, if it got to 550, but it didn't get to 550, you could try to jump back into that for a pop back into the volume weighted average price. But if I look for a long, I almost rather it be somewhere that has a little bit of insulation from all the trade talk. If I can even find something like that. My head went to BBAI, but I'm not even sure that that's the right place to go. I look over at PLTR. It's trying to bounce. I mean, if look, Palantir gets back to 136, that's where I know we like it, so that would be a different story. I know Palantir, I'm going to have that one up because I do like the 136 for sure. Jacques is asking about silver. Oh yeah, silver's breaking out. We don't really trade silver.
No, not really.
And most of the times, if we're talking about metals or whatever, we're just going to talk about gold because that's what everyone's interested in. But silver is still very much in its consolidation break. I could pull up a longer dated chart. I don't need to, but I could. But it's still consolidating over its 32 break, even in this dip. So it's still very good. There's no day trade here, and it's not really at the support or anything like that. But it's still doing pretty well, I think, holding out the top end of this move. And it's just trying to play some catch up to the gold trade, which is what usually happens. You can read up on why people say it's a manipulated market where price gets held down, yada, yada, yada. It should do better than it does. No, silver.
Okay, yeah.
So it gets really tricky. But when it gets going, it can be good. It is on the cusp of if you look at a monthly chart, it's on the cusp of a really good breakout, a continuation play on silver. But there's not much to the day trade here.
I think I remember it was a little bit before I joined the floor. There was a silver trade. I think it went through like 24 or something. Earlier on, I remember maybe being part of that, but that was a few years ago. Yeah, coming into I think 2022, 23 maybe. I don't remember specifically, but I think there was a silver trade somewhere around there when it broke. For some reason, I'm remembering 24 as the price there. But yeah, no, this I think something's definitely going on here with the market and as well with my screen. It's like flashing weird. I know Sean sometimes I've heard him complain about it.
I think it's a static.
It's like something's going on. You just saw that, right? There's like weird flashes that are happening. You see that right there? So I'm trying. Fabian saying I'm too electric. Yeah, maybe that might be the reason.
Weird,
but this market getting electrified to the downside as of right now. Continuation, oh boy. Where and when will we bounce? I have no idea. But again, maybe I'm putting my chips down maybe a little too early here on this potential move. But again, like I said, where is the next trade? I'm not really seeing anything too crazy as of right now. I think some of the trades earlier might have been nicer. Again, I think Neil pointed out the short here on Nike was definitely probably a lot better as it did extend up. And this morning I was talking to Neil about how what my potential plan for Nike was. I did like the long. I liked the long a lot. But my issue sometimes becomes if I feel like I missed the trade, I'll automatically flip the script and be like, all right, well, the long is gone. If I didn't have it at the pre-market push or some of these, oh boy. So there you go. Here's the beginning of the hour of power. But here we go.
What did you do?
No. I'm sorry, guys. Too shocking. It's so electrifying. Everything's spazzing out right now. So walking EMP, Neil. That's Apparently that's what I am right now. But no, so that's my biggest issue, man. I'm just like, okay, how do I get over this? How do I say that, okay, I finished, I missed the trade, the long, and I think I talked to Neil about this as well, and he said, I think he gave some good advice. He's just like, okay, well, the long doesn't really necessarily show up again until it finds a little bit of a base here on top of VWAP where you can get a nice little reload for a continuation. And I think a big part of what I'm trying to get better at is not to go a little bit off what's the word I'm saying? You know, off the
cuff?
Off the cuff, maybe. Like, go crazy. Don't go crazy, right? I mean, like, sometimes I go a little crazy and I'm like, all right, well, I missed the long off of 60, what was the pre-market high? That 69.70, maybe 70s, even 71s. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm done. Now I have to take the short. And I get caught up a little bit on that and maybe get a little lucky too, as it does give me the reversion to VWAP. But again, there are days where this can continue going and I might, you know, it could very well blow up in my face as well. So that's something I do have to get a little bit better with. But yeah, the only plan I really had, I see that you were.
It cuts both ways, Obi, because
the only plan I had was Nike long. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, well, I mean, the whole thing is if you're overly aggressive, then you end up in too many trades sometimes. And if you have that conservative wait for it to perfectly set up, the consequence of that is you will miss some trades. 100%. Case in point, BBAI. I literally just missed BBAI entry because I was being pretty patient with it. I just cancel now. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it to break. See the consolidation down here? I was waiting for it to break out above. And it's a, look, it's a $5 stock. It's moving like a few cents at a time. So I think pennies matter in this case. VWAP is 12 cents away. So there's a big difference between getting it at 68 or 69 and buying it at 73. For most people, you're like, who cares about that? But like when you're day trading, that actually does matter. And over the course of time, it's a big difference. Like you're talking 20, 30% of your move. You got to get the price you want. But I was a little too, I don't know, I just wasn't quick enough to like it. If I had just bought in initially on the break the first time, instead of waiting for it to get me in during the consolidation, I would have been fine. But that's the other side of the coin. You can spot the idea, and an aggressive trader could maybe get in early and then it goes lower. But the other side of it is an aggressive trader would have got this one on BBI. So there's nothing perfect. There's nothing perfect about which type of trader you are. It's just a matter of being consistent with it as long as it works for you at the end of the day. And I do agree with what Stubby Jefferson, I'm not going to read the numbers at the ends of everybody's names because whatever, it's just a new thing happening here for nonsense. I do agree with what you said. There's going to be a lot of opportunities on Monday. Now, I'm off next week going camping, but when we have this type of reaction, we're up every single day. We're up we have a strong week. I shouldn't say every single day. We have a very strong week. Pretty sure we were up every day this week. Trend. Healthy sell-off. I think that's a really good sign. Like there's nothing wrong with that. It gives you some room to rally. It takes there's some breathing out there for the market, which is always positive. The other thing, you get a ton of information when we have flushes like this about what's holding where, like that Tesla 320, Tesla holding out just under 320 can give you some info. I think where NVIDIA is going to be able to base out here is giving us some information. It's holding the 155 zone on NVIDIA, and a lot of longs on NVIDIA today. Holding the 155 very well, so holding the prior close. This doesn't go red. I think you like that. On the flip side of it, it's not all good. SMCI lost some big support. So SMCI, I was only long off the 48.5, so we kind of were okay there. But watch out here on the daily for SMCI. As long as it holds $46, maybe even 45, this is still in the breakout. Like I wouldn't, just because you have a fail of the 50 level, shake out some weak hands, and as long as you hold this 45, 46, you could be in a new consolidation level for the run higher. So give it some time. Sometimes you get a nice bullish run for a couple of days and you just have to reset to the next support level. And I think that's what SMCI is doing. I'm still bullish on the stock. If I was here next week, my first thought would be long on Monday. It doesn't mean I'd go long, but my first thought would still be long, even with a 4% down day. I like the structure of what's happening here. Consolidation break. So let's go consolidation. And when you buy the longs on the bottom, which was 40 before, you were golden. You let it settle down, you just bought the 40s, and you were golden scalping it, and you could hold into the break. So I think that's what you're going to be able to do. And we're getting some wipeout here, which is showing us the way, I think, to some opportunities for next week.
Yeah, I think again, a lot of opportunities definitely setting up coming into the fresh week. Again, we hit all-time highs this week on a few names, to say the least. And yeah, the Spider, the Nasdaq as well, catching a bit of a sell-off back through some of those all-time high levels as of right now here on the SPY. Again, I think I talked about that level being, it was a 612 or 613s and some change. Let me just check to be specific. On the intraday, it was 613.23, and yeah, oh boy. So I did kind of piece off of a little bit there. Again, attempting to catch a little bit of a bounce. I was like, all right, this is starting to get a little extended here into some of these areas that I do like, some prior day levels as well. Let's see if the Spider can catch a little bit of a bounce back into the close. First potential green candle,
nice.
But we'll see. Still 8 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print. We've seen how many times, Neil, that it'll be the first green 15-minute candle or first kind of sign of a bid, and then the sellers kind of step right back in and take us lower. But yeah, we'll see. We'll wait. We'll be patient. I just want to kind of reiterate that, yeah, a lot of these aggressive sells in this market have been kind of bought back up.
Well, that's spicy.
But what's spicy? Oh,
it's only 3 o'clock.
Okay,
but
that's a little bit of spice.
We already got some spice. This is Russell rebalancing today, everybody.
Oh yeah, I gotta check that. Yeah.
So these numbers might be a little bit intense on some small mid-cap names. 13 million on CHPT to sell. NU 8.9 million. It's 3 o'clock. These are huge. BBAI 4. No wonder it's. You know what? Gotta make sure I get BBAI up here. 4.5 million on BBAI to buy early look. QBTS 4.3 million to buy on the early look. You got 8 at V 3.8. What else is here that you guys can? Oklo 3 million to the buy side. Wolf's actually a buy. Do I just punch out of this? Punch out of some of it. Well, 2.8. I'm expecting this one to end up a sell, so I just punched out of half. Archer 2.5 million to the buy side. KSS 2.4 sell. So there's going to be a lot of these. The numbers could grow. They could get smaller as we get a little bit closer. 330. Well, I'll keep updating if anything's crazy on those imbalances. What's weird is, in Wolf, it's 2.5 million to buy. I just punched some at the 40 level just to get out of it, but I think we're fine. I expect if it actually does come out to sell, I'm just going to try to get more shares anyways, but that'll be closer to 350. All right, Sammy is asking about Circle, which we haven't looked at in a hot minute. Circle, yuckity yuck, yuck. I don't know if Adara's got to still be short.
Yes, I am.
Because it hasn't broken anything back to the upside. Where's your trail, Adara?
It's like, oh, sorry, I didn't even need to press it there. It's like around 180s-ish, 180.
Like this level here, yeah.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Don't tell them your stop.
What?
I'm joking.
Oh, come on. No one's running our stops. It's around the level. No one's running our stops. That doesn't.
You just start seeing it bidding back.
We tell you guys what our stops are all the time. I don't care. The only thing we'll say is around this price. Usually won't tell you to the penny what it is, but you really could. It doesn't make a difference. I don't think anyone's out here trying to run a Darius stop on what has been the best short in the history of shorts.
Yeah.
Look at this thing. Circle 17% down. Probably wants this 150 to 160 area. It just seems all roads are.
You have the chart up?
Headed.
Can we see the chart there?
Well, I don't know if we can. I don't.
No, of the trade. I want to see the trade itself.
Yeah, can we do that?
Yeah, down.
Let's see it. Oh, maybe can we?
Oh,
there it is.
Oh boy, yeah, twice.
Boom.
Oh yeah.
Earlier as well, even before
I was in
that.
Yeah, we'll talk. That's the earlier one. This
one.
Oh,
that's even better.
That was the first one.
First consolidation.
Second one.
Short, and then the breakdown of the second consolidation.
Two entries both times.
Boom.
So where's my?
Let's go.
Shoot, where's my? There it is. A little slower.
Top trader in the making, guys.
Let's go with. What do we want here?
What do we got? I have. Let's go. Hey yo.
Just picture if it's a Dara. Just make it, it's not me, it's a Dara. We don't have any Dara keys. I don't have one that's a Dara. We should have a Dara.
We got a. Yeah, you even got. Dude, you got me as well. I only fill in. You got the oh boy.
I don't have oh boy on mine. I've got.
Yeah, you do. No, you don't. It's somewhere around here.
You know what I got?
By the power
Yes,
of grace.
that's epic right there. Oh, that reminds me. It was approved. I have the power.
Nice.
Let's go.
Whether the market's
Look at
moving
Nike
to the
go.
upside or the downside, TraderTV.live is always on trend. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe
that
to
kinda
join
works.
us every single day. The markets are open.
That works. It's not what I was getting at, but it works. That's fine too. Look, Obi.
Yes, sir.
Didn't you say 7150 on Nike?
I said 7150 on Nike.
You did say 7150 on Nike. But right before we came on air, Obi said the long is to 7150 on Nike. I took it VWAP to the even dollar, and this bottom is $71.50, 52 cents.
Yeah. Give or take
right
a penny,
back.
you know.
Well, give or take a cent too,
Yeah, yeah.
no question. That's looking good. Now the SPY's back into green. Where's your long is chilling.
I got out a lot of it on going into 612s, but oh boy, is this going right now. So let's see. First time the bar is closing a little bit higher than that prior bar high with only about 3 minutes left for the close. I'm being patient again, but I took off a majority of that position going into 612. So again, a little bit of a miss on my part, but holding on to a little bit of the rest just to see if it'll kind of come in. And again, this is what I've been doing to kind of get better at holding some of the positions that are working for me. Being like, all right, well, there's a certain percentage, whether it's 15, 20, 30% of whatever you're holding, just hold on to that piece and let the trade kind of really, really give you an aggressive or a strong reason to cover, to buy or sell, to close the position is what I mean. And I've been trying to get a little bit better with that, but SPY working out as of right now. Let's see what Adara is up to.
Here is the NASDAQ. I just want to mention we have some more comments coming from Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada with regards to Trump announcing that the U.S. is going to terminate its trade negotiations with Canada because of its digital services tax. This came out a couple of minutes ago, but I just want to mention them here so you guys are aware. He's saying that they're in, quote, complex talks with the United States on tariffs, on the tariff rows. That's actually a British term, interestingly. He said they're going to proceed in the best interest of the nation and that he has not spoken with Trump yet today. Again, we also have the Business Council of Canada urging Mark Carney to drop the digital tax, saying that doing so would be in the best interest of the Canadian economy because these UF tariffs and retaliation could be harmful for Canada. So just a quick update in terms of what's happening there with regards to news headlines. Back to you.
Here we go. Thank you, Adara. I'm just double checking. Did something, BBAI is still an early look buy. It just curled a little bit here. So if this stays 4.5 million shares to the buy side. Now, granted, BBAI has done 240 million shares on the day. So 4.5 million imbalance into 240 isn't gigantic. All that said, you're trading BBAI. Today you are anyways, trying to get 10, 20, 30 cent moves. Like that's what you're looking for. So I don't mind that it's a smallish imbalance. But if this pulls back in and gets a reload off the lows and it's still a buy imbalance, I'm keen to probably take this one to the long side. But that has everything to do with the fact that it's just a buy imbalance. You know, I want to see that grow. Ideally, that would be even better. But that's going to be the plan of action for myself. I just want to check out ChargePoint because anytime a penny stock is a gigantic sell, my first thought is it also going bankrupt and should I be trading it? Well, I'm not sure, but generally speaking, if there's a gigantic sell imbalance on a penny stock, I always ask myself, even though it's really cheap to offset it, who wants to buy this thing? And if there's nobody that wants to buy it, sometimes there's an easy short opportunity if it does try to go up. So and the imbalance is the actual size of volume of the day. Like it's 12 million with 12 paired. It's done 12 million shares. That's pretty significant. So I'm going to throw that one up on a side chart as well. So anything you guys want me to look at, let me know. I don't necessarily see anything which is jumping off the page for me. Not feeling like Tesla. You had to reload the Tesla short at 320 the first time. This is distinctly different the second. Look at it trend up, distinctly different the second time through. I don't want any part of that to the south side, and I favor short in Tesla right now. HIMS, Amazon. I think we already looked at Amazon. HIMS is a strong stock today. I think you wake up on Monday.
Strong stock on Monday.
I don't know. I'm not completely
To the downside.
Yeah, I'm not completely sold on HIMS until it regains 52.
Yes.
I think you're looking for like the retake of the long might be somewhere in the mid 40s because you could lose the 50 period here. You're closing under 50. It's strong today. It couldn't break out that prior low. I think I have some concerns about HIMS. At least it tried to fill in most of the gap. Still okay, but I don't wonder if the long isn't going to be better here than chasing on HIMS next week. Again, I won't be here, which that kind of is what it is. What, the Amazon? Wow, Amazon. Amazon's on one right now. See that move?
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's stronger than the market.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, the bid had to come in somewhere, and Amazon, and I guess NVIDIA and Alphabet as well. Alphabet's kind of strong as well with that bid coming in.
This is crazy.
It's crazy. I mean, so crazy. My tape is going crazy right now. You can see the tape. I can't even read what's going on here, but that's the tape right now, Neil. I don't know. Have you ever seen tape like this? I've never seen tape like this, because that's what that's looking like to me right now. You know?
That's
a little law. Exactly. My point exactly. It's like, I mean, that tape is pretty crazy right there. I'm looking at the SPY tape. It looks no different. Looks no different than 2 seconds ago.
Meanwhile, Amazon is literally
Here's the thing. I sold in and around that 612s. We went up to 612 50s. That little bit of a news. I was like, all right, well, do I really want to stay in here? I didn't. But all right, Pug Life. HIMS is, I guess, HIMS is definitely one that is in play, but the market bid is quite strong, Pug Life. If you look there, you'll see all the strength that you need. 6,200 on the ES as of right now, testing as a little bit of resistance. Nike got a bid right there, but flushing back into 72s, which happens to be a little bit of VWAP as well. So it did try a little bit of action in and around VWAP, but again, didn't really quite get too far off of that. So that's not really what I was looking for there on Nike, but that 71.5 was quite nice. Took it all the way to 72.5s. But again, with the way this stock has been moving around on the day, I don't know if that's really something I'm trying to take off as a piece. To say the least, but yeah, here we go. A little bit of break of that bid coming in with the start of the next 15-minute candle, guys. Only about 12 minutes left on this one, and let's see if we can continue the bid that finally apparently came in, or do sellers step right back in? I have no idea, but I'm looking across the board here. Some of that strength that did come in, for example, on Amazon, as Neil pointed out. Guess where Amazon got to on that strength? It got right up into a special area that we like to call VWAP. So right here, not even there just yet, but that aggressive bid taking us into a place where Amazon has seen maybe nothing but supply kind of in and around that VWAP area. Let's see if more of that can come in today, but catching a little bit of a bid. Interestingly enough, off of prior day's end of day consolidation low, which was, I guess, a little bit of a level, as it holds that morning range high. I guess not necessarily opening range high, but this bid kind of stepping off in and around 11. So that's still morning session for me. So morning session high, midday session breakout going into the end of the day. They're holding that same level as support in and around that 216.75 is the current day low here on Amazon. And yeah, a little bit of a bid coming in alongside the rest of the market here on Amazon back into VWAP. Let's see if VWAP can show us a little bit more of the same. Casero saying, glad it bounced because it was around 30 pennies away from my stop losses. And Pug Life saying, NVIDIA is where you get the good stuff. All right, let me go take a look at NVIDIA here. Yeah, no, the reversion was absolutely beautiful on NVIDIA as well. Again, right off the bat, I'm like, oh boy, where was I when this short came in and around, what time is it? Around 11:45. All right, so pulling back all the way down to its lows here, but catching a little bit of a bid. Reversion to VWAP is what we're seeing on a lot of these names across the board. Let's see. Everybody. Yeah, not everybody, but a lot of names, again, that did seem to catch a bid. we're getting a bit of a push. I'm looking at Alphabet and Amazon as some of the strongest ones, NVIDIA as well.
Those are the ones, because right now Apple doesn't seem to want to do it.
Not the ones that didn't get
that could be a little bit different for sure. Oh, I just realized I forgot we had the poll up there. Here, Coinbase. I'll look at Coinbase too, but I forgot we had this poll. What's your biggest trading weakness? FOMOing into pumps, only 20%. Holding losers for too long, 42%. I'll tell you right now, over all my years of trading, this by far is the downfall of more than 42% of traders. Selling winners too early, 28%. I'll tell you this, the other thing I can tell you, that tends not to be too big of an issue for traders. It's something that you can work on, but at least it means that you have winners in the general sense. That's a much bigger problem. Revenge trading after a loss, only 10%. Oh, come on, that's number 2.
Yeah.
Like, that's number 1.
I mean, I was just talking about that being one of my biggest
problems. Yeah. For most people, those are the 2 problems. But everyone's a little bit different, I would say, for sure. Whoops, Ostentation. I just happened to see this from Ostentation's Productions. Why is OST restricted? Is it? Is it? Wait, hold on a second. Nope. Nope. I don't know. I can trade it. I can throw orders. It's not really moving, but I can throw orders on it. So again, maybe talk to your broker. Like sometimes there are symbols here at Real Trading that will even be restricted for like liquidity reasons, if the stock doesn't do enough liquidity. This is done 115 million shares. Why you wouldn't be, I get it, it's down 44%, and not everybody's allowed to trade penny stocks, but if you're usually allowed to trade penny stocks and it's doing 115 million, then you need to ask your broker why you can't trade it. That's all I can say. Maybe you don't have free shorts on it, but we don't have free shorts either. I'd have to pay for shorts if I wanted to go short this. I had to pay to go short on Wolf. Like, they weren't free either. They were obscenely cheap at Real Trading, like 0.00 whatever nonsense of a cent for 100 shares or whatever it would be that you want to pay for per 100 shares. So they were super cheap for us, but there are always symbols that you got to pay for locates. Talk to your broker. That's crazy. Doesn't make any sense. And CompuCare team, I think we said this in the morning. The reason all of our names are different in the chat is because when we came in today, everybody's name on this channel has the @ symbol on it, and then your what is it? Your YouTube, I guess, page had a different name. Like, I was Neil Roberts, like 2150 or some nonsense. So YouTube did something, so we all had to change it back. Thank you, Ramin, for posting. Was it Ramin?
I think so.
Ramin probably posted that in the YouTube did a thing. Yeah. That's why everybody has these annoying ats there. I don't know why. I think it's silly, but that's just what we're dealing with here. We were not hacked, though, I don't think. At least not to my knowledge. Were we?
No, I don't
think so.
I think we said maybe because of the hack, but people were saying that, people were saying that other channels, they haven't experienced that name change, but I don't know. My YouTube channel itself, my account got the name change, which was weird. SPY coming back in here. So we're kind of just chopping in this range, this 30, 40 penny range on top of 612. So I'm probably going to be done with this one. If we do catch a bid going into the last half hour, then I don't know if this is the place I want to be looking. Again, it seems like I want to be looking at some of the stocks that did show an aggressive bid, and 3 of those, again, we just mentioned, being Amazon, Alphabet, and NVIDIA going into the close. And yeah, some of these imbalances coming in pretty early here, Neil, but nothing too crazy just yet. I'm going to be watching.
It's even bigger.
Yeah, they're getting bigger. So like I'm just like, oh boy, what's going on? Like, it's not really moving around on it, other than the fact that the imbalance itself is just. So SPY maybe coming into 312 halves. Let's see what it does here. I'm looking for the next trade. I'm reading the chat. What are you guys talking about? What are you guys trading? I see Tolai saying, that's not CrowdStrike. That is CrowdStrike, CRWD. So let's quickly go to CRWD here and see what that one is up to. RWD. There you go. All right, so a little bit of a double bottom. Oh, okay, hello. A little bit of a bounce here. That's interesting. So a little bit of more of the same. Yesterday, we got a bit of a bid here at that 495 area, coming in off of the open. Guess what? Buddy's probably still in and around there. A little bit of a push, kind of coming in with an aggressive bid. And then once again, going into the end of the day, this 495, 496 area seems like it is, it seems like there might be a little bit of buying here for now. That's what it's shown us again yesterday, this morning, and as of right now as well. Is that going to continue into the close? I have no idea. But this market tailwind is definitely bringing us a little bit to the upside here. Don't know how much of an effect that may or may not have on CrowdStrike. Let's see. WFF saying pitch bull 29.26 to 437. Yeah, man, that thing absolutely got crushed to the downside. Yeah, 29.22 was the high. So back through open, back through some of these prior levels, finally able to break down this level
insane.
As of right now. Again, sometimes you have so much pressure built up that you need to kind of release that pressure so that you can bring it back in. So again, another interesting part of price action. Oh boy, there goes the spider. I definitely sold a little too early. That's okay. But we're getting that continuation here as of right now, continuing back up above some of those prior levels, and we are getting a bid for the second 15-minute candle now going into the close. Two more left, with it being at 326. Neil. So, how are those imbalances doing?
So two things happened. One, charge point's now 15 million to buy from being 12. BBAI grew from 4.5 to 5.5, which I said if I saw it grew, I was going to go long. So I saw it go from 4.5 to 5.5, and I bought the little bounce that it made. That said, it's 326. There's still 23 minutes until we get the imbalances. So if it breaks underneath 74, I'm just going to get out if it loses the bid and then look for another trade. If you're making a trade based on the imbalance, then know that it's really that 350 in the last 10 minutes of the day where you really want to get the big jump. If it runs early, great. But at the same time, like, I don't want to be, it's a buy imbalance, I'll buy here and I'll hold it to the low of the day. Now, really, really tight stop because it's a gimmicky type trade for sure. There's a couple of other people in the chat, like Jaguar, they've been mentioning Circle. No bid on Circle. But now Jaguar is saying close your short positions on Circle as it's making a new low of day. The market just bounced from 22.6 to, like, we got 80 points there. The NASDAQ went back green. Circle made a new low. I'm curious, why do you think cover the shorts on Circle when the market bouncing did not give this any kind of a bounce?
I think it's done
at all. Like, I don't see, like, where is it even going? At 150 to 160, why not? And that's theoretical support. Like, the real actual buy support ended up being down here at $100. Like, that's actual tested support. In theory, 150 held for a couple days. Yeah. So we'll see it. But again, it's just to each their own, but it's literally making fresh lows as we speak.
Yeah.
Nobody seems to want to buy this.
I think another place to watch out for is that opening anchor as well. I know I'm watching that, and interestingly enough, I saw that Brian Shannon posted on Twitter earlier today about the anchored VWAP off of the open on Circle. So that was coming in. I think it already kind of pushed into it. I think did it or did it not? I don't remember getting my alert. But I'm pretty sure just looking at the chart, it's definitely kind of well within that area as of right now. So a bit of a pullback coming in here on the SPY. So look at that candle, 15-minute candle with 1 minute left, goes green to red. Oh boy, that's what I was talking about. Some of that SpongeBob, kind of back and forth, kind of lost in the sauce. That's what the tape is kind of looking like sometimes, and I'm just like, all right, well, you know what? Take my scalps and move on. Just move on to the next trade is what I mean. And where is the next trade? I have no idea, but with only about 30 minutes left, Neil, we kind of talk about today being the end of the month, maybe some options expiry, and also maybe some rebalancing as well at the end of the month. So we shall see. What Daniel's asking, is that an upside down mustache? What are you talking about?
A what?
Upside down mustache? I don't know, it looks the right
side.
That's
that's very random. Here's a good question. Neil, give us your top 3 biggest long holdings. Okay, so I'm going to cheat. My biggest holdings are all indexes. So you obviously want individual stocks. Yours are Lilly, UNH, SFM, and AMD. I have one in common with you, and that would be Eli Lilly. It's my largest non-tech holding. My largest holding is NVIDIA. Surprising everybody? It shouldn't be that surprising. No, my largest individual stock holding is NVIDIA, followed by Meta. It used to be Apple. Apple and Google used to be that, but Meta's now taken charge. I own a bunch of Caterpillar as well. That's my second largest non-tech holding. Number 4, I have to give it a, does Bitcoin count?
Yes, of course.
Okay, then Bitcoin. I guess if Bitcoin counts, then I have to say Bitcoin.
They said assets or stocks?
And they did say stocks. Oh, am I right? Shoot, where'd it go? Roll up. Where'd it go? Biggest, it just says biggest long holding. It says holding. No, but then, like if I'm saying
you can hold a lot of
Bitcoin-
things. You can hold
No, but I
real
hold, like-
estate. You can hold stocks. You can hold crypto.
But I own a bunch of dividend. Like I have a really big Canadian dividend fund that I have a bunch of from a while back. So like that, if you want to count that, I own a boatload of the SPY and the Qs as well.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming you want like individual things. But I guess Bitcoin does count, so I'll say Bitcoin for you, because it technically is very correct. Like say Nvidia, Bitcoin, Eli Lilly, Caterpillar. If you're giving 4, those would be the 4 that I would say. But I own a bunch of other stuff, but those are the big 4.
There are a couple of
Biggest four.
Canadian names that are doing really well.
I own a lot of Enbridge. Enbridge is in my top.
I've had Bombardier for the longest. That's obviously been doing a little bit better here.
Bombardier, yeah.
Bombardier in Canada. I think I got in a few years ago. In and around the time, BBD.B.
What's the wrong one?
Yeah,
the problem is in the drop down.
B class.
It comes.
There you go. Yeah, so they've I guess $115. I guess they've gone through a split.
Oh yeah,
recently. But oh boy, yeah. Take a look at the weekly on that one there. So this is again Bombardier is very strong Canadian company. Yeah, you can see what.
Oh, but there would have been a split. That's the problem.
Yeah, there was a split.
I can't view it on this chart.
There
would have been a split.
I think it was a 5 to 1.
Yeah, that's.
But yeah, it doesn't. Even if it's adjusted, it's been doing pretty decently. There on
ignore that chart because that's not adjusted.
So yeah, I think another stock. I've talked about Apple as well. Hold a little bit of Apple. Of course, like I said, the only thing I like about Apple is their stock. I don't necessarily own any sort of Apple products, even though members of my family definitely do, and they attest to it, which is fine. You know, it's cool as long as the stock is doing well. As long as it's catching the bid, you know. As long as it's still in the interest of majority of people, I think I like it there. And let's see, we got another super chat here from Time saying, do you think ARK selling coin is affecting Circle? That is extremely above my pay grade, and I have no idea how to answer that question. Do I think that when funds sell stocks, do they affect the stock itself? Maybe, I have no idea either. But maybe, well, you got to see when the news comes out. Does the stock react? Then you can be like, maybe it's because of this. At the end of the day, does it really matter? If you're trading bigger picture, sure. If you're trading price action on a shorter time frame, probably not. So again, let's try to get.
I think
from what I'm talking to myself, I'm like, let's try to get better at one game at a time. I'm just like, all right, the short term, the scalps, and I guess the level to levels intraday are maybe something I'm a little bit more focused on right now.
How much did she sell? I'm just gonna.
I have no idea.
Kathy. Kathy's ARK.
Joe Ventura saying, is Shirley an Android user? Yeah, I guess. But again, I'm not really biased towards Android. Maybe I am. But I'm not really too biased, other than the fact that I think that it's just more. Maybe I am biased.
I love Android. Yeah, my entire family uses Apple, and I've owned Apple shares for a long time. And it used to be my second biggest holding, and it's not anymore. But I love Apple. Well, I grew up in the 80s using the old Apple computer. When I went to university, it was the first time I actually used a PC, a non-Apple computer.
Oh, okay.
Was well, I mean. As my primary was when I went to university, and no one was using Apple. But at the same time, I just never got into their phone products or really liked them. Most of that's because I was like the diehard BlackBerry guy, and then when I got off BlackBerry, I fell in love with Android. So that's where I'm at. But let's go to Adara now.
The thing with the Kathy Wood Circle shares is less that she sold and more the extent to which she sold. So obviously I'm seeing different values on it. Either way, it looks like she sold over $250 million worth. The first sale was on Friday, I believe, Friday night. The last one on Monday evening. But yeah, the second sale worth about $110 million. The first sale, I believe, valued at around $135 million. Again, these values are always estimated based on the closing prices, but either way, at least one of those sales was like 600,000 plus shares. So quite a few shares. I think, again, with Kathy Wood, it's not just that she sold, it's the immense amount that she was selling over a 2-day period. But to my knowledge, she hasn't sold anything since Monday, as far as I can see anyway. Back to you.
There you go. And Amazon continues to absolutely rally. I was gonna say something about, look at the chart of Apple. Well, I'll get back to that at some point.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
You've got to be
just talked
kidding
about
me.
this.
That is,
Wait, that's not an intraday, is it?
this is a 3-minute chart.
Oh, that's Amazon.
It's Amazon.
I thought you said Apple.
Oh no, I had a monthly up of
Okay,
I
okay.
had a
There's no
monthly
way
chart
that's
up of
Apple.
on eSignal of Apple, but
Okay.
it really is program buying. I thought, okay, well, whatever. Market's not doing that much. It'll get to VWAP, and the question is, do you want to short it? Probably not, but it didn't seem like it was that kind of a long. You're not going to see an imbalance on Amazon because the NASDAQ stock, it's all New York till 350. In 15 minutes, we'll be able to get a better look at it. But this is insane. Basically, program buying. Where was this earlier? Amazon, when I was long it in the morning. That's always how it goes, apparently, for sure. Say it. You're absolutely right about this. We'll get to take care of some business. You can tell yourself so many times it is okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. I think it's dead on. But the other thing you can do, everybody, is check out and try eSignal. Why? Because trading is hard enough if you don't have the best platform out there to take advantage of your trades. And eSignal is still 1 month free. First month free for all of our Trader TV viewers. So you can scan the QR code and get it. It's very customizable. Obviously, you can look at every time frame and throw every single indicator out there. You can entitlements to what the markets you want, not entitle the ones that you don't need. It's very user-friendly, so you can have the system, set up the system you want, back test it, and then go ahead, maybe even trade through multiple brokers. If you want to execute your trades live through eSignal, most brokers are there for you to be able to do that. API access if you want to automate your trades so you can sit back, relax, not have to hit keys, even though I like doing that. Not everybody does. As I said, first month is free. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. Take it, give it a shot. You won't be sorry for it. We've been using it here on this floor for a very, very long time. And I was looking at this Apple monthly chart as I was talking about how I've been trimming long-term in Apple and liking other things better. The monthly chart on Apple, look at how gorgeous this is. The one touch of the 50 period on the monthly and then holding, obviously the month is ending on Monday. So it looks like this candle is going to be a nice close above the 200 level, at least for now it does, but we have to get through Monday. But no, that's a pretty big reversal that we're trying to pull off here on Apple. It would seem like 180 would be the big support there for Apple in the long term. It just feels a little bit, I don't know. I just don't feel this. I don't have the same feels with Apple anymore. As I said, like this year, the Mag 7 names I dip bought were Meta and NVIDIA. More of a swing in Tesla, but it was Meta and NVIDIA that I just like better, and that's why they're now my top two for sure. But Amazon is on a different plane. I've owned Amazon for a while, and it's up there for me. Maybe I could have added this to buying the dips as I was with Meta and NVIDIA, but you got to pick which ones you like in the moment, right? You can't buy everything. But this is still program buying up here. This is crazy, absolutely crazy. And oh no, what up, Chet GPT? I don't know why, but I can't tag anyone. So it's the new names.
Yes.
So if you're just putting in @Neil, like you were before, it's not, or @Neil Roberts, it's not working. It's like we had all new names today, and we couldn't use the ones we had before. So it's like @Neil TTV. Was trying to point out NVIDIA over the trend line that I mentioned near VWAP. Keep up the good work. Shoot, was I looking in the wrong place? Because I put up Tesla and BBAI, and then I'm looking at those imbalanced names like Wolf, which I'm in, and then ChargePoint. Maybe I did miss NVIDIA. Load. This is I got Friday afternoon charts, everybody. Well, I'm just saying, I do.
Man, they're already off for the weekend.
They are off for the weekend. But where was it? Oh yeah. What am I? Oh my
There you
goodness.
go.
You're right. No, you're dead on. You're dead right. You're right about that. Yeah. There's your break of trend. There's your hold of trend, and there's it coming.
You drew that earlier?
Yeah, this one.
Oh, damn.
But it's not the steep one.
Yeah.
This was before we had the flush into the low. I was like, well, if you can break that trend line, because that's like the day, it's kind of like from the high.
Yeah.
And then
That's like the delayed
here.
confirmation.
Yeah, the delayed confirmation. But that's too late now. 340, I'm not chasing it. Hey, I'm glad you noticed that, but I had moved on, right? Like for me, let's be real. I have 4 charts up here, and I have 4 level 2s at any given time. That's it. I was staring down Tesla, BBAI, Wolf, and then I added this silly charge point because of the big sell imbalance, and I can't even get short the stock. Like a charge point, 13.5 million to sell. Like, well, I'll just get in and try to sit here and give it a tight stop to be in the trade, but I can't get into this. I should probably just cancel and wait 10 minutes till the imbalances come out. But yeah, great look, and I hope you got that on that NVIDIA trade. But I was looking at other things, as you saw.
Yeah, so I think Andre just mentioned we got another super chat here, so we can take a look at that one here as well with, who's this? I can bring this window in right there. So RCT, so Ebb Flow Portfolio, thank you for the super chat there. RCT, 307 entry at 12:40 p.m. Where would you enter? Thank you. Well, I don't know what stock this is, but let's take a quick look.
This is the
I can tell you where I would have entered on SPY, and I could have held as it continues to push even higher, 613.20s now. So, oh boy, we are getting a strong reversion here on the market. So let me just take a quick look at this stock that you're talking about here.
I have it up if you want.
Yeah, RCT, right?
RCT, it's on the NASDAQ.
Why?
But look at the entry.
Boom. Yeah.
Like this is your entry here. That's
says.
perfect. Like you basically on volume, it's breaking out. So there's your morning range break. So you don't, you want confirmation after the morning. There's nothing wrong with that. Wait for confirmation after the morning range break because you can have this one too. 280 looks really good as an entry as well, but that's just fine because it's waiting for the confirmation on volume increasing. But it breaks trend, and you're 25% in the money. So it's on the back end of the trade. At 340 on a Friday, where would I enter it? I wouldn't. I don't think I've ever wanted back end of something like this because it's breaking out here. Let me go to a 15-minute. That's a little bit better. It's breaking out here after doing absolutely nothing, and it's giving you a complete retracement. It's just like that WFF stock. If I'm gonna buy back into something like this and play the other end of the move and look for a bit of a bounce, then I'm gonna let it make a low and then just take, if I was going to buy it again, I'd let it do something like this did on this day 2 play here, where it broke out second day in the morning, or it bottomed out here, held the low, and then broke out here a couple of days later. Like these are momentum stocks. You play it to the momentum. You did a great job playing it to momentum in the morning. You take your profit and wait for the momentum to come back in. I wouldn't want to buy it over the weekend when it could rug pull on you. They drop an offering or some nonsense, and then you get punked. I think they're momentum plays that you play into the momentum on. So hopefully that does help. That was a great entry earlier, no question about it. There was a 50% move. You could have trailed it out. It didn't break trend until, when it broke trend, you were still 25, 30% in the money. That's a great entry you had, but I wouldn't be buying it down there.
Yeah, I think that's pretty solid. Like you're playing the push of the breakout. Like it's already broken out here, and you said what at 12:40ish, around 307. So I mean, I like that. Again, but the question is, where is your stop? That's where my first question would be. Like, are you risking to this consolidation low? Are you risking to here? Are you risking to this consolidation low? Or are you risking to day low or even pre-market low? Right? It's like what's your real risk there, and what are you necessarily looking for in order to kind of close the position? Again, that would be my question. Where would I enter? I have no idea. I don't necessarily trade anything like this, but say you were to take the price off, the name, and everything else off of the chart, and if I just saw this chart and I'm just like, all right, well, where would I enter? Can we do a potential replay here real quick? So let's see if we can. Okay, I guess not. Not with this one here. So anyways, if this is the limited information I'm seeing on the chart's building, okay, we finally take a breakout. So yeah, I like that. Maybe in and around, if you're really like the long and you're looking for that break, and say that it's not even on your radar when all of this is happening. So it seems like the volume started coming in around 11:20, right? So this is the first volume bar that really is significant. Sure, you're doing crazy amounts of relative volume in the pre-market because you're not, this thing normally doesn't do any sort of volume. You see the relative volume on this one? 300,000 times the relative volume. So it's like, it just goes to show it basically does nothing most days. And today, yeah, maybe you was on your radar if you had an RVol scanner in the pre-market. And maybe then, if you have that as part of your system, maybe you're not even taking this break. Maybe you're accumulating on these dips on top of 2 and the hold of VWAP as you see volume come in, as you see volume fall off, but price hold a little bit higher as well. So maybe if you're already looking at it from the pre-market, I also kind of like this in terms of a price action perspective. But again, I wasn't there. We can talk about how we can have perfect entries in retrospect. But I think those two places might be decent places to look if you were looking a little bit earlier. But again, I do like the short on these things more often than not. And it seems like the short is coming in pretty nicely. But again, day one shorts, I don't know if I'm really going to try to participate in those anymore.
No, I hear you on that one. But what an unbelievable bounce that was in the market. Hey, man, if you were looking short this afternoon, the best you could have done is take your profit and run. Because if you were like myself, initially looking short, there was Tesla, and when everything came back, like, forget about it. Google now green again as it busted VWAP. In 3 minutes, we're going to get the imbalances. This is wild. So keep in mind, when we have tanks like that, and sometimes buy programs can be buybacks. It could be a company like, just turn the program on because they're doing buybacks, and they can buy at any time, but they can't buy back in the last 10 minutes. So I'd be careful with the big cap names chasing this rally into the last 10 minutes when there's no buybacks allowed in the last 10 minutes. So you lose that little bit of extra juice that sometimes can bring these Mag 7 type names to the upside. I'd be a little bit careful when it comes to that. Tesla here, all the way to VWAP. Wow. Tesla might, look, even if it doesn't go green, that's pretty intense for sure. Yeah, thanks, Vern. And if you're ever wondering, there's nothing special about why it bottomed out at 317.5. The way that I like to trade, especially given what was happening on Tesla and all these flat bottom breaks, like when it did this bottom break, held support. When it broke that the day before, it's just you're getting reversal. So I was anticipating a reversal. I just zoomed out the chart and was like, oh, okay. That's pretty significant for two reasons. One, it bounced exactly off that level on the 20th. Two, that's a Monday, by the way. On the Friday at the open, it broke out that level. So I have a pretty significant price level. That's where I'm going to be getting out. Play that trade. Obviously, if I was that convinced that was the bottom, I'd be long. You know what I mean? Like it's easy to get out. It's not always as easy to reverse the trade. That's when you have if you have really, 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 really big conviction in a level, then you're reversing it. I think we have another super chat in here. Jack in the chat bought ELF. Imbalances are in 2 minutes. I'll try to be fast here. On April 2nd, sold June 18th. Where does it go now? For your sake, hopefully higher. We have to put makeup on here for the show, and my brush is an ELF brush. Nice. Not that it matters, but just hopefully that helps. So you bought on the 2nd, sold on the 18th. Well, you won. It doesn't really matter where you sold. Great trade. Wow. You bought it in here. You had to suffer through the low, but it broke back out. It's one thing. What I love about I'm a swing the other kind of. I don't like to swing buying the lows. If you let it hold the 50-period moving average and buy this consolidation over it or the breakout, your price is 70 versus buying it. This is probably before earnings. So you get 65 versus 70, but that's 70 on trend versus 65 hoping it's the low. But anyways, your long is fantastic. It is what it is. Where does it go from here? I don't know fundamentally. I'd be pretty skeptical about this one when you had such a monster level in here at 130. This seems like it's going to have some sideways before we break out again. And I'd be a little bit cautious with these guys. I mean, you got such a great rally. I don't know if I'd be. If you're long and you've been piecing out, then it's certainly a hold now that it's back above the 200 period moving average. Like if I was in this swing trade, I'd be holding the last portion for a push back into 170 to 180. But I'd also be likely trailing it out under here because that's just my style. I think you've got a good one. You have a great entry price, no doubt about it. And I don't know enough about them. You know, Jack, ask Sean. Sean on Monday, he actually looks at ELF and the cosmetic names. I know his wife really uses the product, so he probably has a better opinion on the stock. I've never owned one of them, and I don't know that I would, but it's a good-looking trade. Imbalances in 3 seconds, 2 and 1. Let's see how big these numbers come out as. Open is a penny stock, 31 million to the sell. That's another. These are going to be small cappers, everybody. NU is 20 million, whereas Google is 12 million to buy on Alphabet. That's the big. Somebody knew that was going to be a bid. 12 million on Alphabet. That's by far the largest imbalance we've seen in quite some time. There's nothing else that's that big. GoPro I seen there. Amazon 5 million to the buy side. What else we got? Nothing really. It's those two. It's Alphabet.
Oh my God.
12 million buy side on Alphabet. Look at that candle.
Yeah, I'm watching.
You've got to be kidding me. That is insane. I just saw that Wolf came out of buy, so I'm punching out of that one. The first chance that we get, and I'm now out. Ooh, I don't want to go long. Get out flat. So Alphabet, that's the biggie. Unbelievable. 12 million to the buy side. We do have imbalances. But it's Russell rebalancing today, which has nothing to do with Alphabet.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I did not expect to see Alphabet. I was thinking the smaller names would be big, but I didn't expect that here on Alphabet. Unbelievable. So mostly buy imbalances, 2 billion to the buy side for the overall market. NASDAQ 1.5, obviously if Google's that big. The Dow 650, NQ 1.2 billion to the buy side. Maybe not as big as you'd think when Alphabet's that much.
Yeah, that SPY came in real aggressive again with a lot of these constituents. Again, Google's the main one on my watch right now with that crazy bid. But yeah, no, SPY came right back up into VWAP. So did the TQs there, or the NASDAQ, pushing back up into their VWAP. NVIDIA with a little bit of a bid as well, but oh boy, is Goggles the strongest one that I can see. 176.83 current high, and that undisturbed price, guys, from that imbalance low. Let's just take a look at that here real quick. That was 173.89 here. So let me pull up the book for you guys here as well. NASDAQ, there we go. 176.50 is currently trading, and that imbalance still kind of holding us up here on Goggles. Now about 11 million to buy, and yeah, one of the top names as well. So let's see how it closes here. 176 as I'm watching. The thing is, the bid comes in so hot and aggressive on days like this, right? So you already know that people are sitting there with their
to sell.
algos. Palantir is 7.5 to sell. Oh boy, so that thing's probably getting crushed even more.
The paired volume, by the way, the paired volume on Palantir is 24 million. The total imbalance on Palantir is 31 million shares, and it's done 100 today. It's going to be a monster-size close for Palantir. That is completely nuts. Evan's CompuCare team, AMD probably has an imbalance, and so does NVIDIA, but none of them, they're just not, they're not moving the needle. They're not in the top. Let's put it that way. So even if they have imbalances, they're nowhere near as big as it's Alphabet, now only 10.5 million. Palantir just grew to 8.5 million to the sell side. That's easily now 9 million to the sell side on Palantir. I think that's easily one of the bigger ones. I mean, the Open's 28 million shares. It's a 50-cent stock. And NU, 20 million on NU, that probably got moked as well. What happened? No, it did not. Hey, watch. This might flip. Yeah. It's on 80 million shares. That's a third of the day's volume, and it dropped like 5 pennies. This one might flip. Watch that. I'd be careful with NU. Palantir is the big one for sure. That's crazy.
Yeah, I want to see what happens going into the pairing here. We've got about 1 minute and 10 seconds, guys. So yeah, I got both Palantir and Goggle on watch as of right now. Again, that pairing event coming in about 1 minute. Let's see what happens going into there. And if some of those imbalances sustain, do we get the sustained move as well? That's what I'm waiting and watching and asking for. We'll see what Adair is up to.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. We got a behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool. The dashboard tracks your progress in real time. Live stats, profit, and more. You can break down every trade, see your entry, exit, and how it played out on the chart. Check the certificates page for your full summary, achievements, and payouts. In this clip, that is Michael T. He's already earned over $75,000 in payouts. The Trade the Pool gives you the tools and the capital to go further. Ready to level up? Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on screen. Also, Trump is starting his press conference now with some leaders from Congo and Rwanda. I'm going to keep an eye on that. We always know there can be a Q&A, which can be market moving. Back to you.
So 355 is hit, and Palantir is still 11 million to sell side. That's why it's still tanking for sure. You're going to see Google did pair off significantly there. It's now 6 million to the buy side from 12, but PLTR
Look at
stayed
Google
a sell.
go. Holy,
Stayed
Google
a sell, and Google stayed, Alphabet, stayed a buy as it just continues to fly higher here. Both these names going. This is absolutely nuts, everybody. And again, it's Russell, but it's also month end effectively as well. I mean, the month does end on Monday, but still crazy action. Some people are saying show Apple. The party is in the other two, but why not? I don't know. Really, I really don't know what Apple is doing here. Ooh, yeah, like I said, I have some Friday charts going on. I don't know what's going on there. But Apple, that's barely even moving. 50 cents here, 50 cents there. Didn't see that on the imbalance low carrier. Didn't see any Tesla. It is Palantir, and it is Alphabet. 177 on Google. Palantir hit 131 and still dropping. Now down 9%.
Oh, my God.
9% here on Palantir into a ripping market, all because of the imbalances. Here's one to consider. I'm not going to be here on Monday, but we've seen this story before. Something goes off kilter and gets sold on a big imbalance.
Reversion.
The reversion at times can be pretty spicy, especially Monday morning if it opens down here. Just food for thought. Seen it happen before. I won't be able to do anything about it. Ideally, I'll be on a Canadian version of a beach when I'm camping. And I do this because Canada doesn't have real beaches. We have like water with rocks. But it's still fun and it's warm, so we'll be good. But yeah, Palantir absolutely going nuts.
I mean,
but it's true.
Beaches are the same thing. It's like water with much smaller rocks. They're like, sand is just really fine pieces of, I don't know, rock and
There's
glass.
good sand and there's good beaches and there's mediocre beaches.
That's true. We don't want no mediocre.
No,
we don't want no mediocre.
No, I'm just saying, like, it's like if you spend any time in nice beaches, then, you know, Canadian beaches aren't exactly what you're. My goodness, Palantir. Palantir, the tape is going absolutely crazy here, everybody. This is nuts. Palantir, what do we got? It's still 8 million to the sell side, 7 million. It's slowly pairing off.
Print 130.
40 million is the paired volume. It's almost up to. You're now almost up to 50 million this print is going to be, 50 million shares, and it's still holding as a sell imbalance here on Palantir. I would suspect it's going to pair. I don't see, where's Google?
Google's even higher. 178 are the highs right now.
I don't even see it anymore.
Yeah, Google's not there. Google's a 3 million buy I have on Google.
Palantir down to 5 million.
So, holy. So yeah, coming into the last couple of minutes.
Be careful
here,
if you've taken profit on Palantir, great. It's starting to pair off here.
Yeah, I think this close is definitely going to be something interesting. A lot of players kind of it seems like punching into the bid on that sell imbalance there. Oh boy, yeah. So gotta be wary. That 130 looks like it's almost inevitable here, and that 178 actually broke on Google. So oh boy, I think still holding up there going into the close. Only about a minute 30 seconds left. I didn't really take anything. So shout out to anybody who had either the Palantir short or the goggle long, and that was absolutely beautiful there. But like Neil said, a little bit of a day two play potential here coming into next week on both of these names. Funny enough, I was in the SPY long and I didn't even hold. I was like, I'm gonna let this run. I'm gonna keep it on with a little bit of a runner, and didn't even hold anything on that one there, and that ended up being a little bit of the bottom there. But it is what it is. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't.
It's
and here
still
comes
3 million.
the close.
It's
One
now
minute left.
4.
Yeah.
So it's paired mostly off. It's still 3 million to the sell side on Palantir. I'm just kind of trying to track it here. And it's still at the lows, 131. 131 is actually a big support level, I know. A, because I have a line on my chart. B, because I have a line on my chart, which I still left in there for some reason. But no, it's with only 30 seconds to go. I stuck around. I don't know if Obi was going to take something at the close.
No,
and plus, like, who wouldn't want to see this price action? I wanted to see it from my desk. Palantir is almost all paired off. I don't really even see it anymore. So with 20 seconds to go, we'll just watch the chart live here. Last closing bell of the week. And it is, of course, brought to you by Origenics, OGEN, over there on the NYSE, transforming brain care for sure. So Adara, let's see where Palantir is going to close in 2 and 1 ring.
What do we
And
get?
the answer to that question is
74s.
74.
74s. Okay. All right.
Where do you see the check your profits on Monday morning?
Oh, yeah.
Or Google as well. I'm going to get to the desk in a quick little second. Alphabet closed near the highs as well. So you could look. I understand that Palantir was a great show, but Alphabet was a buy imbalance that just rallied. So what an unbelievable. It's crazy because it was a Russell rebalance. I was expecting small caps to go nuts, and it ended up being 2 bigger cap names out there that gave you the most juice. So you never know where the action
Amazon
is going to
as well.
be.
What?
Amazon
Look
as
at how
well.
Amazon closed.
Okay, I'm gonna get up to the desk, get set up for the close show. Make sure you show them that Amazon chart.
I'll
see
show
you
them
guys
that right
in a
now.
minute or two.
I'm just looking at some of the closes here, guys. So thank you again for joining us, and hopefully you guys had a solid day, a solid week as well. And let's see what's going on with Amazon here. So yeah, aggressive bid on Amazon. We didn't quite see the imbalance on this one here as strong as Google or Palantir, but definitely the action itself was pretty strong. So the reversion, some of those reversions we were talking about, coming in so beautifully into the close there. Look at that, nice confirmation coming in with that 50 or 350 candle for an aggressive push, 3 points to the upside within 10 minutes. In the last 10 minutes there on Amazon. So yeah, very, very strong coming into next week. I'm definitely going to be watching some of these names here. Amazon showed us that strength this week, and oh boy, what a close to this week as well. Let me kind of take some of these off. We'll go to the weekly chart and take a look at this one here. So not quite at its all-time highs, but guess what? Making a straight beeline there as of right now. Very strong close on the week on this one as well. Let's take a quick look at Palantir as well. Palantir and Google, we'll check those two out before I pass it on to Neil and Adara for the market recap. So don't go anywhere, guys. But Palantir, oh boy, that 130, currently trading 131.30s as of right now. I thought that 130 print was almost inevitable. I think we got to a low of 130 halves, maybe 130.31s on the dip back into or after 4 p.m. there. So yeah, going back up to the weekly here, Palantir still within range, very, very strong on the higher time frame, still well within range to push some fresh highs, but getting some aggressive selling with that rebalancing coming into the end of the week as well. And of course, not going to leave you guys without a look at goggles here. 178.53s is the current is that the current price? I think so. Is the closing price there? 177.78's current price trading in the post market. But you can see pretty strong to say the least. Nice little chop and grind to the upside. Back above 170s finally. Couldn't quite get above that 181 kind of most recent high just yet, but pushing its way along there and maybe catching a little bit of strength off some imbalances as well. So yeah, without any further ado, see you, Ramin, have a good weekend. I'm gonna pass it off to Neil and Adara with the market recap. Don't go anywhere, guys. I'll see you guys next week. Take it easy.
Yes, you will, and thank you so much, Obi, because you'll be filling in for me next week. Wow, what was unbelievable! You've got to be kidding me, Palantir. If you were not watching the last 10 minutes of the show, then you'd be saying what happened to Palantir. 7.5 million sell imbalance at the close, which only grew at one point, and absolutely tanking the stock. Ended up down 9%. It was kind of trending down, but at the end of the day, this is why the imbalances do matter. That heavy of a sell imbalance is going to be able to do this to a stock. And on the other side of the coin, not Coinbase, Alphabet, with an out of nowhere big buy imbalance, goes absolutely flying. Now, it didn't move as much as Palantir, no, but the volume was fantastic. It was the two biggest imbalances on a notional value were these two, absolutely nuts. So there is no news, everybody.
Nope.
There was no news on Palantir. There was no news on Google. I know you're used to seeing a chart like this, and you're like, oh, this must be 4 o'clock, and it was aftermarket news. No, these were the buy imbalances. You're not going to see this anywhere else live. You watch that, go back, and you can watch the last 10 minutes, and you would have seen us showing you live the massive sell imbalance that Palantir had. That's what caused this candle. There was no announcement. There's no earnings. Just a massive market on sell that caused this move to the downside, and it ends up closing near the lows. Now, as I did say before I came up to the desk, I've seen this before, where if you have massive, sort of massive window dressing, whatever you want to call it, huge sell imbalances or buy imbalances, there can be reversions come the next trading session. Oftentimes, it's a dangerous gamble, but it is one that I have seen work before, and I won't be touching it. Certainly, a lot of times people like to make that trade if it's still down in the same range it was before. They might take a shot in the pre-market or off of the open. You guys will see on Friday for sure. So, yeah, Palantir did get smoked a little bit at the end of the day there, no questions asked. That sell imbalance was the primary cause, as this is exactly at 350 when the sell imbalances came out here. So wild action. What's crazy is we started the day off with the chips looking at, it's like NVIDIA going higher kind of day, Adara. And what was selling off like what sold off all day long like Palantir did at the end was Circle. You had Circle selling off.
Yeah, we did.
Nike strength, NVIDIA strength, Circle sell off, and an incredible close.
Yeah, that was really fun. I mean, I can talk about Circle a little bit here for sure. Also, Donald Trump just started his press conference, so that's happening right now. It's not really a conference; it's more kind of this meeting with leaders from Congo and Rwanda. He's sitting at his desk. He's got his whole team around him. They're all standing, and he is sitting. So yeah, I can just show the Circle chart. So that 226 level. This is just a 3-minute to kind of give some context. But basically, the longer chart here was we had struggles with 226. We would reject 226, we'd drop from 226, et cetera, et cetera. So today we get like 226 pre-market. Open, we get 224 shorts. I'm like, oh, darn, I missed the short, whatever, right? Then we get this little push up here into the 90 MA. I'll zoom in a little bit here so you guys can see. And we break below this low. So I said, okay, I'll get involved here at the low of the candle break, and I risk to this top there, which is like 206 halves, I think. So that works. Take a little bit of profit too early around that $200 level. This is where OP attempted the long and Circle, and I think that $200 level made so much sense as a long. It also stalled there. That's why I took some profit as well. And then I added a little bit when I was like, okay, that 200 is going to break. It ends up quadunking. I end up getting my last piece out. I get stopped out 191s. So then I realized, oh my gosh, we're still really consolidating. Like, look at this flat bottom. This is a 3-minute chart. This is crazy. So I look at the 30-minute, because the thing with Circles, you have to risk a decent amount if you're going to get into this. And this 30-minute, I'm like, wow, this prior bar is what, not even $2? This is the opportunity to slam in. So I get in, I add when we break the low of day here, and then, it slams. This first profit taker, I will fully concede was early, but that's because that's where the AVWAP was from the IPO in the 30-minute, so I thought that was fair. Then I take everything else at around those 178. So happy with this trade. This was definitely the short of the day. Coinbase was another really good short opportunity too.
Similar play, but not the same move.
But it's still like the second strongest stock this week. So COIN didn't give that much back.
No, Coinbase's move was not. I mean, look, it was a short this morning on Coin. I'm not going to argue with you on that, but it was nothing like what Circle did on a percentage basis. And at least with Coin, at least with Coinbase, look at the daily chart of Coin as opposed to Circle. This pullback in Coin is effectively just back into the prior high.
Yeah.
Right? Like Circle is doing something very distinctly different. I think that obviously goes without saying. I don't know where I'm not going to tell you exactly where the bottom's going to be. I think we're all sort of looking at the 150 area right and around here for Circle to maybe catch some kind of a bid. Like, who's valuing this? This is the problem. Like, it's great momentum on the way up, but as it starts to fall, people start to say, well, what the heck is this thing even worth? And I don't think anybody has a solid answer. So until you get to a big technical level, why would you be interested in buying the stock? That's just my Yeah, that's just my opinion on Circle, but we felt this way for a little bit. It's not the easiest thing to time the top, but if you wait till it makes a distinct one and puts the reversal on, it's a great trade and good look that this is what you were looking at there. Circle is on the back end. So until it shows you a bid, got to be hands off. I mean, you can certainly find places. Hims was a pretty good example yesterday and today, where something looks like it's in free fall mode and it catches a very nice bid for you, but you've just got to be patient. I thought Hims might have been headed down to the 30s, but if you gave it the old 3-day rule, I should have a 15-minute chart up here instead of a 3. Let it hold the low, hold the low, hold the low, and then go. This wick bottom, there's your low at 40 and change, holds a higher low, retest, doesn't break, retest with a bottoming tail candle at the open and then goes. And then you're anywhere that you're buying for the relief swing long, it's all good. And then the breakout today. I think that's the kind of pattern you got to wait for on Circle. Let it show you a bottom first and then worry about it. Everyone's always trying to catch those. We had a viewer with an awesome trade in ELF, right? And they had a great trade in ELF, huge winner, great on the daily chart. But the thing that I wasn't like nitpicking or anything like that. And we go to the ELF chart. It was a fantastic long, but my simple point was like the long in here, like you could have the same long after it's confirmed it's breaking the 50 period. There's your bottom, there's your higher low. It's basically the same long, but it's with the upward momentum instead of catching the fall knife. Same trade, but if you kind of erase this side of it, which one has the better risk profile? I always think it's this long as opposed to that long. But that's just me, and I think that's what you're looking for here. Like let it make the bottom that you can work off of instead of guessing. Hey, if you guess right and you're just that good, more power to you. I'm not that good. Like I can't just be like, oh, it's going to bounce here. Well, you're right. It was a great to buy it in the 60s. But I wouldn't have bought it in the 60s till it looks a heck of a lot better. That's just me. But Alphabet, man, I'm telling you, there's another side to this coin. Pun not intended. Especially with the Palantir sell. There was a buy imbalance on Alphabet that drove it to do this at the end of the day. And I'm telling you, like Amazon had a big move as well. But Google, like it looked like Alphabet was breaking down and breaking trend just a couple of days ago. And it's like, the lagging Mag 7 name can't get going. And then all of a sudden, it just holds the trend line, holds the 50 period, breaks the 200, and then buy program with the imbalance, shooting it back up to almost retest the 180 level. So complete insane action that makes Google go from like a week ago looking like it's back to being the bear like Apple is to on the cusp of breaking out and maybe joining Amazon as the next Mag 7s to go challenge the highs. Like it's crazy. That's the kind of action we saw today in this week. So it's a good week for Alphabet. And I'll be the first person. I rotated a bunch out of my Google to put it into Meta. I'm happy with it, but maybe I could have sold something else. I'm kind of thinking to myself, I could have sold more Apple or something. It would have been a better trade, for sure.
Well, it's so funny. So I was just thinking about Palantir because you mentioned Palantir there. I was doing an infographic that I'm working on. I'll probably publish it. If I can't finish it during the market recap, I'll publish it on Monday. But either way, because this week was so historic in terms of these all-time highs, what were the strongest and weakest names, like top 10 in the S&P 500? Palantir, when I did my initial scope for this, just to collect logos, 30 minutes before the close was not on there. Palantir, one of the weakest names on the week, and I think it's mostly that push. But I had actually also written this down for my notes for trade ideas for next week. This weekly chart kind of gave you a sign because look at that 136 low. That was a low last week. It was set up to be the low this week as well, 136. So I was like, oh my gosh, if we break that low on Monday, going to be a slam dunk. Yeah. The market thought a little bit faster than I did and was like, oh, well, Adara, too bad. We're going to break this low now. So the weekly chart really did tell this. And I was saying the last 2 days, if you came in and shorted this, like when it made new all-time highs, it worked. Today, once again, didn't give you that opportunity, but I still think there are opportunities on this name, as you mentioned. I think that 136 is going to be key in my humble opinion, but really, who knows, right? I think the daily chart as well, there's some clear support resistance around that level, but what I've realized, especially today, is you can't make assumptions for how far things are going to move, how much things are going to move. where it's going to move, and you can't get frustrated. You just have to give it what it gives you. For example, Tesla. I was kind of a little restless with Tesla today. Nothing crazy, right? Because risking appropriately, that's always what matters. But with TSLA, I was short for that because we kept making lower highs, lower lows in the 1 hour. It wicks you out, then the news comes out and it tanks, and it's like you can't get frustrated. You just have to accept that happened and on to the next one. So yeah, I think like with that in mind, no assumptions, just listen to what the market's going to tell you.
Yes, price is never wrong. Listen to what the market wants to tell you. That's what it's all about here. And I know we're going to have our good friend Steve Talman joining us. We good?
Yeah, I'm joining right now.
Okay, so I think we're going to have him on in just a minute or two for sure as we're getting locked and ready to go. A lot of people are asking, maybe you're trickling in, maybe you didn't see the last 10, 15 minutes of the show where we were noting the big sell imbalance on Palantir came out 7.5 million to sell, ended up as big as 9 million shares to sell on the imbalance locator, then dropped the stock. For Google, there was no news on either one of these names. There was Alphabet also had a big buy imbalance, about 12.5 million shares to buy on Google, caused this rally. So this was it's month end. We're into the month end. Sometimes you're going to see these. It was anticipated. I actually thought there was going to be more small cappers that were showing the bigger moves because it was the Russell rebalancing that was supposed to be the biggest event. But it ended up these two stocks essentially stealing the entirety of the show. There was also a very strong move in Amazon, almost as big, also at a buy and bounce. You can't tell me somebody didn't know that these were going to come out buys. Period. That's just how it is. There was a program buy going into the imbalances, and then they came out as shocking buy imbalances. I guess that's how it works. Shout out to the Roaring Griffin. Thank you for the super chat. Another great week here with everyone. Hope you all have a great weekend. I hope everybody has a great weekend, all of our viewers. But, we still have another 15 minutes to go for sure. And when I say they, you know what I mean when I say they. There's always big money out there that has some kind of a heads up. That's just how they roll. You can't tell me that we're going down on that Trump. It was a President Trump and Carney talks off in Canada. We were headed lower. We rally once, rally back, and then the imbalances all come out massive buys. The program that got turned on, going into the weekend on negative news, buying into 350, somebody knew something for sure. And congratulations to them. They made money, and maybe it's not illegal. But we do have our good friend Steve Talman on. Let's get some trader talk on Friday afternoon. What a wild one it's been. Hey, how's it going? Steve Talman from Trade the Pool. Wow. So I don't know if you happen to be watching the close there, Steve, but little bit of a surprise. I myself was caught a bit off guard because I was looking at some Russell names to trade in the last 10 minutes that didn't materialize. Next thing I know, Palantir and Alphabet are going nuts. The imbalances things do you trade off the imbalances? Do you look at them at the end of the day? Do they factor in for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me on here. Yeah, the imbalances I think are super key. It's always interesting to see where money is kind of shifting into going into a new week, right? So yeah, Google was definitely on my radar there, and I'll have to take a look at Palantir, but it sounds like it's having a tough time there, and that's got to be something to note when it's such a high flyer.
Well, that's sort of the thing. Like if you're doing your preparation for next week, you have to understand this sheer amount of money that got sold off in Palantir and got bought up in Google. Like I was just noting when we were talking about Alphabet earlier, like earlier this week, Alphabet looked like it was kind of in the Apple camp of being a weak Mag 7 name. And all of a sudden with that close, my outlook on it going into next week is entirely different. And some of that was Monday to Thursday, but half of it is what happened in the afternoon here today. Somebody was very comfortable buying it up, and sometimes you just listen to big money.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're seeing basically what I'm seeing. There was lag in both Apple and Google. I actually have a pair trade on short Apple, long Google.
Ooh.
And it's been pretty underwhelming so far, but I'm hoping this will be the start of a change because I'm seeing what you're seeing. Somebody's buying Google en masse there.
Well, that I'll tell you right now, that's going to look really okay. I shouldn't say that's going to look really fantastic next week, but based on the reaction that happened, because like, Alphabet wasn't the only one that ran. Amazon ran as well. So you had a big move up in Amazon and Alphabet, whereas Apple, on the other hand, at the close, did literally nothing. So you seem to have a good one on here just based on that fact alone. It's like panic buying at the close on Friday in a couple of other Mag 7 names, Google included, that you have, and absolutely nobody wanting to buy Apple, which is dead flat. Just if we can take a step back for a second, obviously this looks really fantastic now, but you didn't know there would be a buy and balance on Alphabet. What were your thoughts just getting into that pairs trade? What was the thesis going into it?
Essentially, and sorry here. Looks like the aspect ratio is okay for now. So basically, the thesis was Apple's very hardware dependent, and we're coming into a window here where I think that tariff news is going to start being a lot more relevant. We have the 90-day tariff pause coming up. I'll pull up my SPY chart there, and you can see the red line. That is when we are going to get the tariff pause, and I would expect the market to start pricing in some fear as we get closer into next week. In general, the thesis is Apple is more hardware dependent, Google is more software dependent, and Google's also being held back by some lawsuits, I believe, that will be resolved mid-August or so. So that's only bullish going forward. Going over to the Google chart here, I think it's really key to note that we closed through this big level for me, this previous swing high, and it's just been flagging under it, this 175, 176 handle. So you're right. I had no idea that it was going to surge through a level like that. But man, when I see that, it just confirms the thesis for me a little bit more.
Yeah, there's nothing better than price action confirming an idea. It just, as a trader, there is literally nothing. There's literally nothing better, especially when you're in like the first inning of it, and you weren't necessarily expecting, as you said, like you weren't expecting this to take a leg up, so you got more tariff news, and maybe a little bit later on in the summer, and then all of a sudden, big money says, let's just start it now. So the next question I would ask to that is, and look, it's fine, you're in position now, but would you ever see something like that, and because of the timing, you were looking at maybe a little bit further down the line that this would start to work? Would what happened here today, or the way that Google ended up so strongly at the end of the week, would that ever cause you to maybe add to your position? I know you talked with Joe last week, who we had on, and mentioned sometimes adding via an option position if you had a position already in equity. Is this something that you would consider adding to or making larger because of the action we had at the close?
Absolutely, you read my mind. So, I was actually away from my computer for the last half hour of the trading day, so I didn't take an ad there, but I'm definitely keeping an eye out for it next week, especially if we do get a little bit of a dip that I expect. In general, I put this trade on because I wasn't sure the direction of the market overall, and I wanted to have exposure to the upside of mega cap tech and to the downside at that point. So as the market's obviously picking up and Google has been lagging, I think that now is a really great opportunity to add in. So that is what I'm looking to do. And I always trade around positions, so I'll be hopping out of those ads probably into 200 or so if we do get the move that I'm expecting. But absolutely, I definitely think that it's a good place to look for that. And like you said, push the winning strategies.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that's what you have to do. The other thing I wanted to get to is we're out of earnings season. I mean, temporarily. I mean, you leave earnings season, and then all of a sudden the banks start back up again, and you're into earnings season. But we're out of earnings season. We didn't have the Fed. Fed didn't make a move. We're expecting maybe we'll get a cut later in the year. Obviously, we'll see how that goes. We just had negative tariff news with regards to Canada and the United States. We have all this turmoil going on. For next week, what do you see as like the primary driver for us here? Is it going to be price action because the NASDAQ got to the highs, SPYs test the highs as well? Is it going to be the price action trade where it just nothing matters except for the fact that we're rubbing up on some resistance? Is it going to be a wait and see till earnings, or like what do you foresee? I'm feeling, and I'm not going to be here next week, I'm sort of feeling we're going to have some very good volatility based on the way that we closed. And I'm thinking especially in the names like the Circles of the world, Coinbase. I think that's where you're going to want to be. I'm not terribly certain about the overall market making much of a move, but these higher volatility names, I think has to be hyper-focused next week. But what about yourself? I know you do dabble in some small caps.
Absolutely. So first off, I think looking into next week, I mentioned my number one thing that I'm watching for is that reaction to the tariff pause. But on top of that, we got to remember that Monday is the last trading day of the month. So we're going to see window dressing. We're going to see a lot of kind of shenanigans, so to speak. And I think that you're right. There will be some nice volatility coming into the market there. In terms of small caps, I am still just watching IWM for confirmation through that 200. Actually, let me check on that today. Did we get the confirmation? Wait, 200's down here? Okay, it's the 50 that I'm watching here. I knew there was something. So, I mean, it looks good. I'm always hesitant to believe in these small cap rallies, and I rather play individual names. But for me right now, what's most appealing is large cap stuff. I'm seeing Google looking great, Amazon looking great. And one more name, I'm curious, have you been hearing anything about MicroStrategy? Because that's on my radar here.
So I have not. We get a lot of questions about MicroStrategy. And I think there's a lot of anticipation for a name like this going in an index, if it does, I should say. What you have to factor is it's not really moving as it doesn't really move one-to-one with Bitcoin anymore. I consider this a squeeze play at this point. Like I only am ever interested in long in MSTR if I put myself in the mind of a short seller. If I was starting to get scared on a short, this is where I'd want to enter into a long. And I'm not sure, like it's kind of looking like that to me, but I think until it show me this breaking out above 400, especially taking out the 425, 430 area, and then I think it's a squeeze type play. I'm a Bitcoin person. That's why I have no interest in owning MicroStrategy myself. I just own a bunch of Bitcoin. Like it's over 5% of my personal portfolio. So I'll never want MicroStrategy as that, but as a trading vehicle, when the shorts get scared, that's where I'd want to be involved. If you were dip buying this thing, I think the time to dip buy it is so far gone that I don't know that I'd want to chase it. Those are just my thoughts, but I'm sure you have a better thesis because I don't really trade MicroStrategy.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree with everything you say. First off, I think you're dead on. It's a great squeeze vehicle to catch these big explosive moves when traders get caught off sides. And I also agree it's scary chasing up here. I did take a starter because I'm seeing some really bullish flow, and I'm just seeing these this pretty tight flagging action. It's a little loose. I didn't love today's close. I was hoping for a close over 390 there, but I do think that there's potential next week for this one to be a big mover, just based on all of the options activity I'm seeing and the relatively tight consolidation. You could argue that we've got something like let's get a brighter color there. A cup and a handle starting to form out of this parabolic move after forming that nice double bottom here. Inverted head and shoulders, whatever you want to call it. So for me, it's kind of a combination of it's been on my radar as a technical setup. It's a little shaky. It's a little early. Like you said, it hasn't confirmed yet. And I think through that 400 handle, and especially through 425, we can get into squeeze territory. But I just wanted to put it on people's radars because I am seeing a lot of options flow, especially short dated options, a lot of 400 and 420 calls. And to me, that's really compelling. And it might just be because I love trading this name, and I've had good success with it in the past. But I just wanted to put it on your radar there.
Well, that's what you got to do. If you've had success with it, that's the thing. Like I prefaced it at the beginning saying I don't really trade MicroStrategy. That said, hey, we know what their strategy. It's not MicroStrategy. It's strategy now. We know what their strategy is. This is why I don't like to call it strategy, because then things like that are weird. But if you look at what's going on in Bitcoin, that held that higher low support at 100 and has a very similar, it's got a nice little bull flag to maybe break the all-time high. That happens, and this is exactly where you get your squeeze. So even if you just like Bitcoin, it's playing along the same setup, technically speaking. That's what the reason I love bringing you on here, or we love bringing you on here, is, hey, you throw a new name at us. We haven't even talked about MicroStrategy outside of taking a few questions on the regular show, on the trading show intraday, and we get a new name out of you. No, I love this thesis that you got with the pairs trade. It looks really good. I think anytime you put something on and big money is doing something very similar at the same time, that's when you know you have something really good. But are there any final thoughts that you might have before we get into next week? Of course, remember, it's also a holiday shortened week, so we're going to get some lighter volumes next week as well.
Yeah, absolutely. First off, I just want to say my ideas for last week did not pan out. I'm sure you saw Hims with that crazy gap
Oh,
down.
yeah.
So, I,
Yes.
sometimes you get caught on some bad news there. So, I took my loss and I'm moving on. I was also wrong about SPY pulling back. The Iran news blew over very fast, and I think that the market was very eager to buy those dips. But instead of beating myself up, I'm really trying to use that information projecting forward and saying like we are still in heavy buy the dip mode. You saw we got some bad news today, and there might be volatility coming in next week, but I'm still looking to buy those dips until I really get proven wrong there. So that's the number one thing. And I just wanted to throw one more name at you.
Okay.
It's probably an old favorite, but IonQ, I think, might be starting to set up. It's getting pretty tight there. So I'm a fan there.
Okay, there we go. IonQ, a last one. And just before we get you out of here, I appreciate you saying that about Hims. And this is the thing, everyone watching, got to own up to the winners and the losers. And when you're trading something like Hims, we love technicals. I trade on technicals. We all do. Sometimes news hits and there's just nothing you can do. It hits your level. Obviously, it was a big news story that can do nothing but take the stock down in that moment because Novo is such a big deal for them. But I appreciate you so much. Good luck with that Paris trade. I think it looks really good going into next week. Apple so weak and Alphabet turning the corner. Absolutely. Steve Talman from Trade the Pool. Have a fantastic weekend. I'll be off, so I'll also say have a happy 4th of July as well. So enjoy next weekend as well, Steve.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you. Have a good one as well.
Take care. And we're back, and it's already past 4:30 because Steve's such a great guest, so we ran a little bit long there. Well, I just acknowledged that we're past 4:30. You didn't have to hit the siren on me there, Fabian, but now you're just going to keep hitting the siren on me. But look, before we get into roll call, everybody, unbelievable week it's been. What a close that was as well. But we've been having a crazy amount of renovations. The other day we had a power outage in here, bringing you guys a quality show every single day. We have big credit to our team here that you don't always see on camera. That's Fabian, that's Ramin, that's Andre, that's our IT team as well, Mark, Rob, Randy doing a fantastic job helping us out with things. You don't always see these guys in front of the camera, and they do a ton of work to make a fantastic show. Give a big shout out as well in the roll call to, hey, great look, good camera work there by himself. I can wave at myself. Big shout out to the Midday Boys, Sharif, Joey Options, to Obi filling in from my man Sean, killing it today, Obi. He's probably already having a brew, as apparently it's going to be a fun one. Tower time for you guys. Big shout out, of course, as always, to Big Brendo, to Adara, not just the news, killing it on that circle trade as well. So get in that chat. Let's get some roll call. Hit the subscribe, because it's the subs only chat, as I remind you guys. And everyone have a fantastic weekend. Roll call time.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, a little yawn. It's a Friday. Thank you so much, Neil. Enjoy your vacation next week. You guys are going to see Obi next week. Thank you to Neil, Sean, Obi, Sharif, Joe, Brendan, Fabian, Ramin, Andre. Everybody you see, everybody you don't see, and everybody here in the chat. Thank you to Minor Chat. Thank you to Derek Thompson, Mike DeRuyter, Kapow, 215 Sugar Free, Christopher Mulligan, Pug Life. We have workouts. We've got Mike DeRuyter, Cloud C, Daryl Flinch, On the Rail TV, Notorious Dingleberg, Day Trader Cut, Mike DeRuyter again here, Butch Concepcion, Save Men, Woman, Peace, Bree Bro, Christmas. We've got Neil TTV here, DJ 2 AM. We have Tia, got Save Man, Woman, Peace again, Day Trader Cut again, James, The Roaring Griffin, Tyler Cox, Aaron M, Jacques, Marcus Stevenson Johnson, Susie Fox, Gabe Esther. We have Marcus Stevenson Johnson again here. Grandmother's Garden. Real Rowboat will end with that because, we're going to row into the rest of the weekend. Also, guys, Donald Trump is talking right now. He is answering questions during this press conference, and that is occurring, so just so you guys are aware. There is one story, too, if I may, Neil, I want to mention before we go. Dropped it in the chat. To be clear, this came out at around 4:09, so it has nothing to do with Google's move into the close unless someone had insider information. But posted or reported by the information about 10 minutes after the close. OpenAI apparently has recently begun renting Google's AI chips to power ChatGPT and their other products, and that would be the first time they've used non-NVIDIA chips in any kind of salient or meaningful way. So with that in mind here, thank you guys so much for being here with us every single day. I'm so happy to be here with this community because it's an awesome one.
There it is. Shout out to you, CompuCare team. You said you'd stick around for the end of the show, so I give you a bit of a shout out as well. We have the best community out here. This trading community gets bigger and better every single day. That's why we always tell you, hit the like, subscribe, share it with all of your trading friends out here, because we'll all get better together. But I know Obi's going to kick it and crush it with Sean next week. I will probably not be if I'm connected to a device while I'm camping, that's a problem, so you will not hear from me for 1 week. We are Trader TV Live. Everybody have a fantastic weekend. I won't see you, so I will also say Happy Canada Day and Happy 4th of July to all of our American friends south of the border. Despite what's going on, I still think we're friends. We'll see you next week. At least everyone else will. Have a great one, everybody.
See ya.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.